Book One, Chapter One of The Cathedral. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. Book One, Prelude, Thou shalt have none other gods but me. Chapter One, Brandon's. Adam Brandon was born at Little Empton in Kent in 1839. He was educated at the King's School, Canterbury, and at Pembroke College, Cambridge. Ordained in 1863, he was first curate at St. Martin's, Portsmouth, then chaplain to the Bishop of Worcester. In the year 1875 he accepted the living of Pomfret in Wiltshire, and was there for 12 years. It was in 1887 that he came to our town. He was first canon and afterwards archdeacon. 10 years later he had, by personal influence and strength of character, acquired so striking a position amongst us that he was often alluded to as the King of Porchester. His power was the greater because both our Bishop, Bishop Purcell, and our Dean, Dean Sampson, during that period, were men of retiring habits of life. A better man, a greater saint than Bishop Purcell, has never lived, but in 1896 he was 86 years of age and preferred study and the sanctity of his wonderful library at Carpledon to the publicity and turmoil of a public career. Dean Sampson, gentle and amiable as he was not intended by nature for a moulder of men. He was, however, one of the best botanists in the county, and his little book on Glebshire ferns is, I believe, an authority in its own line. Archdeacon Brandon was, of course, greatly helped by his magnificent physical presence. Magnificent is not, I think, too strong a word. 6 feet 2 or 3 in height, he had the figure of an athlete, light blue eyes, and his hair was still, when he was 58 years of age, thick and fair and curly like that of a boy. He looked, indeed, marvellously young, and his energy and grace of movement might indeed have belonged to a youth still in his teens. It is not difficult to imagine how startling an effect his first appearance in Polchester created. Many of the Polchester ladies thought that he was like a Greek god. The fact that they had never seen one gave them the greater confidence, and Miss Dobell, who was the best read of all the ladies in our town, called him the Viking. This stuck to him, being an easy and emphatic word, and pleasantly cultured. Indeed, had Brandon come to Polchester as a single man, there might have been many broken hearts. However, in 1875 he had married Amy Broughton, then a young girl of 20. He had, by her, 2 children, a boy, Falcon, now 21 years of age, and a girl, Joan, just 18. Brandon, therefore, was safe from the feminine Polchester world. Our town is famous among cathedral cities for the morality of its upper class. It would not have been possible during all these years for Brandon to have remained unconscious of the remarkable splendour of his good looks. He was very well aware of it, but any one who called him conceited, and every one has his enemies, did him a grave injustice. He was not conceited at all. He simply regarded himself as a completely exceptional person. He was not elated that he was exceptional. He did not flatter himself because it was so. God had seen fit, in a moment of boredom perhaps at the number of insignificant and misshaped human beings he was forced to create, to fling into the world for once a truly fine specimen. Fine in body, fine in soul, fine in intellect. Brandon had none of the sublime egoism of Sir Willoughby Patterne. He thought of others and was kindly and often unselfish, but he did, like Sir Willoughby, believe himself to be of quite another clay from the rest of mankind. He was intended to rule. God had put him into the world for that purpose, and rule he would, to the glory of God, and a little, if it must be so, to the glory of himself. He was a very simple person, as indeed were most of the men and women in the Polchester of 1897. He did not analyze motives, whether his own or anyone else's. He was aware that he had weaknesses. His ungovernable temper was a source of real distress to him at times. At other times he felt that it had its uses. On the whole, however, he was satisfied with himself, his appearance, his abilities, his wife, his family, and above all his position in Polchester. This last was very splendid. His position in the Cathedral, in the precincts, in the chapter, in the town, was unshakable. He trusted in God, of course, but like a wise man he trusted also in himself. It happened that on a certain wild and stormy afternoon in October 1896, Brandon was filled with a great exultation. As he stood for a moment at the door of his house in the precincts before crossing the green to the Cathedral, he looked up at the sky, obscured with flying wrack of cloud, felt the rain drive across his face, heard the elms in the neighbouring garden creaking and groaning, saw the lights of the town far beneath the low wall that bounded the precincts sway and blink in the storm. His heart beat with such pride and happiness that it threatened to burst the body that contained it. There had not been, perhaps, that day anything especially magnificent to elate him. He had won at the chapter meeting that morning a cheap and easy victory over Canon Foster, the only canon in Polchester who still showed, at times, a wretched, pugnacious resistance to his opinion. He had met Mrs. Combermere afterwards in the High Street, and on the strength of his chapter victory had dealt with her haughtily. He had received an especially kind note from Lady St. Leath, asking him to dinner early next month, but all these events were of too usual a nature to excite his triumph. No, there had descended upon him this afternoon that especial ecstasy that is surrendered once and again by the gods to men, to lead them, maybe, into some special blunder or to sharpen for Olympian humour the contrast of some swiftly approaching anguish. Brandon stood for a moment, his head raised, his chest out, his soul in flight, feeling the sharp sting of the raindrops upon his cheek. Then, with a little breath of pleasure and happiness, he crossed the green to the little dark door of St. Margaret's Chapel. The Cathedral hung over him as he stood, feeling in his pocket for his key, a huge black shadow, vast indeed to-day as it mingled with the grey sky and seemed to be taking part in the directing of the wildness of the storm. Two little gargoyles perched on the porch of St. Margaret's door leered down upon the Archdeacon. The rain trickled down over their naked, twisted bodies, running in rivulets behind their outstanding ears, lodging for a moment on the projection of their hideous nether lips. They grinned down upon the Archdeacon, amused that he should have difficulty, there in the rain, in finding his key. "Pah!" they heard him mutter, and then perhaps something worse. The key was found, and he had then to bend his great height to squeeze through the little door. Once inside he was at the corner of the St. Margaret Chapel, and could see, in the faint half-light, the rosy colours of the beautiful St. Margaret window that glimmered ever so dimly upon the rows of cane-bottomed chairs, the dingy red hassocks, and the brass tablets from the grey stone walls. He walked through, picking his way carefully in the dusk, saw for an instant the high, vast expanse of the nave, with its few twinkling lights that blew in the windy air, then turned to the left into the vestry, closing the door behind him. Even as he closed the door he could hear high, high above him the ringing of the bell for evensong. In the vestry he found Canon Doble and Canon Rogers. Doble, the minor canon who was singing the service, was a short, round, chubby clergyman, 38 years of age, whose great aim in life was to have an easy time and agree with everyone. He lived with a sister in a little house in the Precincts and gave excellent dinners. Very different was Canon Rogers, a thin, aesthetic man, with black, bushy eyebrows, a slight stoop, and thin brown hair. He took life with grim seriousness. He was a stupid man, but obstinate, dogmatic, and given to the condemnation of his fellow men. He hated innovations as strongly as the Archdeacon himself, but with his clinging to old forms and rituals there went no self-exaltation. He was a cold-blooded man, although his obstinacy seemed sometimes to point to a fiery fanaticism. But he was not a fanatic any more than a mule is one when he plants his feet foursquare and refuses to go forward. No compliments nor threats could move him. He would have lived, had he had a spark of asceticism, a hermit far from the haunts of men, but even that withdrawal would have implied devotion. He was devoted to no one, to no cause, to no religion, to no ambition. He spent his days in maintaining things as they were, not because he loved them, simply because he was obstinate. Brandon, quite frankly, hated him. In the farther room the choir boys were standing in their surplices, whispering and giggling. The sound of the bell was suddenly emphatic. Canon Rogers stood, his hands folded motionless, gazing in front of him. Doble, smiling so that a dimple appeared in each cheek, said in his chuckling whisper to Brandon, "Ronder comes to-day, doesn't he?" "Ronder?" Brandon repeated, coming abruptly out of his secret exultation. "Yes, Hart Smith's successor." "Oh, yes, I believe he does." Cobbett, the Verger, with his gold staff, appeared in the vestry door. A tall, handsome man, he had been in the service of the Cathedral as man and boy for 50 years. He had his private ambitions, the main one being that old Lawrence, the head Verger, in his opinion a silly old fool, should die and permit his own legitimate succession. Another ambition was that he should save enough money to buy another 3 cottages down in Seatown. He owned already 6 there, but no one observing his magnificent impassivity he was famous for this throughout ecclesiastical Glebeshire would have supposed that he had any thought other than those connected with ceremony. As he appeared, the organ began its voluntary, the music stealing through the thick grey walls, creeping past the stout grey pillars that had listened with so impervious an immobility to an endless succession of voluntaries. The Archdeacon prayed, the choir responded with a long Amen, and the procession filed out, the boys with faces pious and wistful, the choirmen moving with nonchalance, their restless eyes wandering over the scene so absolutely known to them. Then came Rogers like a martyr, Doble gaily as though he were enjoying some little joke of his own, last of all Brandon, superb in carriage, in dignity, in his magnificent recognition of the value of ceremony. Because to-day was simply an ordinary afternoon with an ordinary anthem and an ordinary service, Martin in F, the congregation was small, the gates of the great screen closed with a clang behind the choir, and the nave, purple-grey under the soft light of the candle-lit choir, was shut out into twilight. In the high carved seats behind and beyond the choir the congregation was sitting. Miss Doble, who never missed a service that her brother was singing, with her pinched white face and funny old-fashioned bonnet, lost between the huge arms of her seat. Mrs. Combermere, with a friend stiff and majestic, Mrs. Cole and her sister-in-law, Amy Cole, a few tourists, a man or two, Major Drake, who liked to join in the psalms with his deep bass, and little Mr. Thompson, one of the masters at the school, who loved music and always came to evensong when he could. There they were then, and the Archdeacon, looking at them from his stall, could not but feel that they were rather a poor lot. Not that he exactly despised them. He felt kindly towards them and would have done no single one of them an injury. But he knew them all so well. Mrs. Combermere, Miss Dobell, Mrs. Cole, Drake, Thompson. They were shadows before him. If he looked hard at them they seemed to disappear. The exultation that he had felt as he stood outside his house door increased with every moment that passed. It was strange, but he had never, perhaps, in his life been so happy as he was at that hour. He was driven by the sense of it to that, with him, rarest of all things, introspection. Why should he feel like this? Why did his heart beat thickly? Why were his cheeks flushed with a triumphant heat? It could not but be that he was realizing to-day how everything was well with him. And why should he not realize it? Looking up to the high vaulted roofs above him, he greeted God, greeted him as an equal, and thanked him as a fellow companion who had helped him through a difficult and dusty journey. He thanked him for his health, for his bodily vigour and strength, for his beauty, for his good brain, for his successful married life, for his wife, poor Amy, for his house and furniture, for his garden and tennis lawn, for his carriage and horses, for his son, for his position in the town, his dominance in the chapter, his authority on the school council, his importance in the district. For all these things he thanked God, and he greeted him with an outstretched hand. As one power to another, his soul cried, "Greetings! You have been a true and loyal friend to me. Anything that I can do for you, I will do." The time came for him to read the first lesson. He crossed to the lectern and was conscious that the tourists were whispering together about him. He read aloud, in his splendid voice, something about battles and vengeance, plagues and punishment, God's anger and the trembling Israelites. He might himself have been an avenging God as he read. He was uplifted with the glory of power and the exultation of personal dominion. He crossed back to his seat, and as they began the Magnificat his eyes alighted on the tomb of the Black Bishop. In the volume on Polchester in Chimes' Cathedral series, 4th edition, 1910, page 52, you will find this description of the Black Bishop's tomb. It stands between the pillars at the far east end of the choir, in the 8th bay from the choir screen. The stone screen which surrounds the tomb is of most elaborate workmanship, and it has, in certain lights, the effect of delicate lace. The canopy over the tomb has pinnacles which rise high above the level of the choir stalls. The tomb itself is made from a solid block of a dark blue stone. The figure of the bishop, carved in black marble, lies with his hands folded across his breast, clothed in his episcopal robes and mitre, and crozier on his shoulder. At his feet are a visor and a pair of gauntlets, these also carved in black marble. On one finger of his right hand is a ring carved from some green stone. His head is raised by angels, and at his feet, beyond the visor and gauntlets, are tiny figures of 4 knights fully armed. A small arcade runs around the tomb with a series of shields in the spaces, and these shields have his motto, "God giveth strength," and the arms of the See of Polchester. His epitaph in brass round the edge of the tomb has thus been translated: "Here, having surrendered himself back to God, lies Henry of Arden. His life, which was distinguished for its great piety, its unfailing generosity, its noble statesmanship, was rudely taken in the nave of this cathedral by men who feared neither the punishment of their fellows nor the just vengeance of an irate God. He died bravely defending this great house of prayer, and is now, in eternal happiness, fulfilling the reward of all good and faithful servants at his Master's side." It has often been remarked by visitors to the Cathedral how curiously this tomb catches light from all sides of the building, but this is undoubtedly in the main due to the fact that the blue stone of which it is chiefly composed responds immediately to the purple and violet lights that fall from the great east window. On a summer day the blue of the tomb seems almost opaque, as though it were made of blue glass, and the gilt on the background of the screens and the brasses of the groins glitter and sparkle like fire. Brandon today, wrapped in his strange mood of almost mystical triumph, felt as though he were indeed a reincarnation of the great Bishop. As the Magnificat proceeded, he seemed to enter into the very tomb and share in the Bishop's dust. "I stood beside you," he might almost have cried, "when in the last savage encounter you faced them on the very steps of the altar, striking down 2 of them with your fists, falling at last, bleeding from 100 wounds, but crying at the very end, 'God is my right.'" As he stared across at the tomb he seemed to see the great figure, deserted by all his terrified adherents, lying in his blood in the now deserted Cathedral. He saw the coloured dusk creep forward and cover him, and then in the darkness of the night the 2 faithful servants who crept in and carried away his body to keep it in safety until his day should come again. Born in 1100, Henry of Arden had been the first bishop to give Polchester dignity and power. What William of Wykeham was to Winchester, that Henry of Arden was to the See of Polchester. Through all the wild days of the quarrel between Stephen and Matilda he had stood triumphant, yielding at last only to the mad, overwhelming attacks of his private enemies. Of those he had had many. It had been said of him that he thought himself God, the proudest prelate on earth. Proud he may have been, but he had loved his bishopric. It was in his time that the St. Margaret's Chapel had been built, through his energy that the 2 great western towers had risen, because of him that Polchester now could boast one of the richest revenues of any cathedral in Europe. Men said that he had plundered, stolen the land of powerless men, himself headed forays against neighbouring villages and even castles. He had done it for the greater glory of God. They had been troublous times. It had been every man for himself. He had told his people that he was God's chief servant. It was even said that he had once, in the plenitude of his power, cried that he was God himself. His figure remained to this very day dominating Polchester, vast in stature, black-bearded, rejoicing in his physical strength. He could kill, they used to say, an ox with his fist. The Gloria rang triumphantly up into the shadows of the nave. Brandon moved once more across to the lectern. He read of the casting of the money-changers out of the temple. His voice quivered with pride and exultation, so that Cobbett, who had acquired, after many years' practice, the gift of sleeping during the lessons and sermon, with his eyes open, woke up with a start and wondered what was the matter. Brandon's mood, when he was back in his own drawing-room, did not leave him. It was rather intensified by the coziness and security of his home. Lying back in his large arm-chair in front of the fire, his long legs stretched out before him, he could hear the rain beating on the window-panes, and beyond that the murmur of the organ. Brockett, the organist, was practising, as he often did after evensong. The drawing-room was a long, narrow one, with many windows. It was furnished in excellent taste. The carpet and the curtains and the dark blue coverings to the chairs were all a little faded, but this only gave them an additional dignity and repose. There were 2 large portraits of himself and Mrs. Brandon, painted at the time of their marriage, some low white bookshelves, a large copy of Christ in the Temple, plenty of space, flowers, light. Mrs. Brandon was, at this time, a woman of 42, but she looked very much less than that. She was slight, dark, pale, quite undistinguished. She had large grey eyes that looked on to the ground when you spoke to her. She was considered a very shy woman, negative in every way. She agreed with everything that was said to her, and seemed to have no opinions of her own. She was simply the wife of the Archdeacon. Mrs. Combermere considered her a poor little fool. She had no real friends in Polchester, and it made little difference to any gathering whether she were there or not. She had been only once known to lose her temper in public. Once in the market-place she had seen a farmer beat his horse over the eyes. She had actually gone up to him and struck him. Afterwards she had said that she did not like to see animals ill-treated. The Archdeacon had apologized for her, and no more had been said about it. The farmer had borne her no grudge. She sat now at the little tea-table, her eyes screwed up over the serious question of giving the Archdeacon his tea exactly as he wanted it. Her whole mind was apparently engaged on this problem, and the Archdeacon did not care to-day that she did not answer his questions and support his comments, because he was very, very happy, the whole of his being thrilling with security and success and innocent pride. Joan Brandon came in. In appearance she was, as Mrs. Sampson said, insignificant. You would not look at her twice, any more than you would have looked at her mother twice. Her figure was slight, and her legs she was wearing long skirts this year for the first time too long. Her hair was dark brown, and her eyes dark brown. She had nice rosy cheeks, but they were inclined to freckle. She smiled a good deal and laughed, when in company, more noisily than was proper. "A bit of a tomboy, I'm afraid," was what one used to hear about her. But she was not really a tomboy. She moved quietly, and her own bedroom was always neat and tidy. She had very little pocket money and only seldom new clothes, not because the Archdeacon was mean, but because Joan was so often forgotten and left out of the scheme of things. It was surprising that the only girl in the house should be so often forgotten, but the Archdeacon did not care for girls, and Mrs. Brandon did not appear to think very often of any one except the Archdeacon. Falk, Joan's brother, now at Oxford, when he was at home, had other things to do than consider Joan. She had gone, ever since she was 12, to the Polchester High School for girls, and there she was popular, and might have made many friends, had it not been that she could not invite her companions to her home. Her father did not like noise in the house. She had been captain of the hockey team. The small girls in the school had all adored her. She had left the place 6 months ago, and had come home to help her mother. She had had, in honest fact, 6 months' loneliness, although no one knew that except herself. Her mother had not wanted her help. There had been nothing for her to do, and she had felt herself too young to venture into the company of older girls in the town. She had been rather blue, and had looked back on Seafield House, the High School, with longing, and then suddenly one morning, for no very clear reason, she had taken a new view of life. Everything seemed delightful and even thrilling, commonplace things that she had known all her days, the High Street, keeping her rooms tidy, spending or saving the minute monthly allowance, the Cathedral, the river. She was all in a moment aware that something very delightful would shortly occur. What it was she did not know, and she laughed at herself for imagining that anything extraordinary could ever happen to any one so commonplace as herself. But there the strange feeling was, and it would not go away. To-day, as always, when her father was there, she came in very quietly, sat down near her mother, saw that she made no sort of interruption to the Archdeacon's flow of conversation. She found that he was in a good humour to-day, and she was glad of that because it would please her mother. She herself had a great interest in all that he said. She thought him a most wonderful man, and secretly was swollen with pride that she was his daughter. It did not hurt her at all that he never took any notice of her. Why should he? Nor did she ever feel jealous of Falk, her father's favourite. That seemed to her quite natural. She had the idea, now almost thoroughly exploded, but then universally held in Polchester, that women were greatly inferior to men. She did not read the more advanced novels written by Madame Sarah Grand and Mrs. Lynn Linton. I am ashamed to say that her favourite authors were Miss Alcott and Miss Charlotte Mary Yonge. Moreover, she herself admired Falk extremely. He seemed to her a hero, and always right in everything that he did. Her father continued to talk, and behind the reverberation of his deep voice the roll of the organ, like an approving echo, could faintly be heard. "There was a moment when I thought Foster was going to interfere. I've been against the garden roller from the first. They've got one, and what do they want another for? And anyway, he thinks I meddle with the school's affairs too much. Who wants to meddle with the school's affairs? I'm sure they're nothing but a nuisance. But some one's got to prevent the place from going to rack and ruin, and if they leave it to me, I can't very well refuse it, can I? Eh?" "No, dear." "You see what I mean?" "Yes, dear." "Well, then," as though Mrs. Brandon had just been overcome in an argument in which she had shown the greatest obstinacy, "there you are. It would be false modesty to deny that I've got the chapter more or less in my pocket. And why shouldn't I have? Has any one worked harder for this place and the Cathedral than I have?" "No, dear." "Well, then, there's this new fellow, Ronder, coming to day. Don't know much about him, but he won't give much trouble, I expect. Trouble in the way of delaying things, I mean. What we want is work done expeditiously. I've just about got that chapter moving at last. 10 years' hard work. Deserve a V.C. or something, eh?" "Yes, dear, I'm sure you do." The Archdeacon gave one of his well-known roars of laughter, a laugh famous throughout the county, a laugh described by his admirers as Homeric, by his enemies as ear-splitting. There was, however, enemies or no enemies, something sympathetic in that laugh, something boyish and simple and honest. He suddenly pulled himself up, bringing his long legs close against his broad chest. "No letter from Falk to day, was there?" "No, dear." That's 3 weeks we haven't heard. Hope there's nothing wrong." "What could be wrong, dear?" "Nothing, of course. Well, Joan, and what have you been doing with yourself all day?" It was only in his most happy and resplendent moods that the Archdeacon held jocular conversation with his daughter. These conversations had been, in the past, moments of agony and terror to her. But since that morning when she had suddenly woken to a realization of the marvellous possibilities in life, her terror had left her. There were other people in the world besides her father. Nevertheless, a little her agitation was still with her. She looked up at him, smiling. "Oh, I don't know, father. I went to the library this morning to change the books for mother." "Novels, I suppose. No one ever reads anything but trash nowadays." "They hadn't anything that mother put down. They never have. Miss Milton sits on the new novels and keeps them for Mrs. Sampson and Mrs. Combermere." "Sits on them?" "Yes, really sits on them. I saw her take one from under her skirt the other day when Mrs. Sampson asked for it. It was one that mother has wanted a long time." The Archdeacon was angry. "I never heard anything so scandalous. I'll just see to that. What's the use of being on the Library Committee if that kind of thing happens? That woman shall go." "Oh, no, father!" "Of course she shall go. I never heard anything so dishonest in my life." Joan remembered that little conversation until the end of her life, and with reason. The door was flung open. Some one came hurriedly in, then stopped, with a sudden arrested impulse, looking at them. It was Falk. Falk was a very good-looking man, fair hair, light blue eyes like his father's, slim and straight and quite obviously fearless. It was that quality of courage that struck every one who saw him. It was not only that he feared, it seemed, no one and nothing, but that he went a step further than that, spending his life in defying everyone and everything, as a practised dueller might challenge everyone he met in order to keep his play in practice. "I don't like young Brandon," Mrs. Sampson said. "He snorts contempt at you." He was only 21, a contemptuous age. He looked as though he had been living in that house for weeks, although as a fact he had just driven up, after a long and tiresome journey, in an ancient cab through the pouring rain. The Archdeacon gazed at his son in a bewildered, confused amaze, as though he, a convinced sceptic, were suddenly confronted in broad daylight with an undoubted ghost. "What's the matter?" he said at last. "Why are you here?" "I've been sent down," said Falk. It was characteristic of the relationship in the family that, at that statement, Mrs. Brandon and Joan did not look at Falk, but at the Archdeacon. "Sent down?" "Yes, for ragging. They wanted to do it last term." "Sent down?" The Archdeacon shot to his feet. His voice suddenly lifted into a cry. "And you have the impertinence to come here and tell me? You walk in as though nothing had happened. You walk in!" "You're angry," said Falk, smiling. "Of course I knew you would be. You might hear me out first, but I'll come along when I've unpacked and you're a bit cooler. I wanted some tea, but I suppose that will have to wait. You just listen, father, and you'll find it isn't so bad. Oxford's a rotten place for any one who wants to be on his own, and anyway you won't have to pay my bills any more." Falk turned and went. The Archdeacon, as he stood there, felt a dim, mysterious pain, as though an adversary whom he completely despised had found suddenly with his weapon a joint in his armour. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Ronders. The train that brought Falk Brandon back to Polchester brought also the Ronders, Frederick Ronder, newly Canon of Polchester, and his aunt, Miss Alice Ronder. About them the station gathered in a black cloud, dirty, obscure, lit by flashes of light and flame, shaken with screams, rumblings, the crashing of carriage against carriage, the rattle of cab wheels on the cobbles outside. To-day also there was the hiss and scatter of the rain upon the glass roof. The Ronders stood, not bewildered, for that they never were, but thinking what would be the best. The new Canon was a round man, round-shouldered, round-faced, round-stomached, round-legged. A fair height, he was not ludicrous, but it seemed that if you laid him down he would roll naturally, still smiling, to the farthest end of the station. He wore large, very round spectacles. His black clerical coat and trousers and hat were scrupulously clean and smartly cut. He was not a dandy, but he was not shabby. He smiled a great deal, not nervously as curates are supposed to smile, not effusively, but simply with geniality. His aunt was a contrast, thin, straight, stiff white collar, little black bow tie, coat like a man's, skirt with no nonsense about it. No nonsense about her anywhere. She was not unamiable, perhaps, but business came first. "Well, what do we do?" he asked. "We collect our bags and find the cab," she answered briskly. They found their bags, and there were a great many of them. Miss Ronder, having seen that they were all there and that there was no nonsense about the porter, moved off to the barrier followed by her nephew. As they came into the station square, all smelling of hay and the rain, the deluge slowly withdrew its forces, recalling them gradually so that the drops whispered now, patter, patter, pit, pat. A pigeon hovered down and pecked at the cobbles. Faint colour threaded the thick blotting paper grey. Old Fawcett himself had come to the station to meet them. Why had he felt it to be an occasion? God only knows. A new Canon was nothing to him. He very seldom now, being over 80, with a strange wormy pain in his left ear, took his horses out himself. He saved his money and counted it over by his fireside to see that his old woman didn't get any of it. He hated his old woman, and in a vaguely superstitious, thoroughly Glebeshire fashion, half believed that she had cast a spell over him and was really responsible for his wormy ear. Why had he come? He didn't himself know. Perhaps Ronder was going to be of importance in the place. He had come from London, and they all had money in London. He licked his purple protruding lips greedily as he saw the generous man. Yes, kindly and generous he looked. They got into the musty cab and rattled away over the cobbles. "I hope Mrs. Clay got the telegram all right." Miss Ronder's thin bosom was a little agitated beneath its white waistcoat. "You'll never forgive me if things aren't looking as though we'd lived in the place for months." Alice Ronder was over 60 and as active as a woman of 40. Ronder looked at her and laughed. "Never forgive you? What words! Do I ever cherish grievances? No, but I do like to be comfortable." "Well, everything was all right a week ago. I've slaved at the place, as you know, and Mrs. Clay's a jewel, but she complains of the Polchester maids, says there isn't one that's any good. Oh, I want my tea, I want my tea." They were climbing up from the market place into the High Street. Ronder looked about him with genial curiosity. "Very nice," he said. "I believe I can be comfortable here." "If you aren't comfortable you certainly won't stay," she answered him sharply. "Well, then I must be comfortable," he replied, laughing. He laughed a great deal, but absent-mindedly, as though his thoughts were elsewhere. It would have been interesting to a student of human nature to have been there and watched him as he sat back in the cab, looking through the window, indeed, but seeing apparently nothing. He seemed to be gazing through his round spectacles very short-sightedly, his eyes screwed up and dim. His fat, soft hands were planted solidly on his thick knees. The observer would have been interested because he would soon have realised that Ronder saw everything. Nothing, however insignificant, escaped him, but he seemed to see with his brain as though he had learnt the trick of forcing it to some new function that did not properly belong to it. The broad white forehead under the soft black clerical hat was smooth, unwrinkled, mild and calm. He had trained it to be so. The High Street was like any High Street of a small cathedral town in the early evening. The pavements were sleek and shiny after the rain. People were walking with the air of being unusually pleased with the world. Always the human expression when the storms have withdrawn and there is peace and colour in the sky. There were lights behind the solemn panes of Bennett's, the booksellers, that fine shop whose first master had seen Sir Walter Scott in London and spoken to Byron. In his window were rows of the classics in calf and first editions of the Surtees books and Dr. Syntax. At the very top of the High Street was Mellock's, the pastry cook's, gay with its gas, rich with its famous saffron buns, its still more famous gingerbread cake, and most famous of all, its lemon biscuits. Even as the Ronders' cab paused for a moment before it turned to pass under the dark Arden Gate on to the asphalt of the Precincts, the great Mrs. Mellock herself, round and rubicund, came to the door and looked about her at the weather. An errand boy passed, whistling, down the hill. A stiff, military-looking gentleman with white moustaches mounted majestically the steps of the Conservative Club. Then they rattled under the black archway, echoed for a moment on the noisy cobbles, then slipped into the quiet solemnity of the Precincts' asphalt. It was Brandon who had insisted on the asphalt. Old residents had complained that to take away the cobbles would be to rid the Precincts of all its atmosphere. "I don't care about atmosphere," said the Archdeacon. "I want to sleep at night." Very quiet here. Not a sound penetrated. The Cathedral was a huge shadow above its darkened lawns. Not a human soul was to be seen. The cab stopped with a jerk at No. 8. The bell was rung by old Fawcett, who stood on the top step looking down at Ronder and wondering how much he dared to ask him. Ask him too much now, and perhaps he would not deal with him in the future. Moreover, although the man wore large spectacles and was fat, he was probably not a fool. Fawcett could not tell why he was so sure, but there was something. Mrs. Clay was at the door, smiling and ordering a small frightened girl to hurry up now. Miss Ronder disappeared into the house. Ronder stood for a moment looking about him as though he were a spy in enemy country and must let nothing escape him. "Whose is that big place there?" he asked Fawcett, pointing to a house that stood by itself at the farther corner of the precincts. "Archdeacon Brandon, sir." "Oh." Ronder mounted the steps. "Good night," he said to Fawcett. "Mrs. Clay, pay the cabman, please." The Ronders had taken this house a month ago. For 2 months before that it had stood desolate, wisps of paper and straw blowing about it, its "To Let" notice creaking and screaming in every wind. The Honourable Mrs. Pentecost, an eccentric old lady, had lived there for many years, and had died in the middle of a game of patience. Her worn and tattered furniture had been sold at auction, and the house had remained unlet for a considerable period because people in the town said that the ghost of Mrs. Pentecost's cat, a famous blue Persian, walked there. The Ronders cared nothing for ghosts. The house was exactly what they wanted. It had 2 panelled rooms, 2 powder closets, and a little walled garden at the back with fruit trees. It was quite wonderful what Miss Ronder had done in a month. She had abandoned Eaton Square for a week, worked in the Polchester house like a slave, then retired back to Eaton Square again, leaving Mrs. Clay, her aide de camp, to manage the rest. Mrs. Clay had managed very well. She would not have been in the service of the Ronders for nearly 15 years had she not had a gift for managing. Ronder, washed and brushed, came down to tea, looked about him, and saw that all was good. "I congratulate you, Aunt Alice," he said. "Excellent!" Miss Ronder very slightly flushed. "There are a lot of things still to be done," she said. Nevertheless, she was immensely pleased. The drawing-room was charming. The stencilled walls, the cushions of the chairs, the cover of a gate-legged table, the curtains of the mullioned windows were of a warm dark blue, and whatever in the room was not blue seemed to be white, or wood in its natural colour, or polished brass. Books ran round the room in low white bookcases. In one corner a pure white Hermes stood on a pedestal with tiny wings outspread. There was only one picture, an excellent copy of Rembrandt's Mother. The windows looked out to the garden, now veiled by the dusk of evening. Tea was on a little table close to the white tiled fireplace. A little square brass clock chimed the half hour as Ronder came in. "I suppose Ellen will be over," Ronder said. He drank in the details of the room with a quiet, sensual pleasure. He went over to the Hermes and lifted it, holding it for a moment in his podgy hands. "You beauty!" he whispered aloud. He put it back, turned round to his aunt. "Of course Ellen will be over," he repeated. "Of course," Miss Ronder repeated, picking up the old square black lacquer tea caddy and peering into it. He picked up the books on the table. 2 novels, Sentimental Tommy by J.M. Barrie and Sir George Tressady by Mrs. Humphrey Ward, Mr. Swinburne's Tale of Balin, and the works of Max Beerbohm. Last of all, Leslie Stephen's Social Rights and Duties. He looked at them all with their light yellow, moody labels, their fresh bindings, then slowly and very carefully put them back on the table. He always handled books as though they were human beings. He came and sat down by the fire. "I won't see over the place until to morrow," he said. "What have you done about the other books?" "The bookcases are in. It's the best room in the house. Looks over the river and gets most of the light. The books are as you packed them. I haven't dared touch them. In fact, I've left that room entirely for you to arrange." "Well," he said, "if you've done the rest of this house as well as this room, you'll do. It's jolly, it really is. I'm going to like this place." "And you hated the very idea of it." "I hated the discomfort that'd be before we settled in. But the settling in is going to be easier than I thought. Of course, we don't know yet how the land lies. Ellen will tell us." They were silent for a while. Then he looked at her with a puzzled, half humorous, half ironical glance. "It's a bit of a blow to you, Aunt Alice, burying yourself down here. London was the breath of your nostrils. What did you come for? Love of me?" She looked steadily back at him. "Not love exactly. Curiosity, perhaps. I want to see at first hand what you'll do. You're the most interesting human being I've ever met, and that isn't prejudice. Aunts do not, as a rule, find their nephews interesting. And what have you come here for? I assure you I haven't the least idea." The door was opened by Mrs. Clay. "Miss Stiles," she said. Miss Stiles, who came in, was not handsome. She was large and fat, with a round red face like a sun, and she wore colours too bright for her size. She had a slow, soft voice like the melancholy moo of a cow. She was not a bad woman, but temperamentally was made unhappy by the success or good fortune of others. Were you in distress, she would love you, cherish you, never abandon you. She would share her last penny with you, run to the end of the world for you, defend you before the whole of humanity. Were you, however, in robust health, she would hint to every one of a possible cancer. Were you popular, it would worry her terribly, and she would discover 1,000 faults in your character. Were you successful in your work, she would pray for your approaching failure, lest you should become arrogant. She gossiped without cessation and always, as it were, to restore the proper balance of the world, to pull down the mighty from their high places, to lift the humble only that they in their turn might be pulled down. She played fluently and execrably on the piano. She spent her day in running from house to house. She had independent means, lived 4 months of the year in Polchester. She had been born there, and her family had been known there for many generations before her. 4 months in London, and the rest of the year abroad. She had met Alice Ronder in London and attached herself to her. She liked the Ronders because they never boasted of their successes, because Alice had a weak heart, because Ronder, who knew her character, half humorously deprecated his talents, which were, as he knew, well enough, no mean ones. She bored Alice Ronder, but Ronder found her useful. She told him a great deal that he wanted to know, and although she was never accurate in her information, he could separate the wheat from the chaff. She was a walking mischief maker, but meant no harm to a living soul. She prided herself on her honesty, on saying exactly what she thought to every one. She was kindness itself to her servants, who adored her, as did railway porters, cabmen and newspapermen. She overtipped wherever she went, because she could not bear not to be liked. In our Polchester world she was an important factor. She was always the first to hear any piece of news in our town, and she gave it a wrong twist just as fast as she could. She was really delighted to see the Ronders, and told them so with many assurances of affection, but she was a little distressed to find the room so neat and settled. She would have preferred them to be in a thorough mess, and badly in need of her help. "My dear Alice, how quick you've been! How clever you are! At the same time, I think you'll find there's a good deal to arrange still. The Polchester girls are so slow and always breaking things. I suppose some things have been smashed in the move? Nothing very valuable, I hope?" "Lots of things, Ellen," said Ronder, laughing. "We've had the most awful time and badly need your help. It's only this room that Aunt Alice got straight. Just to have something to show, you know. And our journey down! I can't tell you what it was. Hardly room to breathe, and coming up here in the rain." "Oh, you poor things! What a welcome to Polchester! You must simply have hated the look of the whole place. Such a bad introduction, and everything looking as gloomy and depressing as possible. I expect you wished yourselves well out of it. I don't wonder you're depressed. I hope you're not feeling your heart, Alice dear." "Well, I am a little," acknowledged Miss Ronder, "but I shall go to bed early and get a good night." "You poor dear. I was afraid you'd be absolutely done up. Now you're not to get up in the morning, and I'll run about and do your shopping for you. I insist. How's Mrs. Clay?" "A little grumpy at having so much to do," said Ronder, "but she'll get over it." "I'm afraid she's a little ill-tempered at times," said Miss Stiles with satisfaction. "I thought when I came in that she looked out of sorts. Troubles never come singly, of course." All was well now, and Miss Stiles completely satisfied. She admired the room and the Hermes, and prophesied that after a week or two they would probably find things not so bad after all. She drank several cups of tea and passed on to general conversation. It was obvious very soon that she was bursting with a piece of news. "I can see, Ellen," said Ronder, humorously observing her, "that you're longing to tell us something." "Well, it is interesting. What do you think? Falk Brandon has been sent down from Oxford for misbehaviour." "And who is Falk Brandon?" asked Ronder. "The Archdeacon's son. His only boy. I've told you about Archdeacon Brandon many times. He thinks he runs the town and has been terribly above himself for a long while. This will pull him down a little. I must say, although I don't want to be uncharitable, that I'm glad of it. It's too absurd the way that he's been having everything his own way here. All the Canons are over 90 and simply give in to him about everything." "When did this happen?" "Oh, it's only just happened. He arrived by your train. I saw young George Lascelles as I was on my way up to you. He met him at the station, Falk, I mean, and he didn't pretend to disguise it. George said, 'Hello, Brandon, what are you doing here?' And Falk said, 'Oh, I've been sent down,' just like that. Didn't pretend to disguise it. He's always been as brazen as anything. He'll give his father a lot of trouble before he's done." "There's nothing very terrible," said Ronder, laughing, "in being sent down from Oxford. I've known plenty of good fellows who were." Miss Stiles looked annoyed. "Oh, but you don't know. It will be terrible for his father. He's the proudest man in England. Some people call it conceit. But however that may be, he thinks there's nothing like his family. Even poor Mrs. Brandon he's proud of when she isn't there. It will be awful for him that every one should know." Ronder said nothing. "You know," said Miss Stiles, who felt that her news had fallen flat, "you'll have to fight him or give in to him. There's no other way here. I hope you'll fight him." "I?" said Ronder. "Why, I never fight anybody. I'm much too lazy." "Then you'll never be comfortable here, that's all. He can't bear being crossed. He must have his own way about everything. If the Bishop weren't so old and the Dean so stupid. What we want here is a little life in the place." "You needn't look to us for that, Ellen," said Ronder. "We've come here to rest." "Peace, perfect peace." "I don't believe you," said Miss Stiles, tossing her head. "I'd be disappointed to think it of you." Alice Ronder gave her nephew a curious look, half of amusement, half of expectation. "It's quite true, Ellen," she said. "Now, if you've finished your tea, come and look at the rest of the house." End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. One of Joan's Days. I find it difficult now to realise how apart from the life of the world Polchester was in those days. Even now, when the war has shaken up and jostled together every small village in Great Britain, Polchester still has some shreds of its isolation left to it. But then, why, it might have been a walled-in fortress of medieval times, for all its connection with the outside world. The isolation was quite deliberately maintained. I don't mean, of course, that Mrs. Combermere and Brandon and old Bentinck Major and Mrs. Sampson said to themselves in so many words, "We will keep this to ourselves and defend its walls against every new invader, every new idea, new custom, new impulse. We will all be butchered rather than allow one old form, tradition, superstition to go." It was not as conscious as that, but in effect it was that it came to. And they were wonderfully assisted by circumstances. It is true that the main line ran through Polchester from Drymouth, but its travellers were hurrying south, and only a few trippers, a few Americans, a few sentimentalists stayed to see the Cathedral, and those who stayed found the Bull an impossibly inconvenient and uncomfortable hostelry, and did not come again. It is true that even then, in 1897, there were many agitations by sharp business men like Crosby and John Allen, Croppett and Fred Barnstable, to make the place more widely known, more commercially attractive. It was not until later that the golf course was laid out and the St. Leath Hotel rose on Pall Hill. But other things were tried, steamers on the Pol, charabancs to various places of local interest, and so on, but at this time all these efforts failed. The Cathedral was too strong for them, above all, Brandon and Mrs. Combermere were too strong for them. Nothing was done to encourage strangers. I shouldn't wonder if Mrs. Combermere didn't pay old Jolliffe of the Bull so much a year to keep his hotel inconvenient and insanitary. The men on the town council were for the most part like the canons, aged and conservative. It is true that it was in 1897 that Barnstable was elected mayor, but without Ronder I doubt whether even he would have been able to do very much. The town then revolved, so to speak, entirely on its own axis. It revolved between the two great events of the year, the summer Polchester Fair, the winter County Ball, and those two great affairs were conducted, in every detail and particular, as they had been conducted 100 years before. I find it strange, writing from the angle of to-day, to conceive it possible that so short a time ago anything in England could have been so conservative. I myself was only 13 years of age when Ronder came to our town, and saw all grown figures with the exaggerated colour and romance that local inquisitive age bestows. About my own contemporaries, young Jeremy Cole, for instance, there was no colour at all, but the older figures were strange, gigantic, almost mythological. Mrs. Combermere, the Dean, the Archdeacon, Mrs. Sampson, Canon Ronder, moved about the town, to my young eyes, like gods and goddesses, and it was not until after my return to Polchester at the end of my first Cambridge year that I saw clearly how small a town it was, and how tiny the figures in it. Joan Brandon thought her father a marvellous man, as I have already said, but she had seen him too often lose his temper, too often snub her mother, too often be upset by trivial and unimportant details, to conceive him romantically. Falk, her brother, was romantic to her because she had seen so much less of him. Her father she knew too well. For some time after Falk's return from Oxford nothing happened. Joan did not know what exactly she had expected to happen, but she had an uneasy sense that more was going on behind the scenes than she knew. The Archdeacon did not speak to Falk unless he were compelled, but Falk did not seem to mind this in the least. His handsome, defiant face flashed scorn at the whole family. He was out of the house most of the day, came down to breakfast when everyone else had finished, and often was not present at dinner in the evening. The Archdeacon had said that breakfast was not to be kept for him, but nevertheless breakfast was there on the table, however late he was. The cook, and indeed all the servants, adored him because, I suppose, he had no sense of class difference at all, and laughed and joked with any one if he was in a good temper. All these first days he spoke scarcely one word to Joan. It was as though the whole family were in his black books for some disgraceful act. They were the guilty ones, and not he. Joan blamed herself for feeling so light-hearted and gay during this family crisis, but she could not help it. A very short time ago the knowledge that battle was engaged in the very heart of the house would have made her miserable and apprehensive, but now it seemed to be all outside her and unconnected with her, as though she had a life of her own that no one could touch. Her courage seemed to grow with every half-hour of her life. Some months passed, and then one morning she came into the drawing-room and found her mother rather bewildered and distressed. "Oh, dear, I really don't know what to do," said her mother. It was so seldom that Joan was appealed to for advice that her heart now beat with pride. "What's the matter, mother?" she asked, trying to look dignified and unconcerned. Mrs. Brandon looked at her with a frightened and startled look, as though she had been speaking to herself and had not wished to be overheard. "Oh, Joan, I didn't know that you were there." "What's the matter? Is it anything I can help about?" "Oh, no, dear, nothing. Really, I didn't know that you were there." "But you must let me help, mother." Joan marvelled at her own boldness as she spoke. "It's nothing you can do, dear." "But it's sure to be something I can do. Do you know that I've been home for months and months simply with the idea of helping you, and I'm never allowed to do anything?" "Oh, really, Joan, I don't think that's quite the way to speak." "No, but, mother, it's true. I want to help. I'm grown up. I'm going to dinner at the Castle, and I must help you, or I shall go away and earn my own living." This last was so startling and fantastic that both Joan and her mother stared at one another in a kind of horrified amazement. "Oh, no, I didn't mean that, of course," Joan said hurriedly, recovering herself. "But you must see that I must have some work to do." "I don't know what your father would say," said Mrs. Brandon, still bewildered. "Oh, never mind father," said Joan quickly. "This is a matter just between you and me. I'm here to help you, and you must let me do something. Now, what's the trouble to day?" "I don't know, dear. There's no trouble exactly. Things are so difficult just now. The fact is that I promised to go to tea with Miss Burnett this afternoon, and now your father wants me to go with him to the Deanery. So provoking! Miss Burnett caught me in the street, where it's always difficult to speak of excuses." "Let me go to Miss Burnett's instead," said Joan. "It's quite time I took on some of the calling for you. I've never seen Mr. Morris, and I hear he's very nice." "Very well, dear," said Mrs. Brandon, suddenly beginning, as her way was when there was any real opposition, to capitulate on all sides at once. "Suppose you do go, dear. I'm sure it's very kind of you. And you might take those books back to the circulating library as well. It's market day. Are you sure you won't mind the horses and cows and dogs?" Joan laughed. "I believe you think I'm still 5 years old, mother. That's splendid. I'll start off after lunch." Joan went up to her room elated. Truly this was a great step forward. It occurred to her on further reflection that something very serious indeed must be going on behind the scenes to cause her mother to give in so quickly. She sat on her old faded rocking chair, her hands crossed behind her head, thinking it all out. Did she once begin calling on her own account, she was grown up indeed. What would these Morrises be like? She found now that she was beginning to be a little frightened. Mr. Morris was the new rector of St. James, the little church over by the cattle market. He had not been in Polchester very long, and was said to be a shy, timid man, but a good preacher. He was a widower, and his sister-in-law kept house for him. Joan considered further on the great importance of these concessions. It made all the difference to everything. She was now to have a life of her own, and every kind of adventure and romance was possible for her. She was suddenly so happy that she sprang up and did a little dance round her room, a sort of polka, that became so vehement that the pictures and the little rickety table rattled. "I'll be so grown up at the Morrises' this afternoon that they'll think I've been calling for years," she said to herself. She had need of all her courage and optimism at luncheon, for it was a gloomy meal. Only her father and mother were present. They were all very silent. After lunch she went upstairs, put on her hat and coat, picked up the 3 library books, and started off. It was a sunny day, with shadows chasing one another across the Cathedral Green. There was, as there so often is in Polchester, a smell of the sea in the air, cold and invigorating. She paused for a moment and looked across at the Cathedral. She did not know why, but she had always been afraid of the Cathedral. She had never loved it, and had always wished that they could go on Sundays to some little church like St. James. For most of her conscious life the Cathedral had hung over her with its dark, menacing shadow, forbidding her, as it seemed to her, to be gay or happy or careless. To day the thought suddenly came to her, "That place is going to do us harm. I hate it." And for a moment she was depressed and uneasy. But when she came out from the Arden Gate and saw the High Street all shining with the sun, running down the hill into glittering distance, she was gloriously cheerful once more. There the second wonderful thing that day happened to her. She had taken scarcely a step down the hill when she came upon Mrs. Sampson. There was nothing wonderful about that. Mrs. Sampson, being the wife of a dean who was much more retiring than he should be, was to be seen in public at all times and seasons, having to do, as it were, the work of two rather than one. No, the wonderful thing was that Joan suddenly realised that her terror of Mrs. Sampson, a terror that had always been a real thorn in her flesh, was completely gone. It was as though a charm, an abracadabra, had been whispered over Mrs. Sampson, and she had been changed immediately into a rabbit. It had never been Mrs. Sampson's fault that she was alarming to the young. She was a good woman, but she was cursed with two sad burdens, a desperate shyness and a series, unrelenting, unmitigating, mysterious, desperate, of nervous headaches. Her headaches were a feature of Polchester life, and those who were old enough to understand pitied her and offered her many remedies. But the young cannot be expected to realise that there can be anything physically wrong with the old, and Mrs. Sampson's sharpness of manner, her terrifying habit of rapping out a "yes" or a "no," her gloomy view of boisterous habits and healthy appetites, made her one most truly to be avoided. Before to day Joan would have willingly walked a mile out of her way to escape her. To day she only saw a nervous, pale-faced little woman in an ill-fitting blue dress for whom she could not be anything but sorry. "Good morning, Mrs. Sampson." "Good morning, Joan. Isn't it a nice day?" "It's cold, I think. Is your mother well?" "Very well, thank you." "Give her my love." "I will, Mrs. Sampson. Good bye." "Good bye." Mrs. Sampson's nose, that would take on a blue colour on a cold day, quivered, her thin mouth shut with a snap, and she was gone. But I wasn't afraid of her. She was almost frightened at this new spirit that had come to her, and feeling rather that in another moment she would be punished for her piratical audacity, she turned up the steps into the circulating library. It was the custom in those days that far away from the dust of the grimy shelves, in the very middle of the room, there was a table with all the latest works of fiction in their gaudy bindings, a few volumes of poetry and a few memoirs. Close to this table Miss Milton sat, wrapped in the warmest weather in a thick shawl and knitting endless stockings. She hated children, myself in particular. She was also a snob of the snobs, and thanked God on her knees every night for Lady St. Leath, Mrs. Combermere and Mrs. Sampson, by whose graces she was left in her present position. Joan was still too near childhood to be considered very seriously, and it was well known that her father did not take her very seriously either. She was always, therefore, on the rare occasions when she entered the library, snubbed by Miss Milton. It must be confessed that to day, in spite of her success with Mrs. Sampson, she was nervous. She was nervous partly because she hated Miss Milton's red-rimmed eyes and never looked at them if she could help it, but in the main because she knew that her mother was returning the library books too quickly, and had, moreover, insisted that she should ask for Mr. Barry's Sentimental Tommy and Mr. Seton Merriman's The Sowers, both of them books that had been asked for weeks, and as steadily and persistently refused. Joan knew that Miss Milton would say that they might be in next week, but she couldn't be sure. Was Joan strong enough now in her new found glory to fight for them? She did not know. She advanced to the table smiling. Miss Milton did not look up, but continued to knit one of her horrible stockings. "Good morning, Miss Milton. Mother has sent back these books. They were not quite what she wanted." "I'm sorry for that." Miss Milton took the books into her chilblained protection. "It's a little difficult, I must say, to know what Mrs. Brandon prefers." "Well, there's Sentimental Tommy," began Joan. But Miss Milton was an old general. "Oh, that's out, I'm afraid. Now, here's a sweetly pretty book, Roger Varibow's Wife, by Adeline Sargent. It's only just out." "Or there's The Sowers," said Joan, caught against her will by the red-rimmed eyes and staring at them. "Oh, that's out, I'm afraid. There are several books here—" "You promised mother," said Joan, "that she should have Sentimental Tommy this week. You promised her a month ago. It's about time that mother had a book that she cares for." "Really," said Miss Milton, wide-eyed at Joan's audacity, "you seem to be charging me with some remissness, Miss Brandon. If you have any complaint, I'm sure the Library Committee will attend to it. It's to them I have to answer. When the book is in, you shall have it. I can promise no more. I am only human." "You have said that now for 3 months," said Joan, beginning, to her own surprised delight, to be angry. "Surely the last reader hasn't been 3 months over it. I thought subscribers were only allowed to keep a book a week." Miss Milton's crimson colouring turned to a deep purple. "The book is out," she said. "Both books are out. They are in great demand. I have no more to say." The library door opened and a young man came in. Joan was still too young to wish for scenes in public. She must give up the battle for to day. When, however, she saw who it was, she blushed. It was young Lord St. Leath, Johnny St. Leath, as he was known to his familiars, who were many, and of all sorts and conditions. Joan hated herself for blushing, especially before the odious Miss Milton. But there was a reason. One day in last October, after morning service, Joan and her mother had waited in the Cloisters to avoid a shower of rain. St. Leath had also waited, and very pleasantly had talked to them both. There was nothing very alarming in this, but as the rain cleared and Mrs. Brandon had moved forward across the Green, he had suddenly, with a confusion that had seemed to her charming, asked Joan whether one day they mightn't meet again. He had given her one look straight in the eye, tried to say something more, failed, and turned away down the Cloisters. Joan had never before been asked by any young man to meet him again. She had told herself that this was nothing but the merest, most obvious politeness. Nevertheless, the look that he had given her remained. Now, as she saw him advancing towards her, there was the thought, was it not on that very morning that her new courage and self-confidence had come to her? The thought was so absurd that she flung it at Miss Milton, but the blush remained. Johnny was an ungainly young man, with a red face, freckles, a large mouth, and a bull terrier, a conventional British type, I suppose, saved nevertheless from conventionality by his affection for his 3 plain sisters, his determination to see things as they were, and his sense of humour, the last of these something quite his own, and always appearing in unexpected places. The bull terrier, in spite of the notice on the library door that no dogs were admitted, advanced breathlessly and dribbling with excitement for Miss Milton's large black felt slippers. "Here, Andrew, old man, heel, heel," said Johnny. Andrew, however, quite naturally concluded that this was only an approval of his intentions, and there might have followed an awkward scene had his master not caught him by the collar and held him suspended in mid-air, to his own indignant surprise and astonishment. Joan laughed, and Miss Milton, quivering between indignation, fear, and snobbery, dropped the stocking that she was knitting. Andrew burst from his master's clutches, rushed the stocking into the farthest recesses of the library, and proceeded there to enjoy it. Johnny apologized. "Oh, it's quite all right, Lord St. Leath," said Miss Milton. "What a fine animal!" "Yes, he is," said Johnny, rescuing the stocking. "He's as strong as Lucifer. Here, Andrew, you devil, I'll break every bone in your body." During this little scene Johnny had smiled at Joan, and in so pleasant a way that she was compelled to smile back at him. "How do you do, Miss Brandon?" He had recalled Andrew now, and the dog was slobbering happily at his feet. "Jolly day, isn't it?" "Yes," said Joan, and stood there awkwardly, feeling that she ought to go, but not knowing quite how to do so. He also seemed embarrassed, and turned abruptly to Miss Milton. "I say, look here. Mother asked me to come in and get that book you promised her. What's the name of the thing? I've got it written down." He fumbled in his pocket and produced a bit of paper. "Here it is. Sentimental Tommy, by a man named Barry. Silly name, but mother's always reading the most awful stuff." Joan turned toward Miss Milton. "How funny," she said. "That's the book I've just been asking for. It's out." Miss Milton's face was a curious purple. "Well, that's odd," said Johnny. "Mother told me that you'd sent her a line to say it was in whenever she sent for it." "It's been out 3 months," said Joan, staring now straight into Miss Milton's angry eyes. "I've been keeping," said Miss Milton. "That is, there's a special copy. Lady St. Leath specially asked." "Is it in or isn't it?" asked Johnny. "There is a copy, Lord St. Leath." With confused fingers Miss Milton searched in a drawer. She produced the book. "You told me," said Joan, forgetting now in her anger St. Leath and all the world, "that there wouldn't be a copy for weeks. If you'd told me you were keeping one for St. Leath, that would have been different. You shouldn't have told me a lie." "Do you mean to say," said Johnny, opening his eyes very widely indeed, "that you refused this copy to Miss Brandon?" "Certainly," said Miss Milton, breathing very hard as though she had been running a long distance. "I was keeping it for your mother." "Well, I'm damned," said Johnny. "I beg your pardon, Miss Brandon, but I never heard such a thing. Does my mother pay a larger subscription than other people?" "Certainly not." "Then what right had you to tell Miss Brandon a lie?" Miss Milton, in spite of long training in the kind of warfare attaching, if necessary, to circulating libraries, was very near to tears, also murder. She would have been delighted to pierce Joan's heart with a bright stiletto had such a weapon been handy. She saw the softest, easiest, idlest job in the world slipping out of her fingers. She saw herself a desolate and haggard virgin begging her bread on the Polchester streets. She saw but never mind her visions. They were terrible ones. She had recourse to her only defence. "If I have misunderstood my duty," she said in a trembling voice, "there is the Library Committee." "Oh, never mind," said Joan, whose anger had disappeared. "It doesn't matter a bit. We'll have the book after Lady St. Leath." "Indeed you won't," said Johnny, seizing the volume and forcing it upon Joan. "Mother can wait. I never heard of such a thing." He turned fiercely upon Miss Milton. "My mother shall know exactly what has happened. I'm sure she'd be horrified if she understood that you were keeping books from other subscribers in order that she might have them. Good afternoon." He strode from the room. At the door he paused. "Shall we are you going down the High Street, Miss Brandon?" "Yes," said Joan. They went out of the room and down the Library steps together. In the shiny, sunny street they paused. The dark cobwebs of the Library hung behind Joan's consciousness like the sudden breaking of a mischievous spell. She was so happy that she could have embraced Andrew, who was, however, already occupied with the distant aura of a white poodle on the other side of the street. Johnny was driven by the impulse of his indignation down the hill. Joan, rather breathlessly, followed him. "I say," said Johnny, "did you ever hear of such a woman? She ought to be poisoned. She ought indeed. No, poisoning's too good for her. Hung, drawn and quartered. That's what she ought to be. She'll get into trouble over that." "Oh, no," said Joan. "Please, Lord St. Leath, please don't say any more about it. She has a difficult time, I expect, everybody wanting the same books. After all, a promise is a promise." "But she'd promised your mother." "No, she never really did. She always said that it would be in a day or two. She never properly promised. I expect we'd have had it next." The snob, the rotten snob! Johnny paused and raised his stick. "I hate women like that. No, she's not doing her job properly. She oughtn't to be there." So swift had been their descent that they arrived in a moment at the market. Because to day was market day there was a fine noise, confusion and splendour, carts rattling in and out, sheep and cows driven hither and thither, the wooden stalls bright with flowers and vegetables, the dim arcades looming behind the square filled with mysterious riches. They could not talk very much here, and Joan was glad. She was too deeply excited to talk. At one moment St. Leath took her arm to guide her past a confused mob of bewildered sheep. The Glebeshire peasant on marketing day has plenty of conversation. Old wrinkled women, stout red-faced farmers, boys and girls, all shouted together, and above the scene the light driving clouds flung their transparent shadows like weaving shuttles across the sun. "Oh, do let's stop here a moment," said Joan, peering into one of the arcades. "I've always loved this one all my life. I've never been able to resist it." This was the toy arcade now, I'm afraid, gone the way of so many other romantic things. It had been to all of us the most wonderful spot in Polchester from the very earliest days, this partly because of the toys themselves, partly because it was densest and darkest of all the arcades, never utterly to be pierced by our youthful eyes, partly because only 2 doors away were the sinister rooms of Mr. Dawson, the dentist. Here not only was there every kind of toy dolls, soldiers, horses, carts, games, tops, hoops, dogs, elephants but also sweets, chocolates, jujubes, caramels, and the best sweet in the whole world, the Polchester bull's-eye. They went in together. Mrs. Magnet, now with God, an old woman like a berry, always in a bonnet with green flowers, smiled and bobbed. The colours of the toys, jumbled against the dark walls, were like patterns in a carpet. "What do you say, Miss Brandon?" said Johnny. "If I give you a toy, will you give me one?" "Yes," said Joan, afraid a little of Mrs. Magnet's piercing black eye. "You're not to see what I get. Turn your back a moment." Joan turned around. As she waited she could hear the "Hi! Hi! Whoa!" of the market cries, the bleating of the sheep, the lowing of a cow. "Here you are, then." She turned. He presented her with a Japanese doll, gay in a pink cotton frock, his waist girdled with a sash of gold tissue. "Now, you turn your back," she said. In a kind of happy desperation she seized a nigger with bold red cheeks, a white jacket and crimson trousers. Mrs. Magnet wrapped the presents up. They paid and walked out into the sun again. "I'll keep that doll," said Johnny, "just as long as you keep yours." "Good bye," said Joan hurriedly. "I've got to call at a house on the other side of the market. Good bye." She felt the pressure of his hand on hers, then, clutching her parcel, hurried, almost ran, indeed, through the market stalls. She did not look back. When she had crossed the square, she turned down into a little side street. The plan of Polchester is very simple. It is built, as it were, on the side of a rock, running finally to a flat top on which is the Cathedral. Down the side of the rock there are broad ledges, and it is on one of these that the market place is built. At the bottom of the rock lies the jumble of cottages known most erroneously as Seatown, and around the rock runs the river Pol, slipping away at last through woods and hills and valleys into the sea. At high tide you can go all the way to the river by the sea, and in the summer this makes a pleasant and beautiful excursion. It is because of this that Seatown has, perhaps, some right to its name, because in one way and another sailors collect in the cottages and at the Dog and Pilchard, that pleasant and democratic hostelry of which, in 1897, Samuel Hogg was landlord. Many visitors have been known to declare that Seatown was "too sweet for anything," and that it "would be really wicked to knock down the ducks of cottages." But the ducks of cottages were the foulest and most insanitary dwelling places in the south of England, and it has always been to me amazing that the Polchester Town Council allowed them to stand so long as they did. In 1902, as all the Glebeshire world knows, there was the great battle of Seatown, ending in the cottages' destruction. In 1897 those evil dwelling places gloried in their full magnificence of sweet corruption, nor did the periodical attacks of typhoid alarm in the least the citizens of the Upper Town. Once and again gentlemen from other parts paid mysterious official visits, but we had ways in old times of dealing with inquisitive meddlers from the outside world. Because the market place was halfway down the rock, and because the rectory of St. James was just below the market place, the upper windows of that house commanded a wonderful view both of the hill, High Street, and Cathedral above it, and of Seatown, river and woods below it. It was said that it was up this very rocky street from the river, through the market and up the High Street, that the armed enemies of the Black Bishop had fought their way to the Cathedral on that great day when the Bishop had gone to meet his God, and a piece of rock is still shown to innocent visitors as the place whence some of his enemies, in full armour, were flung down many thousand feet to the waters of the Pol. Joan had often longed to see the view from the windows of St. James' Rectory, but she had not known old Dr. Burrows, the former rector, a cross man with gout and rheumatism. She walked up some steps and found the house, the last of three all squeezed together on the edge of the hill. The rectory, because it was the last, stood square to all the winds of heaven, and Joan fancied what it must be in wild wintry weather. Soon she was in the drawing-room, shaking hands with Miss Burnett, who was Mr. Morris's sister-in-law, and kept house for him. Miss Burnett was a stout, negative woman, whose whole mind was absorbed in the business of housekeeping, prices of food, wickedness and ingratitude of servants, maliciousness of shopkeepers, and so on. The house, with all her managing, was neither tidy nor clean, as Joan quickly saw. Miss Burnett was not by temperament methodical, nor had she ever received any education. Her mind, so far as a perception of the outside world and its history went, was some way behind that of a Hottentot or a South Sea Islander. She had, from the day of her birth, been told by every one around her that she was stupid, and after a faint struggle she had acquiesced in that judgment. She knew that her younger sister, afterwards Mrs. Morris, was pretty and accomplished, and that she would never be either of those things. She was not angry nor jealous at this. The note of her character was acquiescence, and when Agatha had died of pleurisy it had seemed the natural thing for her to come and keep house for the distressed widower. If Mr. Morris had since regretted the arrangement, he had at any rate never said so. Miss Burnett's method of conversation was to say something about the weather and then to lapse into a surprised and distressed stare. If her visitor made some statement, she crowned it with, "Well, now, that was just what I was going to say." Her nose, when she talked, twinkled at the nostrils apprehensively, and many of her visitors found this fascinating, so that they suddenly, with hot confusion, realized that they too had been staring in a most offensive manner. Joan had not been out in the world long enough to enable her to save a difficult situation by brilliant talk, and she very quickly found herself staring at Miss Burnett's nose and longing to say something about it, as, for instance, "What a strong nose you've got, Miss Burnett! See how it twitches!" Or, "If you'll allow me, Miss Burnett, I'd just like to study your nose for a minute." When she realized this horrible desire in herself, she blushed crimson and gazed about the untidy and entangled drawing-room in real desperation. She could see nothing in the room that was likely to save her. She was about to rise and depart, although she had only been there 5 minutes, when Mr. Morris came in. Joan realized at once that this man was quite different from any one whom she had ever known. He was a stranger to her Polchester world in body, soul and spirit, as though a foreigner from some far distant country. He had been shipwrecked and cast upon an inhospitable shore. So strangely did she feel this that she was quite surprised when he did not speak with a foreign accent. "Oh, he must be a poet," was her second thought about Mr. Morris, not because he dressed oddly or had long hair. She could not tell whence the impression came, unless it were in his strange, bewildered, lost blue eyes. Lost, bewildered yes, that was what he was. With every movement of his slim, straight body, the impulse with which he brushed back his untidy fair hair from his forehead, he seemed like a man only just awake, a man needing care and protection because he simply would not be able to look after himself. So ridiculously did she have this impression that she almost cried "Look out!" when he moved forward, as though he would certainly knock himself against a chair or a table. How strange, she thought, that this man should live with Miss Burnett. What does he think of her? She was excited by her discovery of him, but that meant very little, because just now she was being excited by everything. She found at once that talking to him was the easiest thing in the world. Mr. Morris did not say very much. He smiled gently, and when Miss Burnett, awaking suddenly from her torpor, said, "You'll have some tea, Miss Brandon, won't you?" he, smiling, softly repeated the invitation. "Thank you," said Joan, "I will. How strange it is," she went on, "that you are so close to the market, and even on market day you don't hear a sound." And it was strange, as though the house were bewitched and had suddenly, even as Joan entered it, gathered around it a dark wood for its protection. "Yes," said Mr. Morris, "we found it strange at first, but it's because we are the last house and the three others protect us. We get the wind and rain, though. You should hear this place in a storm. But the house is strong enough. It's very stoutly built. Not a board creaks in the wildest weather. Only the windows rattle and the wind comes roaring down the chimneys." "How long have you been here?" asked Joan. "Nearly a year, and we still feel strangers. We were near Ashford in Kent for 12 years, and the Glebeshire people are very different." "Well," said Joan, who was a little irritated because she felt that his voice was a little sadder than it ought to be, "I think you'll like Polchester. I'm sure you will. And you've come in a good year, too. There's sure to be a lot going on this year because of the Jubilee." Mr. Morris did not seem to be as thrilled as he should be by the thought of the Jubilee, so Joan went on. "It's so lucky for us that it comes just at the Polchester feast time. We always have a tremendous week at the feast, the horticultural show, and a ball in the Assembly Rooms, and all sorts of things. It's going to be my first ball this year, although I've really come out already," she laughed. "Festivities start to morrow with the arrival of Marquis." "Marquis?" repeated Mr. Morris politely. "Oh, don't you know Marquis? He is the greatest circus in England. He comes to Polchester every year, and they have a procession through the town elephants and camels, and Britannia in her chariot, and sometimes a cage with the lions and the tigers. Last year they had the sweetest little ponies, 4 of them, no higher than St. Bernards. And there are the clowns, too, and a band." She was suddenly afraid that she was talking too much. Silly, too, in her childish enthusiasms. She remembered that she was in reality deputizing for her mother, who would never have talked about the circus. Fortunately, at that moment the tea came in. It was brought by a flushed and contemptuous maid, who put the tray down on a little table with a bang, tossed her head as though she despised them all, and slammed the door behind her. Miss Burnett was upset by this, and her nose twitched more violently than ever. Joan saw that her hand trembled as she poured out the tea, and she was at once sorry for her. Mr. Morris talked about Kent and London, and tea was drunk and the saffron cake praised, and Joan thought it was time to go. At the last, however, she turned to Mr. Morris and said, "Do you like the Cathedral?" "It's wonderful," he answered. "You should see it from our window upstairs." "Oh, I hate it," said Joan. "Why?" Morris asked her. There was a curious challenge in his voice. They were both standing facing one another. "I suppose that's a silly thing to say. Only you don't live as close to it as we do, and you haven't lived here so long as we have. It seems to hang right over you.
and it never changes, and I hate to think it will go on just the same, years after we're dead." "Have you seen the view from our window?" Morris asked her. "No," said Joan. "I was never in this house before." "Come and see it," he said. "I'm sure," said Miss Burnett heavily, "Miss Brandon doesn't want to be bothered, when she's seen the Cathedral all her life, too." "Of course I'd love to see it," said Joan, laughing. "To tell you the truth, that's what I've always wanted. I looked at this house again and again when the old Canon Burrows was here, and thought there must be a wonderful view." She said good bye to Miss Burnett. "My mother does hope you will soon come and see us," she said. "I have just met Mrs. Brandon for a moment at Mrs. Combermere's," said Mr. Morris. "We'll be very glad to come." She went out with him. "It's up these stairs," he said. "2 flights. I hope you don't mind." They climbed on to the second landing. At the end of the passage there was a window. The evening was grey, and only little faint wisps of blue still lingered above the dusk, but the white sky threw up the Cathedral towers, now black and sharp edged in magnificent relief. Truly it was a view. The window was in such a position that through it you gazed behind the neighbouring houses, above some low roofs, straight up the twisting High Street to the Cathedral. The great building seemed to be perched on the very edge of the rock, almost, you felt, swinging in mid-air, and that so precariously that with one push of the finger you might send it staggering into space. Joan had never seen it so dominating, so commanding, so fierce in its disregard of the tiny clustered world beneath it, so near to the stars, so majestic and alone. "Yes, it's wonderful," she said. "Oh, but you should see it," he cried, "as it can be. It's dull to day, the sky's grey and there's no sunset. But when it's flaming red with all the windows shining, or when all the stars are out or in moonlight, it's like a great ship sometimes, and sometimes like a cloud, and sometimes like a fiery palace. Sometimes it's in mist, and you can only see just the top of the towers." "I don't like it," said Joan, turning away. "It doesn't care what happens to us." "Why should it?" he answered. "Think of all it's seen, the battles and the fights and the plunder. And it doesn't care. We can do what we like and it will remain just the same." "People could come and knock it down," Joan said. "I believe it would still be there if they did. The rock would be there and the spirit of the Cathedral. What do people matter beside a thing like that? Why, we're ants." He stopped suddenly. "You'll think me foolish, Miss Brandon," he said. "You have known the Cathedral so long." He paused. "I think I know what you mean about fearing it." He saw her to the door. "Good bye," he said, smiling. "Come again." I like him, she thought as she walked away. What a splendid day she had had. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Impertinent Elephant. Archdeacon Brandon had surmounted with surprising celerity the shock of Falk's unexpected return. He was helped to this firstly by his confident belief in a God who had him especially in his eye and would on no account do him any harm. As God had decided that Falk had better leave Oxford, it was foolish to argue that it would have been wiser for him to stay there. Secondly, he was helped by his own love for, and pride in, his son. The independence and scorn that were so large a part of Falk's nature were after his own heart. He might fight and oppose them, he often did, but always behind the contest there was appreciation and approbation. That was the way for a son of his to treat the world, to snap his fingers at it. The natural thing to do, the good old world being as stupid as it was. Thirdly, he was helped by his family pride. It took him only a night's reflection to arrive at the decision that Falk had been entirely right in this affair and Oxford entirely in the wrong.
2 days after Falk's return he wrote, without saying anything to the boy, Falk's tutor a very warm letter, pointing out that he was sure the tutor would agree with him that a little more tact and diplomacy might have prevented so unfortunate an issue. It was not for him, Brandon, to suggest that the authorities in Oxford were perhaps a little behind the times, a little out of the world. Nevertheless, it was probably true that long residence in Oxford had hindered the aforesaid authorities from realizing the trend of the day, from appreciating the new spirit of independence that was growing in our younger generation. It seemed obvious to him, Archdeacon Brandon, that you could no longer treat men of Falk's age and character as mere boys, and although he was quite sure that the authorities at Oxford had done their best, he nevertheless hoped that this unfortunate episode would enable them to see that we were not now living in the Middle Ages, but rather in the last years of the 19th century. It may seem to some a little ironical that the Archdeacon, who was the most conservative soul alive, should write thus to one of the most conservative of our institutions, but before Oxford the Brandons were... What the tutor remarked when he read this letter is not recorded. Brandon said nothing to Falk about all this. Indeed, during the first weeks after Falk's return he preserved a stern and dignified silence. After all, the boy must learn that authority was authority, and he prided himself that he knew, better than any number of Oxford dons, how to train and educate the young. Nevertheless, light broke through. Some of Falk's jokes were so good that his father, who had a real sense of fun, if only a slight sense of humour, was bound to laugh. Very soon father and son resumed their old relations of sudden tempers and mutual admiration, and a strange, rather pathetic, quite uneloquent love that was none the less real because it was, on either side, completely selfish. But there was a fourth reason why Falk's return caused so slight a storm. That reason was that the Archdeacon was now girding up his loins before he entered upon one of his famous campaigns. There had been many campaigns in the past. Campaigns were indeed as truly the breath of the Archdeacon's nostrils as they had been once of the great Napoleon's, and in every one of them had the Archdeacon been victorious. This one was to be the greatest of them all, and was to set the sign and seal upon the whole of his career. It happened that 3 miles out of Polchester there was a little village known as Pybus St. Anthony. A very beautiful village it was, with orchards and a stream and old-world cottages and a fine Norman church. But not for its orchards, nor its stream, nor its church was it famous. It was famous because for many years its listing had been regarded as one of the most important in the whole diocese of Polchester. It was the tradition that the man who went to Pybus St. Anthony had the world in front of him. When likely men for preferment were looked for, it was to Pybus St. Anthony that men looked. Heaven alone knows how many canons and archdeacons had made their first bow there to the Glebeshire world. 3 deans and a bishop had, at different times, made it their first stepping-stone to fame. Canon Morrison, honorary canon of the Cathedral, was its present incumbent. Less intellectual than some of the earlier incumbents, he was nevertheless a fine fellow. He had been there only 3 years when symptoms of cancer of the throat had appeared. He had been operated on in London, and at first it had seemed that he would recover. Then the dreaded signs had reappeared. He had wished, poor man, to surrender the living, but because there was yet hope, the chapter, in whose gift the living was, had insisted on his remaining. A week ago, however, he had collapsed. It was feared now that at any moment he might die. The Archdeacon was very sorry for Morrison. He liked him and was deeply touched by his tragedy. Nevertheless, one must face facts, and it was probable that at any moment now the chapter would be forced to make a new appointment. He had been aware he did not disguise it from himself in the least for some time now of the way that the appointment must go. There was a young man, the Reverend Rex Forsyth by name, who, in his judgment, could be the only possible man. Young Forsyth was, at the present moment, chaplain to the Bishop of St. Minworth. St Minworth was only a suffragan bishopric, and it could not honestly be said that there was a great deal for Mr Forsyth to do there. But it was not because the Archdeacon thought that the young man ought to have more to do that he wished to move him to Pybus St Anthony. Far from it. The Archdeacon, in the deep secrecy of his own heart, could not honestly admit that young Forsyth was a very hard worker. He liked hunting and whist and a good bottle of wine. He was that kind of man. Where, then, were his qualifications as Canon Morrison's successor? Well, quite honestly, and the Archdeacon was one of the honestest men alive, his qualifications belonged more especially to his ancestors than to himself. In the Archdeacon's opinion there had been too many clever men of Pybus. Time now for a normal man. Morrison was normal, and Forsyth would be more normal still. He was, in fact, first cousin to young Johnny St Leath, and therefore a very near relation of the Countess herself. His father was the fourth son of the Earl of Trewitton, and, as every one knows, the Trewittons and the St Leaths are, for all practical purposes, one and the same family, and divide Glebeshire between them. No one ever quite knew what young Rex Forsyth became a parson for. Some people said he did it for a wager, but however true that might be, he was not very happy with dear old Bishop Clematis and very ready for preferment. Now the Archdeacon was no snob. He believed in men and women who had long and elaborate family trees, simply because he believed in institutions, and because it had always seemed to him a quite obvious fact that the longer any one or anything remained in a place, the more chance there was of things being done as they always had been done. It was not in the least because she was a countess that he thought the old Lady St Leath a wonderful woman. Not wonderful for her looks, certainly, no one could call her a beautiful woman, and not wonderful for her intelligence. The Archdeacon had frequently been compelled to admit to himself that she was a little on the stupid side, but wonderful for her capacity for staying where she was, like a rock, and allowing nothing whatever to move her. In these dangerous days, and what dangerous days they were, the safety of the country simply depended on a few such figures as the Countess. Queen Victoria was another of them, and for her the Archdeacon had a real and very touching devotion. Thank God he would be able to show a little of it in the prominent part he intended to play in the Polchester Jubilee festivals this year. Anyone could see, then, that to have young Rex Forsyth close at hand at Pybus St Anthony was the very best possible thing for the good of Polchester. Lady St Leath saw it, Mrs Combermere saw it, Mrs Sampson saw it, and young Forsyth himself saw it. The Archdeacon entirely failed to understand how there could be any one who did not see it. However, he was afraid that there were one or two in Polchester. People said that young Forsyth was stupid. Perhaps he was not very bright, all the easier then to direct him in the way that he should go, and throw his forces into the right direction. People said that he cared more for his hunting and his whist than for his work. Well, he was young, and at any rate there was none of the canting hypocrite about him. The Archdeacon hated canting hypocrites. There had been signs, once and again, of certain anarchists and devilish fellows who crept up and down the streets of Polchester, spreading their wicked mischief, their lying and disintegrating ideas. The Archdeacon was determined to fight them to the very last breath in his body, even as the Black Bishop before him had fought his enemies, and the Archdeacon had no fear of his victory. Rex Forsyth at Pybus St Anthony would be a fine step forward. Have one of these irreligious radicals there, and heaven alone knew what harm he might wreak. No, Polchester must be saved. Let the rest of the world go to pieces. Polchester would be preserved. On how many earlier occasions had the Archdeacon surveyed the Chapter, considered it in all its details, and weighed up judiciously the elements, good and bad, that composed it. How well he knew them all! First, the Dean, mild and polite and amiable, his mind generally busy with his beloved flora and fauna, his flowers and his butterflies, very easy indeed to deal with. Then Archdeacon Witheram, most nobly conscientious, a really devout man, taking his work with a seriousness that was simply admirable, but glued to the details of his own half of the diocese, so that broader and larger questions did not concern him very closely. Bentinck Major next. The Archdeacon flattered himself that he knew Bentinck Major through and through, his snobbery, his vanity, his childish pleasure in his position and his cook, his vanity in his own smart appearance. It would be difficult to find words adequate for the scorn with which the Archdeacon regarded that elegant little man. Then Byle, the precentor. He was to some extent an unknown quantity. His chief characteristic, perhaps, was his hatred of quarrels. He would say or do anything if only he might not be drawn into a row. Peace at any price was his motto, and this, of course, as with the famous Vicar of Bray, involved a good deal of insincerity. The Archdeacon knew that he could not trust him, but a masterful policy of terrorism had always been very successful. Ryle was frankly frightened by the Archdeacon, and a very good thing, too. Might he long remain so! Lastly, there was Foster, the diocesan missioner. Let it be said at once that the Archdeacon hated Foster. Foster had been a thorn in the Archdeacon's side ever since his arrival at Polchester. A thin, shambly-kneed, untidy, pale-faced prig, that was what Foster was. The Archdeacon hated everything about him. His grey hair, his large protruding ears, the pimple on the end of his nose, the baggy knees to his trousers, his thick, heavy hands that never seemed to be properly washed. Nevertheless, beneath that hatred the Archdeacon was compelled to a reluctant admiration. The man was fearless, a fanatic if you please, but devoted to his religion, believing in it with a fervour and sincerity that nothing could shake. An able man, too, the best preacher in the diocese, better read in every kind of theology than any clergyman in Glebeshire. It was especially for his open mind about new religious ideas that the Archdeacon mistrusted him. No opinion, however heterodox, shocked him. He welcomed new thought and had himself written a book, Christ and the Gospels, that for its learning and broad-mindedness had created a considerable stir. But he was a dull dog, never laughed, never even smiled, lived by himself and kept to himself. He had, in the past, opposed every plan of the Archdeacon's, and opposed it relentlessly, but he was always, thanks to the Archdeacon's efforts, in a minority. The other canons disliked him. The old bishop, safely tucked away in his palace at Carpledon, was, except for his satellite Rogers, his only friend in Polchester. So much for the Chapter. There was now only one unknown element in the situation, Ronder. Ronder's position was important because he was treasurer to the Cathedral. His predecessor, Hartsmith, now promoted to the deanery of Norwich, had been an able man, but one of the old school, a great friend of Brandon's, seeing eye to eye with him in everything. The Archdeacon, then, had had his finger very closely upon the Cathedral purse, and Hartsmith's departure had been a very serious blow. The appointment of the new canon had been in the hands of the Crown, and Brandon had, of course, had nothing to say to it. However, one glance at Ronder, he had seen him and spoken to him at the Dean's a few days after his arrival, had reassured him. Here surely was a man whom he need not fear, an easy, good-natured, rather stupid fellow by the look of him. Brandon hoped to have his finger on the Cathedral purse as tightly in a few weeks' time as he had had it before. And all this was in no sort of fashion for the Archdeacon's personal advancement or ambition. He was contented with Polchester, and quite prepared to live there for the rest of his days, and be buried, with proper ceremonies, when his end came. With all his soul he loved the Cathedral, and if he regarded himself as the principal factor in its good governance and order, he did so with a sort of divine fatalism. No credit to him that it was so. Let credit be given to the Lord God, who had seen fit to make him what he was, and to place in his hands that great charge. His fault in the matter was, perhaps, that he took it all too simply, that he regarded these men and the other figures in Polchester exactly as he saw them, did not believe that they could ever be anything else. As God had created the world, so did Brandon create Polchester, as nearly in his own likeness as might be. There they all were, and there, please God, they would all be for ever. Bending his mind, then, to his new campaign, he thought that he would go and see the Dean. He knew by this time, he fancied, exactly how to prepare the Dean's mind for the proper reception of an idea, although in truth he was as simple over his plots and plans as a child brick-building in its nursery. About 3 o'clock one afternoon he prepared to sally forth. The Dean's house was on the other side of the Cathedral, and you had to go down the High Street and then to the left up Orange Street to get to it, an irrational roundabout proceeding that always irritated the Archdeacon. Very splendid he looked, his top hat shining, his fine high white collar, his spotless black clothes, his boots shapely and smart. He and Bentinck Major were, I suppose, the only two clergymen in Polchester who used boot trees. But his smartness was in no way an essential with him. Clothed in rags he would still have the grand air. "I often think of him," Miss Dobell once said, "as one of those glorious gondoliers in Venice. How grand he would look!" However that might be, it is beyond question that the ridiculous clothes that a clergyman of the Church of England is compelled to wear did not make him absurd, nor did he look an overdressed fop like Bentinck Major. Miss Dobell's gondolier was, on this present occasion, in an excellent temper, and meeting his daughter Joan, he felt very genial towards her. Joan had observed several days before that the family crisis might be said to be past, and very thankful she was. She had at this time her own happy dreams, so that father and daughter, moved by some genial impulse, stopped and kissed. "There, my dear," said the Archdeacon. "And what are you doing this afternoon, Joan?" "I'm going with mother," she said, "to see Miss Ronder. It's time we called, you know." "I suppose it is." Brandon patted her cheek. "Everything you want?" "Yes, father, thank you." "That's right." He left the house humming a little tune. On the second step he paused, as he was in the habit of doing, and surveyed the precincts, the houses with their shining knockers, their old-fashioned bow windows and overhanging portals, the Cathedral Green, and the towering front of the Cathedral itself. He was for a moment a kind of presiding deity over all this. He loved it and believed in it and trusted it exactly as though it had been the work of his own hands. Halfway towards the Arden Gate he overtook poor old shambling Canon Morphew, who really ought, in the Archdeacon's opinion, to have died long ago. However, as he hadn't died, the Archdeacon felt kindly towards him, and he had, when he talked to the old man, a sense of beneficence and charity very warming to the heart. "Well, Morphew, enjoying the sun?" Canon Morphew always started when anyone spoke to him, being sunk all day deep in dreams of his own, dreams that had their birth somewhere in the heart of the misty, dirty rooms where his books were piled ceiling high and papers blew about the floor. "Good afternoon, Archdeacon. Pray forgive me. You came upon me unawares." Brandon moderated his manly stride to the other's shuffling steps. "Hope you've had none of that tiresome rheumatism troubling you again." "Rheumatism? Just a twinge. It belongs to my time of life." "Oh, don't say that!" The Archdeacon laughed his hearty laugh. "You've many years in front of you yet." "No, I haven't. And you don't mean it, Archdeacon. You know you don't. A few months, perhaps, that's all. The Lord's will be done. But there's a piece of work, a piece of work." He ran off into incoherent mumblings. Suddenly, just as they reached the dark shadows of the Arden Gate, he seemed to wake up. His voice was quite vigorous. His eyes, tired and worn as they were, bravely scanned Brandon's health and vigour. "We all come to it, you know. Yes, we do. The very strongest of us. You're a young man, Archdeacon, by my years, and I hope you may live long to continue your good work in this place.
All the same, you'll be old yourself one day. No one escapes. No one escapes." "Well, good day to you," said the Archdeacon hurriedly. "Good day to you. Hope the bright weather continues," and started rather precipitately down the hill, leaving Morphew to find his way by himself. His impetuosity was soon restrained. He tumbled immediately upon a crowd, and pulling himself up abruptly and looking down the High Street, he saw that the pavement on both sides of the street was black with people. He was not a man who liked to be jostled, and he was the more uncomfortable in that he discovered that his immediate neighbour was Samuel Hogg, the stout and rubicund landlord of the Dog and Pilchard of Seatown. With him was his pretty daughter Annie. Near to them were Mr. John Curtis and Mr. Samuel Croppet, two of the town councillors. With none of these gentlemen did the Archdeacon wish to begin a conversation. Yet it was difficult to know what to do. The High Street pavements were narrow, and the crowd seemed continually to increase. There was a good deal of pushing and laughter and boisterous good humour. To return up the street again seemed to have something ignominious about it. Brandon decided to satisfy his curiosity, support his dignity, and indulge his amiability by staying where he was. "Good afternoon, Hogg," he said. "What's the disturbance for?" "Marquis's Circus, sir." Hogg lifted his face like a large round sun. "Sure you heard of it, Archdeacon?" "Well, I didn't know," said Brandon in his most gracious manner, "that it was this afternoon. Of course. How stupid of me!" He smiled round good-naturedly upon them all, and they all smiled back upon him. He was a popular figure in the town. It was felt that his handsome face and splendid presence did the town credit. Also, he always knew his own mind. And he was no coward. He nodded to Curtis and Croppet, and then stared in front of him, a fixed genial smile on his face, his fine figure triumphant in the sun. He looked as though he were enjoying himself, and was happy because he liked to see his fellow creatures happy. In reality he was wondering how he could have been so foolish as to forget Marquise's Circus. Why had not Joan said something to him about it? Very careless of her to place him in this unfortunate position. He looked around him, but he could see no other dignitary of the Church close at hand. How tiresome! Really, how tiresome! Moreover, as the timed moment of the procession arrived, the crowd increased, and he was now most uncomfortably pressed against other people. He felt a sharp little dig in his stomach, then turning, found close beside him the flushed, anxious, meagre little face of Samuel Bond, the clerk of the Chapter. Bond's struggle to reach his dignified position in the town had been a severe one, and had only succeeded because of a multitude of self-submissions and abnegations, humilities and contempts, flatteries and sycophancies that would have tired and defeated a less determined soul. But in the background there were the figure of Mrs. Bond and four little Bonds to spur him forward. He adored his family. "Whatever I am, I'm a family man," was one of his favourite sayings. In so worthy a cause much sycophancy might be forgiven him. To no one, however, was he so completely sycophantic as to the Archdeacon. He was terrified of the Archdeacon. He would wake up in the middle of the night and think of him, then tremble and cower under the warm protection of Mrs. Bond until sleep rescued him once more. It was natural, therefore, that, however numerous the people in Polchester might be whom the Archdeacon despised, he despised little Bond most of all. And here was little Bond pressed up against him, with the large circumference of the cheerful Mr. Samuel Hogg near by, and the ironical town smartness of Messrs. Curtis and Croppet close at hand. Truly a horrible position. "Ah, Archdeacon, I didn't see you. Indeed I didn't." The little breathless voice was like a child's penny whistle blown ignorantly. "Just fancy meeting you like this. Hot, isn't it? Although it's only February. Yes, hot indeed. I didn't know you cared for processions, Archdeacon." "I don't," said Brandon. "I hadn't realised there was a procession. Stupidly I had forgotten." "Well, well," came the good-natured voice of Mr. Hogg, "it'll do us no harm, Archdeacon, no harm at all.
I forget whether you rightly know my little girl. This is Annie, come out to see the procession with her father." The Archdeacon was compelled to shake hands. He did it very graciously. She was certainly a fine girl, tall, strong, full-breasted, with dark colour and raven black hair. Curious, her eyes, very large and bright. They stared full at you, but past you, as though they had decided that you were of insufficient interest. Annie thus gazed at the Archdeacon and said no word. Any further intimacies were prevented by approach of the procession. To the present generation Marquise's circus would not appear, I suppose, very wonderful. To many of us 30 years ago it seemed the final expression of Oriental splendour and display. There were murmurs and cries of "Here they come! Here they come! Here they be!" Every one pressed forward. Mr. Bond was nearly thrown off his feet and caught at the lapel of the Archdeacon's coat to save himself. Only the huge black eyes of Annie Hogg displayed no interest. The procession had started from the meadows beyond the Cathedral, and after discreetly avoiding the precincts was to plunge down the High Street, pass through the Market Place, and vanish up Orange Street, to follow, in fact, the very path that the Archdeacon intended to pursue. A band could be heard. There was an astounded hush, the whole of the High Street holding its breath. Then the herald appeared. He was perhaps a rather shabby fellow, wearing the tarnished red and gold of many a procession, but he walked confidently, holding in his hand a tall wooden truncheon gay with paper gilt, having his round cap of cloth of gold set rakishly on one side of his head. After him came the band, also in tarnished cloth of gold and looking as though they would have been a trifle ashamed of themselves had they not been deeply involved in the intricacies of their music. After the band came 4 rather shabby riders on horseback, then some men dressed apparently in admiring imitation of Charles II. Then, to the wonder and whispered incredulity of the crowd, Britannia on her triumphal car. The car, an elaborate cart with gilt wheels and strange cardboard figures of dolphins and Father Neptune, had in its centre a high seat painted white and perched on a kind of box. Seated on this throne was Britannia herself, a large, full-bosomed, flaxen-haired lady in white flowing robes and having a very anxious expression of countenance, as indeed, poor thing, was natural enough because the cart rocked the box and the box yet more violently rocked the chair. At any moment, it seemed, might she be precipitated, a fallen goddess, among the crowd. And the fact that the High Street was on a slope of considerable sharpness did not add to her ease and comfort. 2 stout gentlemen, perspiration bedewing their foreheads, strove to restrain the ponies, and their classic clothing, that turned them into rather tattered Bacchuses, did not make them less incongruous. Britannia and her agony, however, were soon forgotten in the ferocious excitement that followed her. Here were 2 camels, tired and dusty, with that look of bored and indifferent superiority that belongs to their tribe, 2 elephants, 2 clowns, and last, but of course the climax of the whole affair, a cage in which there could be seen behind the iron bars a lion and a lioness, jolted haplessly from side to side, but too deeply shamed and indignant to do more than reproach the crowd with their burning eyes. Finally, another clown bearing a sandwich board on which was printed in large red letters, "Marquise's Circus, the finest in the world, renowned through Europe. Come to the church meadows and see the fun," and so on. As this glorious procession passed down the High Street, the crowd expressed its admiration in silent whispering. There was no loud applause. Nevertheless, Mr. Marquis, were he present, must have felt the air electric with praise. It was murmured that Britannia was Mrs. Marquis, and if that were true, she must have given her spouse afterwards, in the sanctity of their privacy, a very grateful account of her reception. When the band had passed a little way down the street and their somewhat raucous notes were modified by distance, the sun came out in especial glory, as though to take his own peep at the show, the gilt and cloth of gold shone and gleamed, the chair of Bretagne rocked as though it were bursting with pride, and the Cathedral bells, as though they too wished to lend their dignified blessing to the scene, began to ring for evensong. A sentimental observer, had he been present, might have imagined that the old town was glad to have once again an excuse for some display, and preened itself and showed forth its richest and warmest colours, and wondered, perhaps, whether, after all, the drab and interesting citizens of to day were not minded to return to the gayer and happier old times. Quite a noise, too, of chatter and trumpets and bells and laughter. Even the Archdeacon forgot his official smile and laughed like a boy. It was then that the terrible thing happened. Somewhere at the lower end of the High Street the procession was held up, and the chariot had suddenly to pull itself back upon its wheels, and the band were able to breathe freely for a minute, to gaze about them and to wipe the sweat from their brows. Even in February, blowing and thumping all around the town was a warm business. Now, just opposite the Archdeacon were the two elephants, checked by the sudden pause. Behind them was the cage with the lions, who, now that the jolting had ceased, could collect their scattered dignities and roar a little in exasperated protest. The elephants, too, perhaps, felt the humility of their position, accustomed though they might be to it by many years of sordid slavery. It may be, too, that the sight of that patronising and ignorant crowd, the crush and pack of the High Street, the silly sniggering, the triumphant jangle of the Cathedral bells, thrust through their slow and heavy brains some vision long faded now, but for an instant revived, of their green jungles, their hot suns, their ancient royalty and might. They realised, perhaps, a sudden instinct of their power, that they could, with one lifting of the hoof, crush these midgets that hemmed them in, back to the pulp whence they came, and so go roaming and bellowing their freedom through the streets and ways of the city. The larger of the two suddenly raised his head and trumpeted. With his dim, uplifted eyes he caught sight of the Archdeacon's rich and gleaming top hat, shining, as an emblem of the city's majesty, above the crowd. It gleamed in the sun, and he hated it. He trumpeted again and yet again, then, with a heavy, lurching movement, stumbled towards the pavement, and with little fierce eyes and uplifted trunk, heaved towards his enemies. The crowd, with screams and cries, fell back in agitated confusion. The Archdeacon, caught by surprise, scarcely realising what had occurred, blinded a little by the sun, stood where he was. In another movement his top hat was snatched from his head and tossed into the air. He felt the animal's hot breath upon his face, heard the shouts and cries around him, and, in very natural alarm, started back, caught at anything for safety. He had tumbled upon the broad and protective chest of Samuel Hogg, and had a general impression of whirling figures, of suns and roofs and shining faces, and finally the high winds of heaven blowing upon his bare head. In another moment the incident was closed. The courtier of Charles II had rushed up. The elephant was pulled and hustled and kicked. For him, swiftly, the vision of power and glory and vengeance was over, and once again he was the tired and governed prisoner of modern civilization. The top hat lay, a battered and hapless remnant, beneath the feet of the now advancing procession. Once the crowd realised that the danger was over, a roar of laughter went up to heaven. There were shouts and cries. The Archdeacon tried to smile. He heard in dim confusion the cheery laugh of Samuel Hogg. He caught the comment of Croppet and the rest. With only one thought, that he must hide himself, indignation, humiliation, amazement that such a thing could be in his heart, he backed, turned, almost ran, finding at last sudden refuge in Bennett's bookshop. How wonderful was the dark, rich security of that enclosure! The shop was always in a half dusk, and the gas burnt in its dim globes during most of the day. All the richer and handsomer gleamed the rows of volumes, the morocco and the leather and the cloth. Old Mr. Bennett himself, the son of the famous man who had known Scott and Byron, was now a prodigious age in the town his nickname was Methusalem but he still liked to sit in the shop in a high chair, his white beard in bright contrast with the chaste selection of the newest works arranged in front of him. He might himself have been the spirit of select literature summoned out of the vasty deep by the cultured spirits of Polchester. Into this splendid temple of letters the Archdeacon came, halted, breathless, bewildered, tumbled. He saw at first only dimly. He was aware that old Mr. Bennett, with an exclamation of surprise, rose in his chair. Then he perceived that two others were in the shop. Finally, that these two were the Dean and Ronder, the men of all others in Polchester whom he least wished to find there. "Archdeacon!" cried the Dean. "Yes, an extraordinary thing has occurred. I really thank you, Mr. Wilton." Mr. Frank Wilton, the young assistant, had offered a chair. "You'll scarcely believe me, really. I can hardly believe myself." Here the Archdeacon tried to laugh. "As a matter of fact, I was coming out to see you on my way, and the elephant—" "The elephant?" repeated the Dean, who, in the way that he had, was nervously rubbing one gaitered leg against the other. "Yes, I'm a little incoherent, I'm afraid. You must forgive me. Breathless, too. It's too absurd. So many people." "A little glass of water, Mr. Archdeacon?" said young Wilton, who had a slight cast in one eye, and therefore gave the impression that he was watching round the corner to see that no one ran off with the books. "No, thank you, Wilton. No, thank you. Very good of you, I'm sure. But really it was a monstrous thing. I was coming to see you, as I've just said, Dean, having forgotten all about this ridiculous procession. I was held up by the crowd just below the shop here. Then suddenly, as the animals were passing, the elephant made a lurch towards me, positively, I'm not exaggerating, seized my hat and ran off with it." The Archdeacon had, as I have already said, a sense of fun. He saw for the first time the humour of the thing. He began to laugh. He laughed more loudly. Laughter overtook him altogether, and he roared and roared again, sitting there, his hands on his knees, until the tears ran down his cheeks. "Oh, dear, my hat! An element! Did you hear? My best hat!" The Dean was compelled to laugh too, although, being a shy and hesitating man, he was not able to do it very heartily. Young Mr. Wilton laughed, but in such a way as to show that he knew his place, and was ready to be serious at once if his superiors wished it. Even old Mr. Bennett laughed as distantly and gently as befitted his great age. Brandon was conscious of Ronder. He had, in fact, been conscious of him from the very instant of his first perception of him. He was giving himself away before their new Canon. He thought that the new Canon, although he was smiling pleasantly and was standing with becoming modesty in the background, looked superior. The Archdeacon pulled himself up with a jerk. After all, it was nothing of a joke. A multitude of townspeople had seen him in a most ludicrous position, had seen him start back in terror before a tame elephant, had seen him frightened and hatless. No, there was nothing to laugh about. "An elephant?" repeated the Dean, still gently laughing. "Yes, an elephant," answered Brandon, rather testily. That was enough of the affair, quite enough. "Well, I must be getting back. See you to morrow, Dean." "Anything important you wanted to see me about?" asked the Dean, perceiving that he had laughed just a little longer than was truly necessary. No, nothing. Only about poor Morrison. He's very bad, they tell me, a week at most." "Dear, dear, is that so?" said the Dean. "Poor fellow, poor fellow." Brandon was now acutely conscious of Ronder. Why didn't the fellow say something instead of standing silently there with that superior look behind his glasses? In the ordinary way he would have greeted him with his usual hearty patronage. Now he was irritated. It was really most unfortunate that Ronder should have witnessed his humiliation. He rose, abruptly turned his back upon him. The fellow was laughing at him. He was sure of it. "Well, good day, good day." As he advanced to the door and looked out into the street he was aware of the ludicrousness of going even a few steps up the street without a hat. Confound Ronder! But there was scarcely any one about now. The street was almost deserted. He peered up and down. In the middle of the road was a small, shapeless, black object. His hat. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Mrs. Brandon Goes Out to Tea. Mrs. Brandon hated her husband. No one in Polchester had the slightest suspicion of this. Certainly her husband least of all. She herself had been first aware of it one summer afternoon some 5 or 6 years ago when, very pleasantly and in the kindest way, he had told her that she knew nothing about primroses. They had been having tea at the Dean's, and, as was often the case then, the conversation had concerned itself with flowers and ferns. Mrs. Brandon was quite ready to admit that she knew nothing about primroses. There were for her yellow ones and other ones, and that was all. The Archdeacon had often before told her that she was ignorant, and she had acquiesced without a murmur. Upon this afternoon, just as Mrs. Sampson was asking her whether she liked sugar, revelation came to her. That little scene was often afterwards vividly in front of her. The Archdeacon with his magnificent legs spread apart in front of the fireplace, Miss Dobell trying to look with wisdom upon a little bundle of primulas that the Dean was showing to her, the sunlight upon the lawn beyond the window, the rooks in the high elms busy with their nests, the May warmth striking through the misty air. All was painted for ever afterwards upon her mind. "My dear, you may as well admit at once that you know nothing whatever about primroses." "No, I'm afraid I don't." "Oh, thank you, Mrs. Simpson. 1 lump, please." She had been coming to it. Of course, a very long time before this, very, very far away, now an incredible memory, seemed the days when she had loved him so passionately that she almost died with anxiety if he left her for a single night. Almost too passionate it had been, perhaps. He himself was not capable of passionate love, or at any rate had been quite satisfied to be not passionately in love with her. He pursued other things, his career, his religion, his simple beneficence, his health, his vigour. His love for his son was the most passionately personal thing in him, and over that they might have met had he been able to conceive her as a passionate being. Her ignorance of life, almost complete when he had met her, had been but little diminished by her time with him. She knew now, after all these years, little more of the world and its terrors and blessings than she had known then. But she did know that nothing in her had been satisfied. She knew now of what she was capable, and it was perhaps the thought that he had, by taking her, prevented her fulfilment and complete experience that caused her, more than anything else, to hate him. She very quickly discovered that he had married her for certain things, to have children, to have a companion. He had soon found that the latter of these he was not to obtain. She had in her none of the qualities that he needed in a companion, and so he had, with complete good nature and kindliness, ceased to consider her. He should have married a bold, ambitious woman who would have wanted the things that he wanted, a woman something like Falk, his son. On the rare occasions when he analysed the situation he realised this. He did not in any way vent his disappointment upon her. He was only slightly disappointed. He treated her with real kindness, save on the occasions of his violent loss of temper, and gave her anything that she wanted. He had, on the whole, a great contempt for women, save when, as for instance with Mrs. Combermere, they were really men. It was to her most humiliating of all that nothing in their relations worried him. He was perfectly at ease about it all, and fancied that she was the same. Meanwhile her real life was not dead, only dormant. For some years she tried to change the situation. She made little appeals to him, endeavoured timidly to force him to need her, even on one occasion threatened to sleep in a separate room. The memory of that little episode still terrified her. His incredulity had only been equalled by his anger. It was just as though someone had threatened to deprive him of his morning tub. Then, when she saw that this was of no avail, she had concentrated herself upon her children, and especially upon Falk. For a while she had fancied that she was satisfied. Suddenly, and the discovery was awful, she was aware that Falk's affection all turned towards his father rather than towards her. Her son despised her and disregarded her as his father had done. She did not love Falk the less, but she ceased to expect anything from him, and this new loss she put down to her husband's account. It was shortly after she made this discovery that the affair of the primroses occurred. Many a woman now would have shown her hostility, but Mrs. Brandon was, by nature, a woman who showed nothing. She did not even show anything to herself, but all the deeper, because it found no expression, did her hatred penetrate. She scored now little marks against him for everything that he did. She did not say to herself that a day of vengeance was coming. She did not think of anything so melodramatic. She expected nothing of her future at all. But the marks were there. The situation was developed by Falk's return from Oxford. When he was away, her love for him seemed to her simply all in the world that she possessed. He wrote to her very seldom, but she made her Sunday letters to him the centre of her week, and wrote as though they were a passionately devoted mother and son. She allowed herself this little gentle deception. It was her only one. But when he returned and was in the house, it was more difficult to cheat herself. She saw at once that he had something on his mind, that he was engaged in some pursuit that he kept from everyone. She discovered, too, that she was the one of whom he was afraid, and rightly so, the Archdeacon being incapable of discovering anyone's pursuits so long as he was engaged on one of his own. Falk's fear of her perception brought about a new situation between them. He was not now oblivious of her presence as he had been. He tried to discover whether she knew anything. She found him often watching her, half in fear and half in defiance. The thought that he might be engaged now upon some plan of his own, in which she might share, excited her and gave her something new to live for. She did not care what his plan might be. However dangerous, however wicked, she would assist him. Her moral sense had never been very deeply developed in her. Her whole character was based on her relations with individuals. For any one she loved she would commit murder, theft, or blasphemy. She had never had any one to love except Falk. She despised the Archdeacon the more because he now perceived nothing. Under his very nose the thing was, and he was sublimely contented. How she hated that content, and how she despised it. About a week after the affair of the elephants, Mrs. Combermere asked her to tea. She disliked Mrs. Combermere, but she went to tea there because it was easier than not going. She disliked Mrs. Combermere especially because it was in her house that she heard silly feminine praise of her husband. It amused her, however, to think of the amazed sensation there would be did she one day burst out before them all and tell them what she really thought of the Archdeacon. Of course she would never do that, but she had often outlined the speech in her mind. Mrs. Combermere also lived in the precincts, so that Mrs. Brandon had not far to go. Before she arrived there a little conversation took place between the lady of the house, Miss Stiles, Miss Dobell, and Dr. Puddifoot, that her presence would most certainly have hindered. Mrs. Combermere was once described by someone as constructed in concrete, and that was not a bad description of her, so solid, so square, and so unshakable and unbeatable was she. She wore stiff white collars like a man's, broad thick boots, short skirts, and a belt at her waist. Her black hair was brushed straight back from her forehead. She had rather small brown eyes, a large nose, and a large mouth. Her voice was a deep bass. She had some hair on her upper lip, and thick, strong, very white hands. She liked to walk down the High Street, a silver-topped cane in her hand, a company of barking dogs at her heels, and a hat with large hat-pins set a little on one side of her head. She had a hearty laugh, rather like the Archdeacon's. Dr. Puddifoot was her doctor for many years, and brought many of my generation into the world. He was a tall, broad, loose-set man, who always wore tweeds of a bright colour. Mrs. Combermere cared nothing for her surroundings, and her house was never very tidy. She bullied her servants, but they liked her because she gave good wages and fulfilled her promises. She was the first woman in Polchester to smoke cigarettes. It was even said that she smoked cigars, but no one, I think, ever saw her do this. On this afternoon she subjected Miss Stiles to a magisterial inquiry. Miss Stiles had on the preceding evening given a little supper party, and no one in Polchester did anything of the kind without having to render account to Mrs. Combermere afterwards. They all sat round the fire, because it was a cold day. Mrs. Combermere sat on a straight-backed chair, tilting it forward, her skirt drawn up to her knees, her thick stockinged legs and big boots for all the world to see. "Well, Ellen, whom did you have?" "Ronder and his aunt, the Bentinck Majors, Charlotte Ryle, and Major Drake." "Sorry I couldn't have been there. What did you give them?" "Soup, fish salad, cutlets, chocolate soufflé, sardines on toast." "What drink?" "Sherry, claret, lemonade for Charlotte, whisky." "Any catastrophes?" "No, I don't think so. Bentinck Majors sang afterwards." Not sorry I missed that. When was it over?" "About 11." "What did you ask them for?" "For the Ronders." Mrs. Combermere raised one foot, kicked a coal into blaze. "Tea will be in a minute. Now I'll tell you for your good, my dear Ellen, that I don't like your Ronder." Miss Stiles laughed. "Oh, you needn't mind me, Betsy. You never have. Why don't you?" "In the first place, he's stupid." Miss Stiles laughed again. "Never wronger in your life. I thought you were smarter than that." Mrs. Combermere smacked her knee. "I may be wrong. I often am. I take prejudices, I know. Secondly, he's fat and soft, too like the typical parson. It's an assumed disguise. However, go on. Third, I hear he agrees with everything one says." "You hear? You've not talked to him yourself, then?" Mrs. Combermere raised her head as the door opened and the tea came in. "No, I've only seen him in Cathedral. But I've called, and he's coming to day." Miss Stiles smiled in her own dark and mysterious way. "Well, Betsy, my dear, I leave you to find it all out for yourself. I keep my secrets." "If you do," said Mrs. Combermere, getting up and going to the tea-table, "it's the first time you ever have. And, Ellen," she went on, "I've a bone to pick. I won't have you laughing at my dear Archdeacon." "Laughing at your Archdeacon?" Miss Stiles' voice was softer and slower than any complaining cow's. "Yes, I hear you've all been laughing about the elephant. That was a thing that might have happened to any one." Puddifoot laughed. "The point is, though, that it happened to Brandon. That's the joke. And his new top hat." "Well, I won't have it. Milk, doctor? Miss Dobell and I agree that it's a shame." Miss Dobell, who was in appearance like one of those neat silk umbrellas with the head of a parrot for a handle, and whose voice was like the running brook both for melody and monotony, thus suddenly appealed to, blushed, stammered, and finally admitted that the Archdeacon was, in her opinion, a hero. "That's not exactly the point, dear Mary," said Miss Stiles. "The point is, surely, that an elephant straight from the desert ate our best Archdeacon's best hat in the High Street. You must admit that that's a laughable circumstance in this the 60th year of our good Queen's reign. I, for one, intend to laugh." "No, you don't, Ellen," And to everyone's surprise, Mrs. Combermere's voice was serious. "I mean what I say. I'm not joking at all. Brandon may have his faults, but this town and everything decent in it hangs by him. Take him away and the place drops to pieces. I suppose you think you're going to introduce your Ronders as up-to-date rivals. We prefer things as they are, thank you." Miss Stiles' already bright colouring was a little brighter. She knew her Betsy Combermere, but she resented rebukes before Puddifoot. "Then," she said, "if he means all that to the place, he'd better look after his son more efficiently." "And exactly what do you mean by that?" asked Mrs. Combermere. "Oh, everybody knows," said Miss Stiles, looking round to Miss Dobell and the doctor for support, "that young Brandon is spending the whole of his time down in Seatown, and that Miss Annie Hogg is not entirely unconnected with his visits." "Really, Ellen," said Mrs. Combermere, bringing her fist down upon the table, "you're a disgusting woman. Yes, you are, and I won't take it back, however much you ask me to. All the worst scandal in this place comes from you. If it weren't for you, we shouldn't be so exactly like every novelist Cathedral town. But I warn you, I won't have you talking about Brandon. His son's only a boy, and the handsomest male in the place, by the way, present company, of course, excepted. He's only been home a few months, and you're after him already with your stories. I won't have it." Miss Stiles rose, her fingers trembling as she drew on her gloves. "Well, I won't stay here to be insulted, anyway. You may have known me a number of years, Betsy, but that won't allow you all the privileges. The only matter with me is that I say what I think. You started the business, I believe, by insulting my friends." "Sit down, Ellen," said Mrs. Combermere, laughing. "Don't be a fool. Who's insulting your friends? You'd insult them yourself if they were only successful enough. You can have your Ronder." The door opened and the maid announced Canon Ronder. Everyone was conscious of the dramatic fitness of this, and no one more so than Mrs. Combermere. Ronder entered the room, however, quite unaware of anything apparently, except that he was feeling very well and expected amusement from his company. He presented precisely the picture of a nice contented clergyman who might be baffled by a school treat, but was thoroughly up to afternoon tea. He seemed a little stouter than when he had first come to Polchester, and his large spectacles were as round as two young moons. "How do you do, Mrs. Combermere? I do hope you will forgive my aunt, but she has had a bad headache. She finds Polchester a little relaxing." Mrs. Combermere did not get up, but stared at him from behind her tea-table. That was a stare that has frightened many people in its time, and to-day it was especially challenging. She was annoyed with Ellen Stiles, and here in front of her was the cause of her annoyance. They faced one another, and the room behind them was aware that Mrs. Combermere, at any rate, had declared battle. Of what Ronder was aware no one knew. "How do you do, Canon Ronder? I'm delighted that you've honoured my poor little house. I hear that you're a busy man. I'm all the more proud that you can spare me half an hour." She kept him standing there, hoping, perhaps, that he would be consciously awkward and embarrassed. He was completely at his ease. "Oh, no, I'm not busy. I'm a very lazy man." He looked down at her, smiling, aware, apparently, of no one else in the room. "I'm always meaning to pull myself up, but I'm too old for improvement." "We're all busy people here, although you mayn't think it, Canon Ronder. But I'm afraid you're giving a false account of yourself. I've heard of you." "Nothing but good, I hope." "Well, I don't know. That depends. I expect you're going to shake us all up and teach us improvement." "Dear me, no. I come to you for instruction. I haven't an idea in the world." "Too much modesty is a dangerous thing. Nobody's modest in Polchester." "Then I shall be Polchester's first modest man. But I'm not modest. I simply speak the truth." Mrs. Combermere smiled grimly. "There, too, you will be the exception. We none of us speak the truth here." "Really, Mrs. Combermere, you're giving Polchester a dreadful character." He laughed, but did not take his eyes away from her. "I hope that you've been here so long that you've forgotten what the place is like. I believe in first impressions."
"So do I," she said, very grimly indeed. "Well, in a year's time we shall see which of us is right. I'll be quite willing to admit defeat." "Oh, a year's time!" She laughed more pleasantly. "A great deal can happen in a year. You may be a bishop by then, Canon Ronder." "Ah, that would be more than I deserve," he answered quite gravely. The little duel was over. She turned around, introduced him to Miss Dobell and Puddifoot, both of whom, however, he had already met. He sat down, very happily, near the fire, and listened to Miss Dobell's shrill proclamation of her adoration of Browning. Conversation became general, and was concerned first with the Jubilee and the preparations for it, afterwards with the state of South Africa, Lord Penrhyn's quarries, and bicycling. Everyone had a good deal to say about this last topic, and the strange costumes which ladies, so the papers said, were wearing in Battersea Park when out on their morning ride. Miss Dobell said that it was too disgraceful, to which Mrs. Combermere replied, "Fudge! As though everyone didn't know by this time that women had legs." Everything, in fact, went very well, although Ellen Stiles observed to herself with a certain malicious pleasure that their hostess was not entirely at her ease, was a little ruffled about something. Soon 2 more visitors arrived. First Mr. Morris, then Mrs. Brandon. They came close upon one another's heels, and it was at once evident that they would, neither of them, alter very considerably the room's atmosphere. No one ever paid any attention to Mrs. Brandon in Polchester, and although Mr. Morris had been some time now in the town, he was so shy and retiring and quiet that no one was, as yet, very distinctly aware of him. Mrs. Combermere was occupied with her own thoughts, and the others were talking very happily beside the fire. So it soon happened that Morris and Mrs. Brandon were sitting by themselves in the window. There occurred then a revelation. That is perhaps a portentous word, but what else can one call it? It is a platitude, of course, to say that there is probably no one alive who does not remember some occasion of a sudden communion with another human being that was so beautiful, so touching, so transcendently above human affairs that a revelation was the only definition for it. Afterwards, when analysis plays its part, one may talk about physical attractions, about common intellectual interests, about spiritual bonds, about what you please, but one knows that the essence of that meeting is undefined. It may be quite enough to say about Morris and Mrs. Brandon that they were both very lonely people. You may say also that there was in both of them an utterly unsatisfied longing to have someone to protect and care for. Not her husband, nor Falk, nor Joan needed Mrs. Brandon in the least, and the Archdeacon did not approve of dogs in the house. Or you may say, if you like, that these two liked the look of one another, and leave it at that. Still, the revelation remains, and all the tragedy and unhappiness and bitterness that revelation involved remains too. This was, of course, not the first time that they had met. Once before, at Mrs. Combermere's, they had been introduced and talked together for a moment, but on that occasion there had been no revelation. They did not say very much now. Mrs. Brandon asked Morris whether he liked Polchester, and he said yes. They talked about the Cathedral and the coming Jubilee. Morris said that he had met Falk. Mrs. Brandon, colouring a little, asked was he not handsome? She said that he was a remarkable boy, very independent. That was why he had not got on very well at Oxford. He was a tremendous comfort to her, she said. When he went away... But she stopped suddenly. Not looking at him, she said that sometimes one felt lonely, even though there was a great deal to do, as there always was in a town like Polchester. Yes, Morris said that he knew that, and that was really all. There were long pauses in their conversation, pauses that were like the little wooden hammerings on the stage before the curtain rises. Mrs. Brandon said that she hoped that he would come and see her, and he said that he would. Their hands touched, and they both felt as though the room had suddenly closed in upon them and become very dim, blotting the other people out. Then Mrs. Brandon got up to go.
Afterwards, when she looked back to this, she remembered that she had looked, for some unknown reason, especially at Canon Ronder, as she stood there saying good-bye. She decided that she did not like him. Then she went away, and Mrs. Combermere was glad that she had gone. Of all the dull women... End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Seatown Mist and Cathedral Dust. Falk Brandon knew quite well that his mother was watching him. It was a strange truth that until this return of his from Oxford he had never considered his mother at all. It was not that he had grown to disregard her, as do many sons, because of the monotonous regularity of her presence. Nor was it that he despised her because he seemed so vastly to have outgrown her. He had not been unkind, nor patronizing, nor contemptuous. He had simply not yet thought about her. The circumstances of his recent return, however, had forced him to consider every one in the house. He had his secret preoccupation that seemed so absorbing and devastating to him that he could not believe that every one around him would not guess it. He soon discovered that his father was too cocksure and his sister too innocent to guess anything. Now he was not himself a perceptive man. He had, after all, seen as yet very little of the world, and he had a great deal of his father's self-confidence. Nevertheless, he was just perceptive enough to perceive that his mother was thinking about him, was watching him, was waiting to see what he would do. His secret was quite simply that for the last year he had been devastated by the consciousness of Annie Hogg, the daughter of the landlord of the Dog and Pilchard. Yes, devastated was the word. It would not be true to say that he was in love with her, or indeed had any analysed emotion for her. He was aware of her always, was disturbed by her always, could not keep away from her, wanted something in connection with her far deeper than mere love-making. What he wanted he did not know. He could not keep away from her, and yet when he was with her nothing occurred. She did not apparently care for him. He was not even sure that he wanted her to. At Oxford during his last term he had thought of her, incessantly, a hot pain in his heart. He had not invited the disturbance that had sent him down, but he had welcomed it. Every day he went to the Dog and Pilchard. He drank but little and talked to no one. He just leaned up against the wall and looked at her. Sometimes he had a word with her. He knew that they must all be speaking of it. Maybe the whole town was chattering. He could not think of that. He had no plans, no determination, no resolve, and he was desperately unhappy. Into this strange, dark confusion the thought of his mother drove itself. He had from the very beginning been aware of his father in this connection. In his own selfish way he loved his father, and he shared in his pride and self-content. He was proud of his father for being what he was, for his good-natured contempt of other people, for his handsome body and his dominance of the town. He could understand that his father should feel as he did, and he did honestly consider him a magnificent man and far above every one else in the place. But that did not mean that he ever listened to anything that his father said. He pleased himself in what he did and laughed at his father's temper. He had perceived from the first that this connection of his with Annie Hogg might do his father very much harm, and he did not want to harm him. The thought of this did not mean that for a moment he contemplated dropping the affair because of his father. No, indeed. But the thought of the old man, as he termed him, added dimly to his general unhappiness. He appreciated the way that his father had taken his return from Oxford. The old man was a sportsman. It was a great pity that he should have to make him unhappy over this business. But there it was, you couldn't alter things. It was this fatalistic philosophy that finally ruled everything with him. What must be, must. If things went wrong he had his courage, and he was helped too by his contempt for the world. He knew his father, but he was aware now that he knew nothing at all about his mother. What's she thinking about? He asked himself. One afternoon he was about to go to Seatown when, in the passage outside his bedroom, he met his mother. They both stopped as though they had something to say to one another. He did not look at all like her son, so fair, tall and aloof, as though even in his own house he must be on his guard, prepared to challenge any one who threatened his private plans. "She's like a little mouse," he thought to himself, as though he were seeing her for the first time, preparing to run off into the wainscot. He was conscious, too, of her quiet clothes and shy, preoccupied timidity. All of it he seemed to see for the first time, a disguise for some purpose as secret, perhaps, as his own. "Oh, Falk," she said, and stopped, and then went on with the question that she so often asked him, "Is there anything you want?" "No, mother, thank you. I'm just going out." "Oh, yes." She still stayed there, nervously looking up at him. "I was wondering are you going into the town?" "Yes, mother. Is there anything I can do for you?" "No, thank you." Still she did not move. "Joan's out," she said. Then she went on quickly. "I wish you'd tell me if there were anything—" "Why, of course!" he laughed. "What exactly do you mean?" "Oh, nothing, dear. Only I like to know about your plans." "Plans? I haven't any." "No, I always think you may be going away suddenly. Perhaps I could help you. I know it isn't very much that I can do, but anything you told me I think I could help you about. I'd like to help you." He could see that she had been resolving for some time to speak to him, and that this little appeal was the result of a desperate determination. He was touched. "That's all right, mother. I suppose father and you think I oughtn't to be hanging around here doing nothing." "Oh, your father hasn't said anything to me. I don't know what he thinks. But I should miss you if you went. It is nice for us having you, although, of course, it must seem slow to you here." He stood back against the wall, looking past her out through the window that showed the grey sky of a misty day. "Well, it's true that I've got to settle about doing something soon. I can't be home like this for ever. There's a man I know in London wants me to go in for a thing with him." "What kind of a thing, dear?" "It's to do with the export trade travelling about. I should like that. I'm a bit restless, I'm afraid. I should want to put some money into it, of course, but the governor will let me have something. He wants me to go into Parliament." "Parliament?" "Yes," Falk laughed. "That's his latest idea. He was talking about it the other night. Of course that's foolishness. It's not my line at all. I told him so." "I wouldn't like you to go away altogether," she repeated. "It would make a great difference to me." "Would it really?" He had a strange, mysterious impulse to speak to her about Annie Hogg. The thought of his mother and Annie Hogg together showed him at once how impossible that was. They were in separate worlds. He was suddenly angry at the difficulties that life was making for him without his own wish. "Oh, I'll be here some time yet, mother," he said. "Well, I must go now. I've got an appointment with a fellow." She smiled and disappeared into her room. All the way into Seatown he was baffled and irritated by this little conversation. It seemed that you could not disregard people by simply determining to disregard them. All the time behind you and them some force was insisting on places being taken, connections being formed. One was simply a bally pawn, a bally pawn. But what was his mother thinking? Had someone been talking to her? Perhaps already she knew about Annie. But what could she know? Girls like Annie were outside her ken. What could his mother know about life? The day did not help his dissatisfaction. The fog had not descended upon the town, but it had sent as its forerunner a wet sea mist, dim and intangible, depressing because it removed all beauty and did not leave even challenging ugliness in its place. On the best of days Seatown was not beautiful. I have read in books romantic descriptions of Glebeshire coves, Glebeshire towns, with the romantic inn, the sanded floor, fishermen with gold rings in their ears and strange oaths upon their lips. In one book, I remember, there was a fine picture of such a place, with beautiful girls dancing and mysterious old men telling mysterious tales about ghosts and goblins, and of course, somewhere in the distance, someone was singing a chanty, and the moon was rising, and there was a nice little piece of Glebeshire dialect thrown in. All very pretty. Seatown cannot claim such prettiness. Perhaps once, long ago, when there was only the Cathedral, the Castle, the Rock, and a few cottages down by the river, when at night tide strange foreign ships came up from the sea, when the woods were wild forest and the downs were bare and savage, Seatown had its romance. But that was long ago. Seatown in these latter days was a place of bad drainage, bad drinking, bad living, and bad dying. The men who haunted its dirty, narrow little streets were loafers and idlers and castaways. The women were, most of them, no better than they should be, and the children were the most slatternly and ill-bred in the whole of Glebeshire. Small credit to the canons and the town councillors and the prosperous farmers that it was so, but in their defence it might be urged that it needed a very valiant canon and the most fearless of town councillors to disturb that little nest. And the time came when it was disturbed. Even the Paul, a handsome river enough out beyond the town in the reaches of the woods, was no pretty sight at low tide, when there was nothing to see but a thin, sluggish, grey stream filtering through banks of mud to its destination, the sea. At high tide the river beat up against the crazy stone wall that bordered Pennant Street, and on the further side there were green fields and a rising hill with a feathery wood to crown it. From the river, coming up through the green banks, Seatown looked picturesque, with its disordered cottages scrambling in confusion at the tail of the rock, and the Cathedral and Castle nobly dominating it. That distant view is the best thing to be said for Seatown. To-day, in the drizzling mist, the place was horribly depressing. Falk plunged down into Bridge Street as into a damp, stuffy well. Here some of the houses had once been fine. There were porticos and deep-set doors and bow windows, making them poor relations of the handsome, benevolent Georgian houses in Orange Street. The street, top-tilting down to the river, was slovenly with dirt and carelessness. Many of the windows were broken, their panes stuffed with paper, washing hung from house to house. The windows that were not broken were hermetically sealed and filled with grimy plants and ferns, and here and there a photograph of an embarrassed sailor or a smiling married couple or an overdressed young woman placed face outward to the street. Bridge Street tumbled with a dirty absent-mindedness into Pennant Street. This, the main thoroughfare of Seatown, must have been once a handsome cobbled walk by the riverside. The houses, more than in Bridge Street, showed by their pillared doorways and their faded red brick that they had once been gentlemen's residences, with gardens, perhaps, running to the river's edge, and a fine view of the meadows and woods beyond. To-day all was shrouded in a mist that was never stationary, that seemed alive in its shifting movement, revealing here a window, there a door, now a chimney-pot, now steps that seemed to lead into air, and the river, now at full tide and lapping the stone wall, seemed its drunken, bewildered voice. "Bally pawns, that's what we are," Falk muttered again. It seemed to be the logical conclusion of the thoughts that had worried him, like flies, during his walk. Someone lurched against him as he stayed for a moment to search for the inn. A hot spasm of anger rose in him, so sudden and fierce that he was frightened by it, as though he had seen his own face in a mirror. But he said nothing. "Sorry," said a voice, and shadow faded into shadow. He found the Dog and Pilchard easily enough. Just beyond it the river was caught into a kind of waterfall by a ridge of stone that projected almost into mid-stream. At high tide it tumbled over this obstruction with an astonished splash and gurgle. Even when the river was at its lowest there was a dim, chattering struggle at this point. Falk always connected this noise with the inn, and the power or enchantment of the inn that held him. Black enchantment, perhaps. He was to hear that struggling chatter of the river until his dying day. He pushed through the passage and turned to the right into the bar. A damp day like this always served Hogg's trade. The gas was lit and sizzled overhead, with a noise as though it commented ironically on the fatuity of the human beings beneath it. The room was full, but most of the men, seamen, loafers, a countryman or two, crowded up to the bar. Falk crossed to a table in the corner near the window, his accustomed seat. No one seemed to notice him, but soon Hogg, stout and smiling, came over to him. No one had ever seen Samuel Hogg out of temper. No, never, not even when there had been fighting in the place, and he had been compelled to eject men by force of arms, through the doors and windows. There had not been many fights there. Men were afraid of him, in spite of his imperturbable good temper. Men said of him that he would stick at nothing, although what exactly was meant by that no one knew. He had a good word for every one. No crime or human failing could shock him. He laughed at everything. And yet men feared him. Perhaps for that very reason. The worst sinner has some kind of standard of right and wrong. Himself he may not keep it, but he likes to see it there. "Oh, he's deep," was Seatown's verdict on Samuel Hogg, and it is certain that the late Mrs. Hogg had not been, in spite of her husband's good temper, a happy woman. He came up to Falk now, smiling, and asked him what he would have. "Nasty day," he said. Falk ordered his drink. Dimly, through the mist and thickened air, the Cathedral chimes recorded the hour. Funny how you could hear them in every nook and corner of Polchester. "Likely turn to rain before night," Hogg said, as he turned back to the bar. Falk sat there watching. Some of the men he knew, some he did not, but to day they were all shadows to him. Strange how, from the moment that he crossed the threshold of that place, hot, burning excitement and expectation lapped him about, swimming up to him, engulfing him, swamping him body and soul. He sat there drowned in it, not stirring, his eyes fixed upon the door. There was a good deal of noise, laughter, swearing, voices raised and dropped, forming a kind of skyline, and above this a voice telling an interminable tale. Annie Hogg came in, and at once Falk's throat contracted and his heart hammered in the palms of his hands. She moved about, talking to the men, fetching drinks, unconcerned and aloof as she always was. Seen there in the midst of the overcrowded and evil-smelling room, there was nothing very remarkable about her. Stalwart and resolute and self-possessed she looked. Sometimes she was beautiful, but not now. She was a woman at whom most men would have looked twice. Her expression was not sullen nor disdainful. In that, perhaps, there was something fine, because there was life, of its own, in her eyes, an independence in the carriage of her head. Falk never took his eyes from her. At that moment she came down the room and saw him. She did not come over to him at once, but stopped and talked to someone at another table. At last she was beside him, standing up against his table and looking over his head at the window behind him. "Nasty weather, Mr. Brandon," she said. Her voice was low and not unpleasant. Although she rolled her R's, her Glebeshire accent was not very strong, and she spoke slowly, as though she were trying to choose her words. "Yes," Falk answered. "Good for your trade, though." "Dirty weather always brings them in," she said. He did not look at her. "Been busy to day?" "Nothing much this morning," she answered. "I've been away at my aunt's, out to Burheadon, these last 2 days." "Yes, I saw you were not here," he said. "Did you have a good time?" "Middling," she answered. "My aunt's been terrible bad with bronchitis this winter. Poor soul, it'll carry her off one of these days, I reckon." "What's Borheadon like?" he asked. "Nothing much. Nothing to do, you know. But I like a bit of quiet just for a day or two. How have you been keeping, Mr. Brandon?" "Oh, I'm all right. I shall be off to London to look for a job one of these days." He looked up at her suddenly, sharply, as though he wanted to catch her interest, but she showed no emotion. "Well, I expect this is slow for you, a little place like this. Plenty going on in London, I expect." "Yes. Do you ever think you'd like to go there?" "Dare say I shall one of these days. Never know your luck. But I'm not terrible anxious. Well, I must be getting on." He caught her eyes and held them. Come back for a moment when you're less busy. I've got something I want to say to you." Very slightly the colour rose in her dark cheek. "All right," she said. When she had gone he drew a deep breath as though he had surmounted some great and sudden danger. He felt that if she had refused to come he would have risen and broken everything in the place. Now, as though he had, by that little conversation with her, reassured himself about her, he looked around the room. His attention was at once attracted by a man who was sitting in the further corner, his back against the wall, opposite to him. This was a man remarkable for his extreme thinness, for the wild lock of black hair that fell over his forehead and almost into his eyes, and for a certain sort of threadbare and dissolute distinction which hung about him. Falk knew him slightly. His name was Edmund Davray, and he had lived in Polchester now for a considerable number of years. He was an artist and had arrived in the town one summer on a walking tour through Glebeshire. He had attracted attention at once by the quality of his painting, by the volubility of his manner, and by his general air of being a person of considerable distinction. His surname was French, but no one knew anything with any certainty about him. Something attracted him in Polchester, and he stayed. He soon gave it out that it was the Cathedral that fascinated him. He painted a number of remarkable sketches of the nave, the choir, St. Margaret's Chapel, the Black Bishop's tomb. He had a show in London and was supposed to have done very well out of it. He disappeared for a little, but soon returned, and was to be found in the Cathedral most days of the week. At first he had a little studio at the top of Orange Street. At this time he was rather popular in Polchester society. Mrs. Combermere took him up and found him audacious and amusing. His French name gave a kind of piquancy to his audacity. He was unusual. He was striking. It was right for Polchester to have an artist and to stick him up in the very middle of the town as an emblem of taste and culture. Soon, however, he began to decline. It was whispered that he drank, that his morals were only what you would expect of an artist, and that he was really too queer about the Cathedral. One day he told Miss Dobell that the amount that she knew about literature would go inside a very small pea, and he was certainly the worse for liquor at one of Mrs. Combermere's tea parties. He did not, however, give them time to drop him. He dropped himself, gave up his Orange Street studio, lived no one knew where, neglected his appearance, and drank quite freely whenever he could get anything to drink. He now cut everybody rather than allowed himself to be cut. He was in the Cathedral as often as ever, and Lawrence and Cobbett, the vergers, longed to have an excuse for expelling him, but he always behaved himself there and was in nobody's way. He was finally regarded as quite mad, and was seen to talk aloud to himself as he walked about the streets. "An unhappy example," Miss Dobell said, "of the artistic temperament, that wonderful gift, gone wrong." Falk had seen him often before at the Dog and Pilchard, and had wondered at first whether Annie Hogg was the attraction. It was soon clear, however, that there was nothing in that. He never looked at the girl, nor indeed at any one else in the place. He simply sat there moodily, staring in front of him and drinking. To-day it was clear that Falk had caught his attention. He looked across the room at him with a queer, defiant glance, something like Falk's own. Once it seemed that he had made up his mind to come over and speak to him. He half rose in his seat, then sank back again. But his eyes came round again and again to the corner where Falk was sitting. The Cathedral chimes had whispered twice in the room before Annie returned. "What is it you're wanting?" she asked. "Come outside and speak to me." "No, I can't do that. Father's watching." "Well, will you meet me one evening and have a talk?" "What about?" "Several things." "It isn't right, Mr. Brandon. What's a gentleman like you want with a girl like me?" "I only want us to get away a little from all this noise and filth." Suddenly she smiled. "Well, I don't mind if I do. After supper's a good time. Father goes up the town to play billiards. After 8. "When?" "What about to-morrow evening?" "All right. Where?" "Up the mill. 5 minutes up from here." "I'll be there," he said.
"Don't let father catch 'ee, that's all," she smiled down at him. "You'm a fool, Mr. Brandon, to bother with such as I." He said nothing, and she walked away. Very shortly after, Davray got up from his seat and came over to Falk's corner. It was obvious that he had been drinking rather heavily. He was a little unsteady on his feet. "You're young Brandon, aren't you?" he asked. In ordinary times Falk would have told him to go to the devil, and there would have been a row. But to-day he was caught away so absolutely into his own world that any one could speak to him, any one laugh at him, any one insult him, and he would not care. He had been meditating for weeks the advance that he had just taken. Always when one meditates for long over a risk it swells into gigantic proportions. So this had been. That simple sentence, asking her to come out and talk to him, had seemed an impossible challenge to every kind of fate, and now, in a moment, the gulf had been jumped. So easy, so strangely easy. From a great distance Davray's words came to him, and in the dialogue that followed he spoke like a somnambulist. "Yes," he said, "my name's Brandon." "I knew, of course," said Davray. "I've seen you about." He spoke with great swiftness, the words tumbling over one another, not with eagerness, but rather with a kind of supercilious carelessness. "Beastly hole, isn't this? Wonder why one comes here. Must do something in this rotten town. I've drunk enough of this filthy beer. What do you say to moving out?" Falk looked up at him. "What do you say?" he asked. "Let's move out of this. If you're walking up the town I'll go with you." Falk was not conscious of the man, but it was quite true that he wanted to get out of the place, now that his job in it was done. He got up without a word and began to push through the room. He was met near the door by Hogg. "Going, Mr. Brandon? Like to settle now or leave it to another day?" "What's that?" said Falk, stopping as though some one had touched him on the shoulder. He seemed to see the large smiling man suddenly in front of him, outlined against the shifting wall of mist. "Paying now or leaving it? Please yourself, Mr. Brandon." Paying." He fumbled in his pocket, produced half a crown, gave it to Hogg without looking at him, and went away. Davray followed, slouching through the room and passage with the conceited, over-careful walk of a man a little tipsy. Outside, as they went down the street, still obscured with the wet mist, Davray poured out a flow of words to which he seemed to want no answer. "I hope you don't mind my speaking to you like that, a bit unceremonious, but to tell you the truth, I'm lonely sometimes. Also, if you want to know the whole truth and nothing but the truth, I'm a bit tipsy too. Generally am. This air makes one feel queer after that stinking hole, doesn't it? If you can call this air. I've seen you there a lot lately and often thought I'd like to talk to you. You're the only decent-looking fellow in the whole of this town, if you'll forgive my saying so. Isn't it a bloody hole? But of course you think so too. I can see it in your face. I suppose you go to that pub after that girl. I saw you talking to her. Well, each man to his taste. I'd never interfere with any man's pleasure. I loathe women myself, always have. They never appeal to me a little bit. In Paris the men used to wonder what I was after. I was after ambition in those days. Funny thing, but I thought I was going to be a great painter once. Queer what one can trick oneself into believing. So I might have been if I hadn't come to this beastly town. Hope I'm not boring you." He stopped as though he had suddenly realised that his companion had not said a word. They were pushing now up the hill into the market place, and the mist was now so thick that they could scarcely see one another's face. Falk was thinking, "To-morrow evening. What do I want? What's going to happen? What do I want?" The silence made him conscious of his companion. "What do you say?" he asked. "Hope I'm not boring you. No, that's all right. Where are we?" "Just coming into the market. Oh, yes." "If I talk a lot it's because I haven't had any one to talk to for weeks. Not that I want to talk to any one. I despise the lot of them. Conceited set of ignorant parrots. Whole place run by women, and what can you expect? You're not staying here, I suppose. I heard you'd had enough of Oxford, and I don't wonder. No place for a man, beautiful enough, but spoilt by the people. Damn people, always coming along and spoiling places. Now there's the Cathedral, most wonderful thing in England. But does any one know it? Not a bit of it. You'd think they fancied that the Cathedral owes them something, about as much sense of beauty as a cockroach. They were pressing up the High Street now. There was no one about it. It was a town of ghosts. By the Arden Gate Falk realised where he was and halted. "Hullo, we're nearly home. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Davray." "Come into the Cathedral for a moment." Davray seemed to be urgent about this. "Have you ever been up into the King Harry Tower? I bet you haven't." King Harry Tower? Falk stared at the man. What did the fellow want him to do? Go into the Cathedral? Well, why not? Stupid to go home just now. Nothing to do there but think, and people would interrupt. Think better out of doors. But what was there to think about? He was not thinking, simply going round and round. Who was this fellow, anyway? "As you like," he said. They crossed the precincts and went through the west door into the Cathedral. The nave was full of dusky light and very still. Candles glimmered behind the great choir screen, and there were lamps by the west door. Seen thus, in its half dark, the nave bore full witness to the fact that Polchester was the largest cathedral in northern Europe. It is certainly true that no other building in England gives the same overwhelming sense of length. In full daylight the nave, perhaps, as is the case with all English cathedrals, lacks colour and seems cold and deserted. In the dark of this spring evening it was full of mystery, and the great columns of the nave's 10 bays, rising unbroken to the roof groining, sprang, it seemed, out of air, superbly, intolerably inhuman. The colours from the tombs and the brasses glimmered against the grey, and the great rose-coloured circle of the west window flung pale lights across the cold dark of the flags and pillars. The two men were held by the mysterious majesty of the place. Falk was lifted right out of his own preoccupied thoughts. He had never considered the Cathedral except as a place to which he was dragged for services against his will, but to-night, perhaps because of his own crisis, he seemed to see it all for the first time. He was conscious now of Davray, and was aware that he did not like him and wished to be rid of him. An awful-looking tout, he thought him, with his greasy long hair and his white long face and his spindle legs. "Now we'll go up into King Harry," Davray said, but at that moment old Lawrence came bustling along. Lawrence, over 70 years of age, had grown stout and white-haired in the Cathedral service. He was a fine figure in his purple gown, broad-shouldered, his chest and stomach of a grand protuberance, his broad white flowing beard, a true emblem of his ancient dignity. He was the most autocratic of vergers, and had been allowed now for many years to do as he pleased. The only thorn in his flesh was Cobbett, the junior verger, who, as he very well realised, was longing for him to die, that he might step into his shoes. "I do believe," he was accustomed to say to Mrs. Lawrence, a little be-bullied woman, that man will poison me one of these fine days." His autocracy had grown on him with the size and the whiteness of his beard, and there were many complaints, rude to strangers, sycophantic to the aristocracy, greedy of tips, insolent and conceited. He was an excellent example of the proper spirit of the Church militant. He had, however, his merits. He loved small children, and would have allowed them to run riot in the Cathedral greens had he not been checked, and he had a pride in the Cathedral that would drive him to any sacrifice in his defence of it. It was natural enough that he should hate the very sight of Davray, and when that gentleman appeared he hung about in the background, hoping that he might catch him in some crime. At first he thought him alone. "Oh, Verger," Davray said, as though he were speaking to a beggar who had asked of him alms, "I want to go up into King Harry. You have the key, I think?" "Well, you can't, sir," said Lawrence with considerable satisfaction. "'Tis after hours." Then he saw Falk. "Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Brandon, sir. I didn't realise. Do you want to go up the tower, sir?" "We may as well," said Falk. "Of course, for you, sir. It's different. Strangers have to keep certain hours. This way, sir." They followed the pompous old man across the nave, up the side aisle, past tombs and monuments and gilded knights, until they came to the King Harry Chapel.
This was to the right of the choir, and before the screen that railed it off from the rest of the church there was a notice saying that this chapel had been put aside for private prayer, and it was hoped that no one would talk or make any noise were some one meditating or praying there. The little place was infinitely quiet, with a special air of peace and beauty, as though all the prayers and meditations that had been offered there had deeply sanctified it. Lawrence pushed open the door of the screen and they crossed the flagged floor. Suddenly, into the heart of the hush, there broke the Cathedral chimes, almost, as it seemed, directly above their heads, booming, echoing, dying with lingering music back into the silence. At the corner of the chapel there was a little wooden door. Lawrence unlocked it and pushed it open. "Mind how you go, sir," he said, speaking to Falk as though Davray did not exist. "'Tis a bit difficult with the winding stair." The two men went forward into the black darkness, leaving the dusky light behind them. Davray led the way and Falk followed, feeling with his arms the black walls on either side of him, knocking with his legs against the steps above him. Here there was utter darkness and no sound. He had suddenly a half-alarmed, half-humorous suspicion that Davray was suddenly going to turn around upon him and push him down the stair, or stick a knife into him. The fear of the dark. "After all, what am I doing with this fellow?" he thought. "I don't know him. I don't like him. I don't want to be with him." "That's better," he heard Davray say. There was a glimmer, then a shadow of grey light. Finally they had stepped out into what was known as the Whispering Gallery, a narrow, railed platform that ran the length of the chapel and beyond to the opposite tower. They did not stop there. They pushed up again by more winding stairs, black for a space, then lit by a window, then black again. At last, after what had seemed a long journey, they were in a little, spare, empty room with a wooden floor. One side of this little room was open and railed in. Looking down, the floor of the nave seemed a vast distance below. You seemed here to be flying in glory. The dim haze of the candles just touched the misty depth with golden colour. Above them the great roof seemed close and menacing. Everywhere pillars and buttresses rose out of space. The great architect of the building seemed here to have his true kingdom, so vast was the depth and the height and the grandeur. The walls and the roof and the pillars that supported it were alive with their own greatness, scornful of little men and their little loves. The hush was filled with movement and stir and a vast business. The two men leaned on the rails and looked down. Far below, the white-figured altar, the brass of the Black Bishop's tomb, the glitter of St. Margaret's screen, struck in little points of dull gold, like stars upon a grey, inverted sky. Davray turned suddenly upon his companion. "And it's men like your father," he said, "who think that this place is theirs. Theirs! Presumption! But they'll get it in the neck for that. This place can bide its time. Just when you think you're its master, it turns and stamps you out." Falk said nothing. Davray seemed irritated by his silence. "You wait and see," he said. "It amuses me to see your governor walking up the choir on Sundays as though he owned the place. Owned it! Why, he doesn't realise a stone of it. Well, he'll get it. They all have who've tried his game. Owned it." "Look here," said Falk. "Don't you say anything about my father. That's none of your business. He's all right. I don't know what the devil I came up here for, thinking of other things." Davray, too, was thinking of other things. "You wonderful place," he whispered. "You beautiful place. You've ruined me. But I don't care. You can do what you like with me. You wonder. You wonder." Falk looked at him. The man was mad. He was holding on to the railing, leaning forward, staring. "Look here, it isn't safe to lean like that. You'll be tumbling over and breaking your neck if you're not careful." But Davray did not hear him. He was lost in his own dreams. Falk despised dreams, although just now he was himself in the grip of one. Besides, the fellow was drunk. A sudden disgust of his companion overtook him. "Well, so long," he said. "I must be getting home." He wondered for a moment whether it were safe to leave the fellow there. It's his own lookout, he thought, and as Davray said no more, he left him. Back once more in the King Harry Chapel he looked up, but he could see no one and could hear no sound. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Ronder's Day. Ronder had now spent several months in Polchester and was able to come to an opinion about it, and the opinion that he had come to was that he could be very comfortable there. His aunt, who, in spite of her sharpness, never was sure how he would take anything, was a little surprised when he told her this. But then she was never certain what were the secret springs from which he derived that sense of comfort that was the centre of his life. She should have known by now that he derived it from two things, luxury and the possibility of intrigue. Polchester could not have appeared to any casual observer a luxurious town, but it had for Ronder exactly that combination of beauty and mystery that obtained for him his sensation. He did not analyze it as yet, further than that. He knew that those two things were there. He might investigate them at his leisure. In that easy, smiling fashion that he had developed from his earliest days as the surest protection for his own security and ease, he arranged everything around him to assure his tranquillity. Everything was not as yet arranged. It might take him 6 months, a year, 2 years for that arrangement, but he knew now that it would be done. The second element in his comfort, his love of intrigue, would be satisfied here simply because everything was not as yet as he would have it. He would have hated to have tumbled into the place and found it just as he required it. He liked to have things to move, to adjust, to arrange, just as when he entered a room he always, if he had the power, at once altered the chairs, the cushions. It was towards this final adjustment that his power of intrigue always worked. Once everything was adjusted, he sank back luxuriously and surveyed it, and then, in all probability, was quickly tired of it and looked for new fields to conquer. He could not remember a time when he had not been impelled to alter things for his comfort. He did not wish to be selfish about this. He was quite willing for every one else to do the same. Indeed, he watched them with geniality, and wondered why on earth they didn't. As a small boy at Harrow he had, with an imperturbable smile and a sense of humour that, in spite of his rotund youth and a general sense among his elders that he was cheeky, won him popularity, worked always for his own comfort. He secured it, and first as fag, and afterwards as house prefect, finally as school prefect, did exactly what he wanted with everybody. He did it by being, quite frankly, all things to all men, although never with sycophancy nor apparent falseness. He amused the bored, was confidential with the wicked, upright with the upright, and sympathetic with the unfortunate. He was quite genuine in all these things. He was deeply interested in humanity, not for humanity's sake, but his own. He bore no man any grudge, but if any one was in his way, he worked hard until they were elsewhere. That removal attained, he wished them all the luck in the world. He was ordained because he thought he could deal more easily with men as a parson. Men always take clergymen for fools, he told his aunt, and so they sometimes are, but not always. He knew he was not a fool, but he was not conceited. He simply thought that he had hit upon the one secret of life and could not understand why others had not done the same. Why do people worry so? Was the amused speculation. Deep emotions are simply not worth while, he decided on his coming of age. He liked women, but his sense of humour prevented him from falling in love. He really did understand the sensual habits and desires of men and women, but watched them from a distance, through books and pictures and other men's stories. He was shocked by nothing, nor did he despise mankind. He thought that mankind did on the whole very well, considering its difficulties. He was kind and often generous.
He bore no man alive or dead any grudge. He refused absolutely to quarrel. Waste of time and temper. His one danger was lest that passion for intrigue should go deeper than he allowed anything to go. Playing chess with mankind was to him, he declared, simply a means to an end. Perhaps once it had been so, but as he grew older there was a danger that the end should be swallowed by the means. This danger he did not perceive. It was his one blindness. Finally, he believed with La Rochefoucauld that pity is a passion which is wholly useless to a well-constituted mind. At any rate, he discovered that there was in Polchester a situation exactly suited to his powers. The town, or the cathedral part of it, was dominated by one man, and that man a stupid, autocratic, retrogressive, good-natured child. He bore that child not the slightest ill will, but it must go, or at any rate its authority must be removed. He did indeed like Brandon, and through most of this affair he did not cease to like him. But he, Ronder, would never be comfortable so long as Brandon was there. He would never be free to take the steps that seemed to him good. He would be interfered with and patronized. He was greatly amused by Brandon's patronage, but it really was not a thing that could be allowed to remain. If he saw, as he made his plans, that the man's heart and soul, his life, physical and spiritual, were involved, well, he was sorry. It simply proved how foolish it was to allow your heart and soul to be concerned in anything. He very quickly perceived that the first thing to be done was to establish relations with the men who composed the chapter. He watched, he listened, he observed. Then, at the end of some months, he began to move. Many men would have considered him lazy. He never took exercise if he could avoid it, and it was Polchester's only fault that it had so many hills. He always had breakfast in bed, read the papers there, and smoked a cigarette. Every morning he had a bath as hot as he could bear it, and he could bear it very hot indeed. Much of his best thinking was done there. When he came downstairs he reserved the first hour for his own reading, that is, that had nothing to do with any kind of work, that was purely for his own pleasure. He allowed nothing whatever to interfere with this. Gautier and Flaubert, La Bruyère and Montaigne were his favourite authors, but he read a great deal of English, Italian and Spanish, and had a marvellous memory. He enjoyed, too, erotic literature, and had a fine collection of erotic books and prints shut away in a cabinet in his study. He found great fascination in theological books. He laughed at many of them, but kept an open mind. Atheistic and materialistic dogmas seemed to him as absurd as orthodox ones. He read, too, a great deal of philosophy, but on the whole he despised men who gave themselves up to philosophy more than any other human beings. He felt that they lost their sense of humour so quickly and made life unpleasant for themselves. After this hour of reading he gave himself up to the work of the day. He was the most methodical of men. The desk in his study was full of little drawers and contrivances for keeping things in order. He had a thin vase of blue glass filled with flowers, a small Chinese image of green jade, a photograph of the blind Homer from the Naples Museum in a silver frame, and a little gold clock. All these things had to be in their exact correct positions. Nothing worried him so much as dust or any kind of disorder. He would sometimes stop in the middle of his work and cross the room, in the soft slippers of brown kid that he always wore in his study, and put some picture straight or move some ornament from one position to another. The books that stretched along one wall from floor to ceiling were arranged most carefully according to their subjects. He disliked to see some books projecting further from the shelf than others, and with a little smile of protest, as though he were giving them a kindly scolding, he would push them into their right places. Let it not be supposed, however, that he was idle during these hours. He could accomplish an astonishing amount of work in a short time, and he was never idle except by deliberate intention.
When luncheon time arrived he was ready to be charming to his aunt, and charming to her he was. Their relations were excellent. She understood him so well that she left his schemes alone. If she did not entirely approve of him, and she entirely approved of nobody, she loved him for his good company, his humour, and his common sense. She liked it, too, that he did not mind when she chose to allow her irony to play upon him. He cared nothing for any irony. At luncheon they felt a very agreeable intimacy. There was no need for explanations. Half allusions were enough. They could enjoy their joke without emphasizing it, and sometimes even without expressing it. Miss Ronder knew that her nephew liked to hear all the gossip. He collected it, tied it into little packets, and put them away in the little mechanical contrivances with which his mind was filled. She told him first what she heard, then her authorities, finally her own opinions. He thoroughly enjoyed his meal. He had by now very thoroughly mastered the Cathedral finances. They were not complicated and were in good order, because Hart Smith had been a man of an orderly mind. Ronder very quickly discovered that Brandon had had his fingers considerably in the old pie. "And now there'll be a new pie," he said to himself, "baked by me." He traced a number of stupid and conservative decisions to Brandon's agency. There was no doubt but that many things needed a new urgency and activity. People had had to fight desperately for money when they should have been given it at once. On the other hand, the Cathedral had been well looked after. It was rather dependent bodies like the school, the almshouses, and various livings in the Chapter grant that had suffered. Anything that could possibly be considered a novelty had been fought and generally defeated. "There will be a lot of novelties before I've finished with them," Ronder said to himself. He started his investigation by paying calls on Bentinck Major and Canon Foster. Bentinck Major lived at the top of Orange Street, in a fine house with a garden, and Foster lived in one of 4 tumble-down buildings behind the Cathedral, known from time immemorial as Canon's Yard. The afternoon of his visit was about 3 days after a dinner party at the Castle. He had seen and heard enough at that dinner to amuse him for many a day. He considered it to have been one of the most entertaining dinners at which he had ever been present. It had been here that he had heard for the first time of the Pybus St. Anthony living. Brandon had been present, and he observed Brandon's nervousness and gathered enough to realise that this would be a matter of considerable seriousness. He was to know a great deal more about it before the afternoon was over. As he walked through the town on the way to Orange Street, he came upon Ryle, the precentor. Ryle looked the typical clergyman, tall but not too tall, here a smile and there a smile, with his soft black hat, his trousers too baggy at the knees, his boots and his gold watch chain both too large. He cared with serious devotion for the Cathedral music and sang the services beautifully, but he would have been able to give more time to his work were he not so continuously worrying as to whether people were vexed with him or no. His idea of paradise was a place where he could chant eternal services and where everybody liked him. He was a good man, but weak, and therefore driven again and again into insincerity. It was as though there was forever in front of him the consciousness of some secret in his past life that must on no account be discovered. But, poor man, he had no secret at all. "Well, Precentor, and how are you?" said Ronder, beaming at him over his spectacles. Ryle started. Ronder had come behind him. He liked the look of Ronder. He always preferred fat men to thin. They were much less malicious, he thought. "Oh, thank you, Canon Ronder. Very well, thank you. I didn't see you. Quite spring weather. Are you going my way?" "I'm off to see Bentinck Major." "Oh, yes, Bentinck Major." Ryle's first thought was, "Now is Bentinck Major likely to have anything to say against me this afternoon?" "I'm going up Orange Street too. It's the High School Governors' meeting, you know." "Oh, yes, of course." The two men started up the hill together. Ronder surveyed the scene around him with pleasure. Orange Street always satisfied his aesthetic sense. It was the street of the doctors, the solicitors, the dentists, the bankers, and the wealthier old maids of Polchester. The grey stone was of a charming age, the houses, with their bow windows, their pillared porches, their deep-set doors, their gleaming old-fashioned knockers, spoke eloquently of the day when the great Janes, Elizabeths and Darcys, Mrs. Morrises and Miss Bates found the world in a teacup, when passions were solved by matrimony and ambitions by the possession of a carriage and a fine pair of bays. But more than this was the way that the gardens and lawns and orchards ran unchecked in and out, up and down, here breaking into the street, there crowding a church with apple trees, seeming to speak at every step of leisure and sunny days and lives free of care. Ronder had never seen anything so pretty. Something seemed to tell him that he would never see anything so pretty again. Ryle was not a good conversationalist because he had always before him the fear that some one might twist what he said into something really unpleasant, but indeed he found Ronder so agreeable that, as he told Mrs. Ryle when he got home, he never noticed the hill at all. "I hope you won't think me impertinent," said Ronder, "but I must tell you how charmed I was with the way you sang the service on Sunday. You must have been complimented often enough before, but a stranger always has the right, I think, to say something. I'm a little critical, too, of that kind of thing, although, of course, an amateur. But, well, it was delightful." Ryle flushed with pleasure to the very tips of his overlarge ears. "Oh, really, Canon. But indeed I hardly know what to say. You're too good. I do my poor best, but I can't help feeling that there is danger of one's becoming stale. I've been here a great many years now, and I think some one fresh—" "Well, often," said Ronder, "that is the danger. I know several cases where a change would be all for the better. But in your case there wasn't a trace of staleness. I do hope you won't think me presumptuous in saying this. I couldn't help myself. I must congratulate you, too, on the choir. How do you find Brockett as an organist?" "Not quite all one would wish," said Ryle eagerly, and then, as though he remembered that some one might repeat this to Brockett, he added hurriedly, "Not that he doesn't do his best. He's an excellent fellow. Every one has their faults. It's only that he's a little too fond of adventures on his own account. Likes to add things on the spur of the moment. A little fantastic sometimes." "Quite so," said Ronder gravely. "That's rather what I'd thought myself. I noticed it once or twice last Sunday. But that's a fault on the right side. The boys behave admirably. I never saw better behaviour." Ryle was now in his element. He let himself go, explaining this, defending that, apologizing for one thing, hoping for another. Before he knew where he was, he found himself at the turning above the monument that led to the High School. "Here we part," he said. "Why, so we do," cried Ronder. "I do hope," said Ryle nervously, "that you'll come and see us soon. Mrs. Ryle will be delighted." "Why, of course I will," said Ronder. "Any day you like. Good-bye, good-bye." And he went to Bentinck Major's. One look at Bentinck Major's garden told a great deal about Bentinck Major. The flower beds, the trim over-green lawn, the neat paths, the trees in their fitting places, all spoke not only of a belief in material things, but a desire also to demonstrate that one so believed. One expected, indeed, to see the Bentinck Major arms over the front door. They were there, in spirit if not in fact. "Is the Canon in?" Ronder asked of a small and gaping page boy. He was in, it appeared. Would he see Canon Ronder? The page boy disappeared, and Ronder was able to observe 3 family trees framed in oak, a large china bowl with visiting cards, and a huge round-faced clock that, even as he waited there, pompously announced that half-hour. Presently the Canon, like a shining Ganymede, came flying into the hall. "My dear Ronder, but this is delightful. A little early for tea, perhaps. Indeed, my wife is for the moment out. What do you say to the library?" Ronder had nothing to say against the library, and into it they went. A fine room, with books in leather bindings, high windows, an oil painting of the Canon as a smart young curate, a magnificent writing table, the Spectator and the Church Times near the fireplace, and two deep leather armchairs. Into these last two the clergyman sank. Bentinck Major put his fingers together, crossed his admirable legs, and looked interrogatively at his visitor. "I'm lucky to catch you in at home," said Ronder. "This isn't quite the time to call, I'm afraid, but the fact is that I want some advice." "Quite so," said his host. "I'm not a very modest man," said Ronder, laughing. "In fact, to tell you the truth, I don't believe very much in modesty. But there are times when it's just as well to admit one's incompetence. This is one of them." "Why, really, Canon," said Bentinck Major, wishing to give the poor man encouragement. "No, but I mean what I say. I don't consider myself a stupid man, but when one comes fresh into a place like this there are many things that one can't know, and that one must learn from some one wiser than oneself if one's to do any good." "Oh, really, Canon," Bentinck Major repeated. "If there's anything I can do—" "Well, there is. It isn't so much about the actual details of the work that I want your advice. Hart Smith has left things in excellent condition, and I only hope that I shall be able to keep everything as straight as he has done. What I really want from you is some sort of bird's-eye view as to the whole situation. The Chapter, for instance. Of course, I've been here for some months now and have a little idea as to the people in the place, but you've been here so long that there are many things that you can tell me." "Now, for instance," said Bentinck Major, looking very wise and serious, "what kind of things?" "I don't want you to tell me any secrets," said Ronder. "I only want your opinion, as a man of the world, as to how things stand, what really wants doing. Who, beside yourself, are the leading men here and in what directions they work? I needn't say that this conversation is confidential." "Oh, of course, of course." "Now, I don't know if I'm wrong, but it seems from what I've seen during the short time that I've been here that the general point of view is inclined to be a little too local. I believe you rather feel that yourself, although I may be prejudiced, coming straight as I have from London." "It's odd that you should mention that, Canon," said Bentinck Major. "You've put your finger on the weak spot at once. You're only saying what I've been crying aloud for the last ever so many years. A voice in the wilderness I've been, I'm afraid, a voice in the wilderness, although perhaps I have managed to do a little something. But there's no doubt that the men here, excellent though they are a little provincial. What else can you expect? They've been here for years. They have not had, most of them, the advantage of mingling with the great world. That I should have had a little more of that opportunity than my fellows here is nothing to my credit, but it does, beyond question, give one a wider view. A wider view. There's our dear Bishop, for instance, a saint if ever there was one. A saint, Ronder, I assure you. But there he is, hidden away at Carpledon, out of things, I'm afraid, although of course he does his best. Then there's Sampson. Well, I hardly need to tell you that he's not quite the man to make things hum. Not by his own fault, I assure you. He does his best, but we are as we're made. Yes. We can only use the gifts that God has given us, and God has not, undoubtedly, given the Dean quite the gifts that we need here." He paused and waited. He was a cautious man and weighed his words. "Then there's Brandon," said Ronder, smiling. "There, if I may say so, is a splendid character, a man who gives his whole life and energy for the good of the place, who spares himself nothing." There was a little pause. Bentinck Major took advantage of it to look graver than ever. "He strikes you like that, does he?" he said at last. "Well, in many ways I think you're right. Brandon is a good friend of mine. I may say that he thoroughly appreciates what I've done for this place. But he is, quite between ourselves, how shall I put it, just a little autocratic. Perhaps that's too strong a word, but he is, some think, a little too inclined to fancy that he runs the Cathedral. That, mind you, is only the opinion of some here, and I don't know that I should entirely associate myself with it, but perhaps there is something in it. He is, as you can see, a man of strong will, and again, between ourselves, of a considerable temper. This will not, I'm sure, go further than ourselves. "Absolutely not," said Ronder. "Things have been a little slack here for several years, and although I've done my own little best, what is one against so many, if you understand what I mean?" "Quite," said Ronder. "Well, nobody could call Brandon an unenergetic man. Quite the reverse. And, to put it frankly, to oppose him one needs courage. Now, I may say that I've opposed him on a number of occasions, but have had no backing. Brandon, when he's angry, is no light opponent, and the result has been that he's had, I'm afraid, a great deal of his own way." "You're afraid?" said Ronder. Bentinck Major seemed a little nervous at being caught up so quickly. He looked at Ronder suspiciously. His voice was sharper than it had been. "Oh, I like Brandon. Don't make any mistake about that. He and I together have done some excellent things here. In many ways he's admirable. I don't know what I'd have done sometimes without his backing. All I mean is that he is perhaps a little hasty sometimes." "Quite," said Ronder. "I can't tell you how you've helped me by what you've told me. I'm sure you're right in everything you've said. If you were to give me a tip, then, you'd say that I couldn't do better than follow Brandon? I'll remember that." "Well, no," said Bentinck Major rather hastily. "I don't know that I'd quite say that, either. Brandon is often wrong. I'm not sure, either, that he has quite the influence he had. That silly little incident of the elephant the other day. You heard that, didn't you? Well, a trivial thing, but one saw by the way that the town took it that the Archdeacon isn't quite where he was. I agree with him entirely in his policy to keep things as they always have been. That's the only way to save our Church, in my opinion. As soon as they tell me an idea's new, that's enough for me. I'm down on it at once. But what I do think is that his diplomacy is often faulty. He rushes at things like a bull. Exactly like a bull. A little too confident always. No, if you won't think me conceited, and I believe I'm a modest man, you couldn't do better than come to me. Talk things over with me, you know. I'm sure we'll see alike about many things." "I'm sure we will," said Ronder. "Thank you very much. As you've been so kind, I'm sure you won't mind my asking you a few questions. I hope I'm not keeping you from anything." "Not at all, not at all," said Bentinck Major very graciously, and stretched his plump little body back into the arm-chair. "Ask as many questions as you like, and I'll do my best to answer them." Ronder did then, during the next half hour, ask a great many questions, and he received a great many answers. The answers may not have told him overmuch about the things that he wanted to know, but they did tell him a great deal about Bentinck Major. The clock struck 4. Ronder got up. "You don't know how you've helped me," he said. "You've told me exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you so very much." Bentinck Major looked gratified. He had, in fact, thoroughly enjoyed himself. "Oh, but you'll stay and have some tea, won't you?" "I'm afraid I can't do that. I've got a pretty busy afternoon still in front of me." "My wife will be so disappointed." "You'll let me come another day, won't you?" "Of course, of course." The Canon himself accompanied his guest into the hall and opened the front door for him. Any time that I can help you." "Thank you so very much. Good bye." "Good bye, good bye." So far, so good, but Ronder was aware that his next visit would be quite another affair, and so indeed it proved. To reach Canon's Yard from Orange Street, Ronder had to go down through Green Lane, past the orchards, and up by a steep path into Bodger's Street and the small houses that have clustered for many years behind the Cathedral. Here once was St. Margaret's Monastery, utterly swept away, until not a stone remained, by Henry VIII's servants. St. Margaret's only memory lingers in the St. Margaret's Hostel for Women at the top of Bodger's Street, and even that has now a worn and desolate air, as though it were on the edge of departure. In truth, this part of Polchester is neglected and forgotten. It has not sunk like Seatown into dirt and degradation. It has still an air of romance and colour, but the life is gone from it. Canon's Yard is behind the hostel, and is a little square, shut-in, cobbled place, with tall, thin houses closing it in and the Cathedral towers overhanging it. Rooks and bells and the rattle of carts upon the cobbles make a perpetual clatter here, and its atmosphere is stuffy and begrimed. When the Cathedral chimes ring, they echo from house to house, from wall to wall, so that it seems as though the bells of 100 cathedrals were ringing here. Nevertheless, from the high windows of the yard there is a fine view of orchards and hills and distant woods, a view not to be despised. The house in which Canon Foster had his rooms is one of the oldest of all the houses. The house was kept by one Mrs. Maddis, who had run rooms for the clergy ever since her first marriage, when she was a pretty blushing girl of 20. She was now a hideous old woman of 80, and the house was managed by her married daughter, Mrs. Crumpleton. There were 3 floors, and there should have been 3 clergymen, but for some time the bottom floor had been empty, and the middle apartments were let to transient tenants. They were at this moment inhabited by a retired sea captain. Foster reigned on the top floor, and was quite oblivious of neighbours, landladies, tidiness, and the view. He cared, by nature, for none of these things. Ronder climbed up the dirty, dark staircase and knocked on the old oak door that had upon it a dirty visiting card with Foster's name. When he ceased his climb and the noise of his footsteps fell away, there was a great silence. Not a sound could be heard. The bells were not chiming, the rooks were not cawing, it was not as yet their time, nor was the voice of Mrs. Crumpleton to be heard, shrill and defiant as was too often the case. The house was dead. The town was dead. Had the world itself suddenly died, like a candle whose light is put out? Foster would not have cared. Ronder knocked 3 times with the knob of his walking-stick. The man must be out. He was about to turn away and go when the door suddenly opened, as though by a secret life of its own, and the pale face and untidy person of the Canon, like the apparition of a surprised and indignant revenant, was apparent. "May I come in for a moment?" said Ronder. "I won't keep you long." Foster stared at his visitor, said nothing, opened the door a little wider and stood aside. Ronder accepted this as an invitation and came in. "You'd better come into the other room," said Foster, looking about him as though he had been just ruthlessly awakened from an important dream. They passed through a little passage and an untidy sitting-room into the study. This was a place piled high with books, and its only furniture was a deal table and 2 straw-bottomed chairs. At the table Foster had obviously been working. Books lay about it, and papers, and there was also a pile of manuscript. Foster looked around him, caught his large ears in his fingers and cracked them, and then suddenly said, "You'd better sit down. What can I do for you?" Ronder sat down. It was at once apparent that, whatever the state of the rooms might be, his reluctant host was suddenly very wide awake indeed. He felt, what he had known from the very first meeting, that he was in contact here with a man of brain, of independence, of character. His capacity for amused admiration, that was one of the strongest things in him, was roused to the full. Another thing that he had also by now perceived was that Foster was not that type, by now so familiar to us in the pages of French and English fiction, of the lost and bewildered old clergyman whose long nose has been for so many years buried in dusty books that he is unable to smell the real world. Foster was neither lost nor bewildered. He was very much all there. What could he do for Ronder? Ronder was for a moment uncertain. Here, he was happy to think, he must go with the greatest care. He did not smile as he had smiled upon Bentinck Major. He spoke to Foster as to an equal. "I can see you're busy," he said. "All the same, I'm not going to apologize for coming. I'll tell you frankly that I want your help. At the same time I'll tell you that I don't care whether you give it me or no." "In what way can I help you?" said Foster coldly. "There's to be a chapter meeting in a few days' time, isn't there? Honestly, I haven't been here quite long enough yet to know how things stand. Questions may come up, although there's nothing very important this time, I believe, but there may be important things brewing. Now, you've been here a great many years, and you have your opinion of how things should go. I want your idea of some of the conditions." "You've come to spy out the land, in fact." "Put it that way if you like," said Ronder seriously, "although I don't think spying is exactly the word. You're perfectly at liberty, I mean, to tell anybody that I've been to see you and to repeat to anybody what I say. It simply is that I don't care to take on all the work that's being shoved on to my shoulders without getting the views of those who know the place well." "Oh, if it's my views you want," cried Foster, suddenly raising his voice and almost shouting, "they're easy enough to discover. They are simply that everything here is abominable, going to rack and ruin. Now, you know what I think." He looked down at his manuscript as much as to say, "Well, good afternoon." "Going to ruin in what way?" asked Ronder. "In the way that the country is going to ruin, because it has turned its back upon God." There was a pause. Suddenly Foster flung out, "Do you believe in God, Canon Ronder?" "I think," said Ronder, "the fact that I'm in the position I'm in—" "Nonsense," interrupted Foster. "That's anybody's answer. You don't look like a spiritual man." "I'm fat, if that's what you mean," said Ronder, smiling. "That's my misfortune." "If I've been rude," said Foster more mildly, "forgive me. I am rude these days. I've given up trying not to be. The truth is that I'm sick to the heart with all their worldliness, shams, lies, selfishness, idleness. You may be better than they, you may not. I don't know. If you've come here determined to wake them all up and improve things, then I wish you Godspeed. But you won't do it. You needn't think you will. If you've come like the rest to get what you can out of it, then I don't think you'll find my company good for you." "I certainly haven't come to wake them up," said Ronder. "I don't believe that to be my duty. I'm not made that way. Nor can I honestly believe things to be as bad as you say. But I do intend, with God's help, to do my best. If that's not good enough for you, then you must abandon me to my fate." Foster seemed to appreciate that. He nodded his head. "That's honest, at any rate," he said. "It's the first honest thing I've heard here for a long time, except from the Bishop. To tell you the truth, I had thought you were going to work in with Brandon. One more of his sheep. If that were to be so, the less we saw of one another, the better." "I have not been here long enough," said Ronder, "to think of working in with anybody, and I don't wish to take sides. There's my duty to the Cathedral. I shall work for that and let the rest go." "There's your duty to God," said Foster vehemently. "That's the thing that everybody here's forgotten. But you don't sound as though you'll go Brandon's way. That's something in your favour." "Why should one go Brandon's way?" Ronder asked. "Why do sheep huddle together when the dog barks at their heels?" "But I respect him. Don't you mistake me. He's a man to be respected. He's got courage. He cares for the Cathedral. He's 100 years behind, that's all. He's read nothing. He knows nothing. He's a child, and does infinite harm." He looked up at Ronder and said quite mildly, "Is there anything more you want to know?" "There's talk," said Ronder, "about the living at Pybus St. Anthony. It's apparently an important place, and when there's an appointment I should like to be able to form an opinion about the best man." "What? Is Morrison dead?" said Foster eagerly. "No, but very ill, I believe." "Well, there's only one possible appointment for that place, and that is Wistons." "Wistons?" repeated Ronder. "Yes, yes," said Foster impatiently. "The author of the new Apocalypse, the rector of St. Edward's, Hawston." Ronder remembered. "A stranger?" he said. "I thought that it would have to be some one in the diocese." Foster did not hear him. "I've been waiting for this, to get Wistons here, for years," he said. "A wonderful man, a great man. He'll wake the place up. We must have him. As to local men, the more strangers we let in here, the better." "Brandon said something about a man called Forsyth, Rex Forsyth?" Foster smiled grimly. "Yes, he would," he said. "That's just his kind of appointment. Well, if he tries to pull that through, there'll be such a battle as this place has never seen." Ronder said slowly, "I like your idea of Wistons. That sounds interesting." Foster looked at him with a new intensity. "Would you help me about that?" he asked. "I don't know quite where I am yet," said Ronder, "but I think you'll find me a friend rather than an enemy, Foster." "I don't care what you are," said Foster. "So far as my feelings or happiness go, nothing matters. But to have Wistons here, in this place oh, what we could do, what we could do!" He seemed to be lost in a dream. 5 minutes later he aroused himself to say good bye. Ronder, once more at the top of the stairs, felt about him again the strange stillness of the house. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Son, Father. Falk Brandon was still, in reality, a boy. He, of course, did not know this, and would have been very indignant had anyone told him so. It was, nevertheless, the truth. There is a kind of confidence of youth that has great charm, a sort of assumption of grown-up manners and worldly ways that is accompanied with an ingenuous belief in human nature, a naive trust in human goodness. One sees it sometimes in books, in stories that are like a charade acted by children dressed in their elders' clothes. And although these tales are nothing but fairy stories in their actual relation to life, the sincerity of their belief in life, and a kind of freshness that come from ignorance, give them a power of their own. Falk had some of this charm and power, just as his father had, but whereas his father would keep it all his days, Falk would certainly lose it as soon as he learnt more and went more into the world. But as yet he had not lost it. This emotion that had now gained such control over him was the first real emotion of his life, and he did not know in the least how to deal with it. He was like a man caught in a baffling fog. He did not know in the least whether he were in love with this girl. He did not know what he wanted to do with her. He sometimes fancied that he hated her. He could not see her clearly either mentally or physically. He only knew that he could not keep away from her, and that with every meeting he approached more nearly the moment when he would commit some desperate action that he would probably regret for the rest of his life. But although he could not see her clearly, he could see sharply enough the other side of the situation, the practical, home, filial side. It was strange how, as the affair advanced, he was more and more conscious of his father. It was as though he were an outsider, a friend of his father's, but no relation to the family, who watched a calamity approach ever more closely and was powerless to stop it. Although he was only a boy, he realized very sufficiently his father's love for him and pride in him. He realized, too, his father's dependence upon his dignity and position in the town, and last and most important of all, his father's passionate devotion to the Cathedral. All these things would be bruised were he, Falk, involved in any local scandal. Here he saw into himself, and with a bitterness and humility that were quite new to him, despised himself. He knew, as though he saw future events passing in procession before him, that if such a scandal did break out he would not be able to stay in the place and face it, not because he himself feared any human being alive, but because he could not see his father suffer under it. Well then, since he saw so clearly, why not abandon it all? Why not run away, obtain some kind of work in London, and leave Polchester until the madness had passed away from him? He could not go. He would have been one of the first to scorn another man in such a position, to mock his weakness and despise him. Well, let that be so. He despised himself, but he could not go. He was always telling himself that soon the situation would clear and that he would then know how to act. Until that happened he must see her, must talk to her, must be with her, must watch her. They had had by now a number of meetings, always in the evening by the river, when her father was away, up in the town. He had kissed her twice. She had been quite passive on each occasion, watching him ironically, with a sort of dry amusement. She had given him no sign that she cared for him, and their conversation had always been bare and unsatisfactory. Once she had said to him with sudden passion, "I want to get away out of this." He had asked her where she wanted to go. "Anywhere. London." He had asked her whether she would go with him. "I would go with anyone," she had said. Afterwards she added, "But you won't take me." "Why not?" he had asked. "Because I'm not in love with you." "You may be, yet." "I'd be anything to get away," she had replied. On a lovely evening he went down to see her, determined that this time he would give himself some definite answer. Just before he turned down to the river he passed Samuel Hogg. That large and smiling gentleman, a fat cigar between his lips, was sauntering with a friend on his way to Murdoch's billiard tables. "Evening, Mr. Brandon." "Good evening, Hogg." "Lovely weather." "Lovely." The shadows, faintly pink on the rise of the hill, engulfed his fat body. Falk wondered, as he had before now done many times, how much does he know? What's he thinking? What's he want? The river, at high tide, very gently lapped the side of the old wall. Its colour to-night was pure crystal green, the banks and the hills smoky grey behind it. Tiny pink clouds ran in little fleets across the sky, chasing one another in and out between the streamers of smoke that rose from the tranquil chimneys. Seatown was at rest this evening. Scarcely a sound came from the old houses. The birds could be heard calling from the meadows beyond the river. The pink clouds faded into a rosy shadow, then that in its turn gave way to a sky faintly green and pointed with stars. Grey mist enveloped the meadows and the river, and the birds cried no longer. There was a smell of onions and rank seaweed in the air. Falk's love story pursued at first its usual realistic course. She was there near the waterfall waiting for him. They had very little to say to one another. She was depressed to-night, and he fancied that she had been crying. She was not so attractive to him in such a mood. He liked her best when she was intolerant, scornful, aloof. To-night, although she showed no signs of caring for him, she surrendered herself absolutely. He could do what he liked with her, but he did not want to do anything with her. She leaned over the Seatown wall, looking desolately in front of her. At last she turned round to him and asked him what she had asked him before. "What do you come after me for?" "I don't know," he said. "It isn't because you love me." "I don't know." "I know. There's no mistaking it when it's there. I've lain awake a lot of nights wondering what you're after. You must have your reasons. You take a deal of trouble." Then she put her hand on his. It was the first time that she had ever, of her own accord, touched him. "I'm getting to like you," she said, "seeing so much of you, I suppose. You're only a boy, when all's said, and then, somehow or other, men don't go after me. You're the only one that ever has. They say I'm stuck up. Oh, man, but I'm unhappy here at home." "Well, then, you'd better come away with me to London." Even as he said it he would have caught the words back. What use for them to go? Nothing to live on, no true companionship. There would be only one end to that. But she shook her head. "No, if you cared for me enough, maybe I'd go, but I don't know that we'd be together long if we did. I want my own life, my own life. I can look after myself all right. I'll be off by myself alone one day." Then suddenly he wanted her as urgently as he had ever done. "No, you must never do that," he said. "If you go it must be with me. You must have some one to look after you. You don't know what London is like." He caught her in his arms and kissed her passionately, and she seemed to him a new woman altogether, created by her threat that she would go away alone. She passively let him kiss her, then with a little turn in his arms and a little sigh she very gently kissed him of her own will. "I believe I could care for 'ee," she said softly, "and I want to care for some one terrible bad." They were nearer in spirit than they had ever been before. An emotion of simple human companionship had crept into the unsettled disturbance and quieted it and deepened it. She wore in his eyes a new aspect, something wise and reasonable and comfortable. She would never be quite so mysterious to him again, but her hold on him now was firmer. He was suddenly sorry for her as well as for himself. For the first time he left her that night with a sense that comradeship might grow between them. But as he went back up the hill he was terribly depressed and humiliated. He hated and despised himself for longing after something that he did not really want. He had always, he fancied, done that, as though there would never be time enough in life for all the things that he would wish to test and to reject. When he went to bed that night he was in rebellion with all the world, but before he fell asleep Annie Hogg seemed to come to him, a gentler, kinder spirit, and to say to him, "It'll be all right. I'll look after 'ee. I'll look after 'ee." And he seemed to sink to sleep in her arms. Next morning Falk and Joan had breakfast alone with their father, a headache having laid Mrs. Brandon low. Falk was often late for breakfast, but to day had woken very early, had got up and gone out and walked through the grey mist, turning his own particular trouble over and over in his mind. To day Annie had faded back from him again. That tenderness that he had felt for her last night seemed to have vanished, and he was aware only of a savage longing to shake himself free of his burden. He had visions this morning of going up to London and looking for work. Joan saw that to day was a chapter morning day. She always knew by her father's appearance when there was to be a chapter meeting. He had then an extra gloss, an added splendour, and also an added importance. He really was the smartest old thing, she thought, looking at him this morning with affectionate pride. He looked as though he spent his time in springing in and out of cold baths. The importance was there too. He had the Glebeshire Morning News propped up in front of him, and every now and then he would poke his fine head up over it and look at his children and the breakfast table and give them a little of the world's news. In former days it had been only at the risk of their little lives that they had spoken to one another. Now, although restrictions had broken down, they would always hear, if their voices were loud. "Come, children, come. Mayn't your father read the newspaper in quiet? Plenty of time to chatter during the rest of the day." He would break forth into little sentences and exclamations as he read. "Well, that's settled Burnett's hash. Serve him right, too. Dear, 5 shillings a hundred now. Philpot's going to St. Luman. What an appointment!" And so on. Sometimes he would grow so deeply agitated that he would push the paper away from him and wave vaguely about the table with his hands as though he were learning to swim, letting out at the same time little snorts of indignation and wonder. "The fools! The idiots! Savage! Of all men! Fancy listening to him! Well, they'll only get what they deserve for their weakness. I wrote to Benson, too. Might as well have written to a rhinoceros. Toast, please, Joan. Toast. Didn't you hear me? Savage! What can they be thinking of? Yes, and butter. Of course I said butter." But on chapter days it was difficult for the newspaper to disturb him. His mind was filled with thoughts for the plan and policy of the morning. It was unfortunately impossible for him ever to grasp 2 things at the same time, and this made his reasoning and the development of any plan that he had rather slow. When the chapter was to be an important one he would not look at the newspaper at all, and would eat scarcely any breakfast. To-day, because the chapter was a little one, he allowed himself to consider the outside world. That really was the beginning of his misfortune, because the paper this morning contained a very vivid picture of the loss of the Drummond Castle. That was an old story by this time, but here was some especial account that provided new details and circumstances, giving a fresh, vivid horror to the scene even at this distance of time. Brandon tried not to read the thing. He made it a rule that he would not distress himself with the thoughts of evil that he could not cure. That is what he told himself, but indeed his whole life was spent in warding off and shutting out and refusing to listen. He had told himself many years ago that it was a perfect world, and that God had made it, and that God was good. To maintain this belief it was necessary that one should not be presumptuous. It was presumptuous to imagine for a moment about any single thing that it was a mistake. If anything were evil or painful, it was there to try and test us, a kind of springboard over the waters of salvation. Once, some years ago, a wicked atheist had written an article in a magazine manifesting how evil nature was, how the animals preyed upon one another, how everything from the tiniest insect to the largest elephant suffered and suffered and suffered, how even the vegetation lived a short life of agony and frustration and then fell into foul decay. Brandon had read the article against his will, and had then hated the writer of it with so deep a hatred that he would have had him horsewhipped had he had the power. The article upset him for days, and it was only by asserting to himself again and again that it was untrue, by watching kittens at play and birds singing on the branches and roses bursting from bud to bloom, that he could reassure himself. Now to-day there was the old distress back again. There was no doubt but that those men and women on the Drummond Castle had suffered in order to win quite securely for themselves a crown of glory. He ought to envy them, to regret that he had not been given the same chance, and yet... He pushed the paper impatiently away from him. It was good that there was nothing important to be discussed at chapter this morning, because really he was not in the mood to fight battles. He sighed. Why was it always he that had to fight battles? He had indeed the burden of the whole town upon his shoulders, and at that secretly he felt a great joy. He was glad. Yes, he was glad that he had... As he looked over at Joan and Falk, he felt tenderly towards them. His reading then about the Drummond Castle made him anxious that they should have a good time and be happy. It might be better for them that they should suffer. Nevertheless, if they could be sure of heaven and at the same time not suffer too badly, he would be glad. Suddenly, then, across the breakfast table a picture drove itself in front of him, a picture of Joan with her baby face struggling in the water. She screamed. She tried to catch on to the side of a boat with her hand. Someone struck her. With a shudder of disgust he drove it away from him. "Pah!" he cried aloud, getting up from the table. "What is it, father?" Joan asked. "People oughtn't to be allowed to write such things," he said, and went to his study. When, an hour later, he sallied forth to the chapter meeting, he had recovered his equanimity. His mind now was nailed to the business at hand. Most innocently, as he crossed the Cathedral Green, he strutted, his head up, his brow stern, his hands crossed behind his back. The choristers coming in from the choir school practice in the Cathedral passed him in a ragged line. They all touched their mortar boards, and he smiled benignly upon them, reserving a rather stern glance for Brockett, the organist, of whose musical eccentricities he did not at all approve. Little remained now of the original chapter house, which had once been a continuation of St. Margaret's Chapel. Some extremely fine early Norman arches, which were once part of the chapter house, are still there and may be seen at the southern end of the Cloisters. Here, too, are traces of the dormitory and infirmary which formerly stood there. The present Chapter House consists of 2 rooms adjoining the Cloisters, once a hall used by the monks as a large refectory. There is still a timber roof of late 13th century work, and this is supposed to have been once part of the old Pilgrims' or Strangers' Hall. The larger of the 2 rooms is reserved for the chapter meetings, the smaller one being used for minor meetings and informal discussions. The Archdeacon was a little late, as, I am afraid, he liked to be when he was sure that others would be punctual. Nothing, however, annoyed him more than to find others late when he himself was in time. There they all were, and how exactly he knew how they would all be. There was the long oak table, blotting paper and writing materials neatly placed before each seat, there the fine walls in which he always took so great a pride, with the portraits of the Polchester bishops in grand succession upon them. At the head of the table was the Dean, nervously, with anxious smiles, looking about him. On the right was Brandon's seat, on the left Witheram, seriously approaching the business of the day as though his very life depended upon it. Then Bentinck Major, his hands looking as though they had been manicured. Next to him Ryle, laughing obsequiously at some fashionable joke that Bentinck Major had delivered to him. Opposite to them Foster, looking as though he had not had a meal for a week and badly shaved with a cut on his chin, and next to him Ronder. At the bottom of the table was little Bond, the chapter clerk, sucking his pencil. Brandon took his place with dignified apologies for his late arrival. "Let us ask God for His blessing on our work to day," said the Dean. A prayer followed, then general rustling and shuffling, blowing of noses, coughing, and even, from the surprised and consternated Ryle, a sneeze. Then the business of the day began. The minutes of the last meeting were read, and there was a little amiable discussion. At once Brandon was conscious of Ronder. Why? He could not tell, and was the more uncomfortable. The man said nothing. He had not been present at the last meeting, and could therefore have nothing to say to this part of the business. He sat there, his spectacles catching the light from the opposite windows, so that he seemed to have no eyes. His chubby body, the position in which he was sitting, hunched up, leaning forward on his arms, spoke of perfect and almost sleepy content. His round face and fat cheeks gave him the air of a man to whom business was a tiresome and unnecessary interference with the pleasures of life. Nevertheless, Brandon was so deeply aware of Ronder that again and again, against his will, his eyes wandered in his direction. Once or twice Brandon said something, not because he had anything really to say, but because he wanted to impress himself upon Ronder. All agreed with him in the complacent and contented way they had always agreed. Then his consciousness of Ronder extended and gave him a new consciousness of the other men. He had known for so long exactly how they looked and the words that they would say, that they were to him rather like the stone images of the 12 apostles in the niches round the west door. To-day they jumped in a moment into new life. Yesterday he could have calculated to a nicety the attitude that they would have. Now they seemed to have been blown askew with a new wind. Because he noticed these things, it does not mean that he was generally perceptive. He had always been very sharp to perceive anything that concerned his own position. Business proceeded, and every one displayed his own especial characteristics. Nothing arose that concerned Ronder. Every one's personal opinion about every one else was clearly apparent. It was a fine thing, for instance, to observe Foster's scorn and contempt, whilst Bentinck Major explained his little idea about certain little improvements that he, as Chancellor, might naturally suggest, or Ryle's attitude of goodwill to all and sundry as he apologised for certain of Brockett's voluntaries and assured Brandon on one side that something should be done about it, and agreed with Bentinck Major on the other that it was indeed agreeable to hear sometimes music a little more advanced and original than one usually found in cathedrals. Brandon sniffed something of incipient rebellion in Bentinck Major's attitude and looked across the table severely. Bentinck Major blinked and nervously examined his nails. "Of course," said the Archdeacon in his most solemn manner, "there may be people who wish to turn the Cathedral into a music hall. I don't say there are, but there may be. In these strange times nothing would astonish me. In my own humble opinion what was good enough for our fathers is good enough for us. However, don't let my opinion influence any one." "I assure you, Archdeacon," said Bentinck Major. Witheram earnestly assured every one that he was certain there need be no alarm. They could trust the Precentor to see. There was a general murmur. Yes, they could trust the Precentor. This little matter being settled, the meeting was very near an agreeable conclusion, and the Dean was beginning to congratulate himself on the early return to his botany, when unfortunately there cropped up the question of the garden roller. This matter of the garden roller was a simple one enough. The Cathedral School had some months ago requested the Chapter to allow it to purchase for itself a new garden roller. Such an article was seriously needed for the new cricket field. It was true that the school already possessed 2 garden rollers, but one of these was very small, quite a baby one, Dennison, the headmaster, explained pathetically, and the other one could not possibly cover all the work that it had to do. The school grounds were large ones. The matter, which was one that mainly concerned the Treasury side of the Chapter, had been discussed at the last meeting, and there had been a good deal of argument about it. Brandon had then vetoed it, not because he cared in the least whether or no the school had a garden roller, but because, Hart Smith having left and Ronder being not yet with them, he was in charge, for the moment, of the Cathedral funds. He liked to feel his power, and so he refused as many things as possible. Had it not been only a temporary glory, had he been permanent treasurer, he would in all probability have acted in exactly the opposite way and allowed everybody to have everything. "There's the question of the garden roller," said Witheram, just as the Dean was about to propose that they should close with a prayer. "I've got it here in the minutes," said the Chapter Clerk severely. "Oh dear, yes," said the Dean, looking about him rather piteously. "Now, what shall we do about it?" "Let 'em have it," said Foster, glaring across at Brandon and shutting his mouth like a trap. This was a direct challenge. Brandon felt his breast charged with the noble anger that always filled it when Foster said anything. "I must confess," he said, covering, as he always did when he intended something to be final, the Dean with his eye, "that I thought that this was quite definitely settled at last Chapter. I understood I may of course have been mistaken that we considered that we could not afford the thing and that the school must wait." "Well, Archdeacon," said the Dean nervously he knew of old the danger signals in Brandon's flashing eyes "I must confess that I hadn't thought it quite so definite as that. Certainly we discussed the expense of the affair." "I think the Archdeacon's right," said Bentinck Major, who wanted to win his way back to favour after the little mistake about the music. "It was settled, I think." "Nothing of the kind," said Foster fiercely. "We settled nothing." "How does it read on the minutes?" asked the Dean nervously. "Postponed until the next meeting," said the Clerk. "At any rate," said Brandon, feeling that this absurd discussion had gone on quite long enough, "the matter is simple enough. It can be settled immediately. Any one who has gone into the matter at all closely will have discovered, first, that the school doesn't need a roller they've enough already; secondly, that the Treasury cannot possibly at the present moment afford to buy a new one." "I really must protest, Archdeacon," said Foster. "This is going too far. In the first place, have you yourself gone into the case?" Brandon paused before he answered. He felt that all eyes were upon him. He also felt that Foster had been stirred to a new strength of hostility by some one. He fancied he knew by whom. Moreover, had he gone into it? He was aware with a stirring of impatience that he had not. He had intended to do so, but time had been short, the matter had not seemed of sufficient importance. "I certainly have gone into it," he said, "quite as far as the case deserves. The facts are clear." "The facts are not clear," said Foster angrily. "I say that the school should have this roller, and that we are behaving with abominable meanness in preventing it," and he banged his fist upon the table. "If that charge of meanness is intended personally," said Brandon angrily.
"I assure you, Archdeacon," said Ryle. The Dean raised a hand in protest. "I don't think," he said, "that anything here is ever intended personally. We must never forget that we are in God's house. Of course, this is an affair that really should be in the hands of the Treasury, but I'm afraid that Canon Ronder can hardly be expected in the short time that he's been with us to have investigated this little matter." Every one looked at Ronder. There was a pleasant sense of drama in the affair. Brandon was gazing at the portraits above the table and pretending to be outside the whole business. In reality his heart beat angrily. His word should have been enough. In earlier days it would have been. Everything now was topsy-turvy. "As a matter of fact," said Ronder, "I have gone into the matter. I saw that it was one of the most urgent questions on the agenda. Unimportant though it may sound, I believe that the school cricket will be entirely held up this summer if they can't secure their roller. They intend, I believe, to get a roller by private subscription if we refuse it to them, and that, gentlemen, would be, I cannot help feeling, rather ignominious for us. I have been into the question of prices and have examined some catalogues. I find that the expense of a good garden roller is really not a very great one that I think the Treasury could sustain without serious inconvenience." "You think then, Canon, that we should allow the roller?" said the Dean. "I certainly do," said Ronder. Brandon felt the impression that had been created. He knew that they were all thinking amongst themselves, "Well, here's an efficient man." He burst out, "I'm afraid that I cannot agree with Canon Ronder. If he will allow me to say so, he has not been, as yet, long enough in the place to know how things really stand. I have nothing to say against Dennison, but he has obviously put his case very plausibly, but those who have known the school and its methods for many years have perhaps a prior right of judgment over Canon Ronder, who's known it for so short a time." "Absurd! Absurd!" cried Foster. "It isn't a case of knowing the school. It's simply a question of whether the Chapter can afford it. Canon Ronder, who is treasurer, says that it can. That ought to be enough for anybody." The atmosphere was now very warm indeed. There was every likelihood of several gentlemen speaking at once. Witheram looked anxious, Bentinck Major malicious, Ryle nervous, Foster triumphant, and Brandon furious. Only Ronder seemed unconcerned. The Dean, distress in his heart, raised his hand. "As there seems to be some difference of opinion in this matter," he said, "I think we had better vote upon it. Those in favour of the roller being granted to the school, please signify." Ronder, Foster and Witheram raised their hands. "And those against?" said the Dean. Brandon, Ryle and Bentinck Major were against. "I'm afraid," said the Dean, smiling anxiously, "that it will be for me to give the casting vote." He paused for a moment. Then, looking straight across the table at the Clerk, he said, "I think I must decide for the roller. Canon Ronder seems to me to have proved his case." Every one, except possibly Ronder, was aware that this was the first occasion for many years that any motion of Brandon's had been defeated. Without waiting for any further business, the Archdeacon gathered together his papers and, looking neither to right nor left, strode from the room. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, The Whispering Gallery. Chapter 1, 5 o'clock, The Green Cloud. The cloud seemed to creep like smoke from the funnel of the Cathedral tower. The sun was setting in a fiery wreath of bubbling haze, shading in rosy mist the mountains of grey stone. The little cloud, at first in the shadowy air light green and shaped like a ring, twisted spirally, then, spreading, washed out and lay like a pool of water against the smoking sunset. Green, like the Black Bishop's ring, lying there afterwards until the orange had faded and the sky, deserted by the sun, was milk-white. The mists descended. The Cathedral chimes struck 5.
February night, cold, smoke misted, enwrapped the town. At 5:15 evensong was over, and Cobbett was putting out the candles in the choir. Two figures slowly passed down the darkening nave. Outside the west door they paused, gazing at the splendour of the fiery sky. "It's cold, but there'll be stars," Ronder said. Stars. Cold. Brandon shivered. Something was wrong with him. His heart had clapped during the anthem, as though a cart with heavy wheels had rumbled there. He looked suspiciously at Ronder. He did not like the man, confidently standing there addressing the sky as though he owned it. He would have liked the sunset for himself. "Well, good night, Canon," brusquely. He moved away. But Ronder followed him. "One moment, Archdeacon. Excuse me, I have been wanting an opportunity." Brandon paused. The man was nervous. Brandon liked that. "Yes?" he said. The rosy light was fading. Strange, that little green cloud rising like smoke from the tower. "At the last chapter we were on opposite sides. I want to say how greatly I've regretted that. I feel that we don't know one another as we should. I wonder if you would allow me." The light was fading. Ronder's spectacles shone, his body in shadow. "To see something more of you, to have a real talk with you." Brandon smiled grimly to himself in the dusk. This fool. He was afraid then. He saw himself hatless in Bennett's shop. Outside, the jeering crowd. "I'm afraid, Canon Ronder, that we shall never see eye to eye here about many things. If you will allow me to say so, you have perhaps not been here quite long enough to understand the real needs of this diocese. You must go slowly here, more slowly than perhaps you are prepared for. We are not modernists here." The spectacles, alone visible, answered, "Well, let us discuss it then. Let us talk things over. Let me ask you at once, have you something against me, something that I have done unwittingly? I have fancied lately a personal note. I am absurdly sensitive, but if there is something that I have done, please let me apologize for it. I want you to tell me." Anything that he had done? The Archdeacon smiled grimly to himself in the dusk. "I really don't think, Canon, that talking things over will help us. There is really nothing to discuss. Good night." The green cloud was gone. Ronder, invisible now, remained in the shadow of the great door. 2. Beside the river, above the mill, a woman's body was black against the gold-crested water. She leaned over the little bridge, her body strong, confident in its physical strength, her hands clasped, her eyes meditative. No need for secrecy to-night. Her father was in Drymouth for 2 days. 5:15. The chimes struck out clear across the town. Hearing them, she looked back and saw the sky a flood of red behind the Cathedral. She longed for Falk to-night, a new longing. He was better than she had supposed, far, far better. A good boy, tender and warm-hearted, to be trusted, her friend. At first he had stood to her only for a means of freedom from this horrible place, from this horrible man, her father, more horrible than any others knew. Her mother had known. She shivered, seeing that body, heavy-breasted, dull white, as, stripped to the waist, he bent over the bed to strike. Her mother's cry, a little moan. She shivered again, staring into the sunset for Falk. He was with her. They leant over the bridge together, his arm around her. They said very little. She looked back. "See that strange cloud? Green. Ever seen a green cloud before? Ah, it's peaceful here." She turned and looked into his face. As the dusk came down, she stroked his hair. He put his arm round her and held her close to him. 3. The lamps in the High Street, suddenly flaring, beat out the sky. There, above the street itself, the fiery sunset had not extended. The fair, watery space was pale egg blue. As the chimes, so near at hand, struck 5:15, the pale colour began slowly to drain away, leaving ashen china shades behind it, and up to these shades the orange street lights extended, patronising, flaunting.
But Joan, pausing for a moment under the Arden Gate before she turned home, saw the full glory of the sunset. She heard, contending with the chimes, the last roll of the organ playing the worshippers out of the mountain of sacrificial stone. She looked up and saw a green cloud, faintly green, like early spring leafage, curl from the tower smokewise, and there, lifting his hat, pausing at her side, was Johnny St. Leath. She would have hurried on. She was not happy. Things were not right at home. Something wrong with father, with mother, with Falk. Something wrong, too, with herself. She had heard in the town the talk about this girl who was coming to the castle for the Jubilee time, coming to marry Johnny. Coming to marry him because she was rich and handsome, lovely. Lady St. Leath was determined. So she would hurry on, murmuring "Good evening." But he stopped her. His face was flushed. Andrew heaved eagerly, hungrily, at his side. "Miss Brandon, just a moment. I want to speak to you. Lovely evening, isn't it? You cut me the other day. Yes, you did. In Orange Street." "Why?" She tried to speak coldly. "We're friends. You know we are. Only in this beastly town no one can be free. I only want to tell you if I go away, suddenly, I'm coming back. Mind that. You're not to believe anything they say. Anything that anyone says. I'm coming back. Remember that. We're friends. You must trust me. Do you hear?" And he was gone, striding off towards the Cathedral, Andrew panting at his heels. The light was gone too. Going, gone. She stayed for a moment. As she reached her door, the wind rose, sifting through the grass, rising to her chin.
4. The two figures met unconsciously, without spoken arrangement, pushed towards one another by destiny, as they had been meeting now continuously during the last weeks. Almost always at this hour, almost always at this place. On the sandy path in the green hollow below the Cathedral, above the stream, the hollow under the opposite hill, the hill where the field was, the field where they had the fair. Down into this green depth the sunset could not strike, and the chimes, telling over so slowly and so sweetly the 3/4, filtered down like a memory, a reiteration of an old promise, a melody almost forgotten. But above her head the woman, looking up, could see the rose change to orange and could watch the cloud, like a pool of green water, extend and rest, lying like a sheet of glass behind which the orange gleamed. They met always thus, she coming from the town as though turning upwards through the tangled path to her home in the Precincts, he sauntering slowly, his hands behind his back, as though he had been wandering there to think out some problem. Sometimes he did not come, sometimes she could not. They never stayed more than 10 minutes there together. No one from month to month at that hour crossed that desolate path. To-day he began impetuously. "If you hadn't come to-night, I think I would have gone to find you. I had to see you. No, I had nothing to say, only to see you. But I am so lonely in that house. I always knew I was lonely, never more than when I was married. But now, if I hadn't these 10 minutes most days, I'd die, I think." They didn't touch one another, but stood opposite, gazing, face into face. "What are we to do?" he said. "It can't be wicked just to meet like this and to talk a little." "I'd like you to know," she answered, "that you and my son, you are all I have in the world, the two of you, and my son has some secret from me." "I have been so lonely too, but I don't feel lonely any more. Your friendship for me—" "Yes, I am your friend. Think of me like that. Your friend from the first moment I saw you. You so quiet and gentle and unhappy. I realised your unhappiness instantly. No one else in this place seemed to notice it. I believe God meant us to be friends, meant me to bring you happiness a little." "Happiness!" she shivered. "Isn't it cold to night? Do you see that strange green cloud? Ah, now it is gone. All the light is going. Do you believe in God?" He came closer to her.
His hand touched her arm. "Yes," he answered fiercely, "and he means me to care for you." His hand, trembling, stroked her arm. She did not move. His hand, shaking, touched her neck. He bent forward and kissed her neck, her mouth, then her eyes. She leant her head wearily for an instant on his shoulder, then, whispering good night, she turned and went quietly up the path. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Souls on Sunday. I must have been 13 or 14 years of age, it may have been indeed in this very year '97, when I first read Stevenson's story of Treasure Island. It is the fashion, I believe, now with the clever, solemn ones, to despise Stevenson as a writer of romantic tushery. All the same, if it's realism they want, I'm still waiting to see something more realistic than Pew or Long John Silver. Realism may depend as truly on a blind man's tap with his stick upon the ground as on any number of adulteries. In those young years, thank God, I knew nothing about realism and read the tale for what it was worth, and it was worth 300 bags of gold. Now, on looking back, it seems to me that the spirit that overtook our town just at this time was very like the spirit that seized upon Dr. Livesey, young Hawkins, and the rest when they discovered the dead buccaneer's map. This is no forced parallel. It was with a real sense of adventure that the whispering began about the Brandons and Ronder and the Pybus St. Anthony living, and the rest of it. Where did the whispering start? Who can ever tell? Our Polchester whispering was carried on and fostered very largely by our servants. As in every village and town in Glebeshire, the intermarrying that had been going on for generations was astonishing. Every servant maid, every errand boy, every gardener and coachman in Polchester was cousin, brother or sister to every other servant maid, errand boy, gardener and coachman. They made, these people, a perfect net about our town. The things that they carried from house to house, however, were never the actual things, they were simply the material from which the actual things were made. Nor was the construction of the actual tale positively malicious. It was only that our eyes were caught by the drama of life, and we could not help but exclaim with little gasps and cries at the wonderful excitement of the history that we saw. Our treasure hunting was simply for the fun of the thrill of the chase, not at all that we wished harm to a soul in the world. If, on occasion, a slight hint of maliciousness did find its place with us, it was only because in this insecure world it is delightful to reaffirm our own security as we watch our neighbours topple over. We do not wish them to topple, but if somebody has to fall, we would rather it were not ourselves. Brandon had been for so long so remarkable a figure in our world that the slightest stir of the colours in his picture was immediately noticeable. From the moment of Falk's return from Oxford it was expected that something would happen. It often occurs that a situation between a number of people is vague and indefinite until a certain moment, often quite undramatic and negative in itself, arrives, when the situation suddenly fixes itself and stands forward, set full square to the world as a definite, concrete fact. There was a certain Sunday in the April of this year that became for the Archdeacon and a number of other people such a definite crisis, and yet it might quite reasonably have been said at the end of it that nothing very much had occurred. Everything seemed to happen in Polchester on Sundays. For one thing, more talking was done on Sunday than on all the other days of the week together. Then the Cathedral itself came into its full glory on that day.
Every one gathered there, every one talked to every one else before parting, and the long spaces and silences and pauses of the day allowed the comments and the questions and the surmises to grow and swell and distend into gigantic images before night took every one and stretched them upon their backs to dream. What the Archdeacon liked was an off Sunday, when he had nothing to do save to walk majestically into his place in the choir stall, to read perhaps a lesson, to talk gravely to people who came to have tea with him after the Sunday evensong, to reflect lazily after Sunday supper, his long legs stretched out in front of him, a pipe in his mouth, upon the goodness and happiness and splendour of the Cathedral and the world and his own place in it. Such a Sunday was a perfect thing, and such a Sunday April 18th ought to have been. Alas, it was not so. It began very early, somewhere about 7 in the morning, with a horrible incident. The rule on Sundays was that the maid knocked at 6:30 on the door and gave the Archdeacon and his wife their tea. The Archdeacon lay luxuriously drinking it until exactly 7:15. Then he sprang out of bed, had his cold bath, performed his exercises, and shaved in his little dressing-room. At about 7:15, nearly dressed, he returned into the bedroom to find Mrs. Brandon also nearly dressed. On this particular day, while he drank his tea, his wife appeared to be sleeping. That did not make him bound out of bed any the less noisily. After 20 years of married life you do not worry about such things. Moreover, it was quite time that his wife bestirred herself. At 7:15 he came into the bedroom in his shirt and trousers, humming "Onward, Christian Soldiers." It was a fine spring morning, so he flung up the window and looked out into the Precinct, fresh and dewy in the morning sun, silent save for the inquisitive reiteration of an early jackdaw. Then he turned back and, to his amazement, saw that his wife was lying, her eyes wide open, staring in front of her. "My dear," he cried, "aren't you well?" "I'm perfectly well," she answered him, her eyes maintaining their fixed stare. The tone in which she said these words was quite new. It was not submissive, it was not defensive, it was indifferent. She must be ill. He came close to the bed. "Do you realise the time?" he asked. 20 minutes past 7. I'm sure you don't want to keep me waiting." She didn't answer him. Certainly she must be ill. There was something strange about her eyes. "You must be ill," he repeated. "You look ill. Why didn't you say so? Have you got a headache?" "I'm not ill. I haven't got a headache, and I'm not coming to early service." "You're not ill and you're not coming?" he stammered in his amazement. "You've forgotten. There isn't late celebration." She gave him no answer, but turned on her side, closing her eyes. He came right up to the bed, frowning down upon her. "Amy, what does this mean? You're not ill, and yet you're not coming to celebration? Why? I insist upon an answer." She said nothing. He felt that anger, of which he had tried now for many years to beware, flooding his throat. With tremendous self-control he said quietly, "What is the matter with you, Amy? You must tell me at once." She did not open her eyes, but said in a voice so low that he scarcely caught the words, "There is nothing the matter. I am not ill, and I'm not coming to early service." "Why?" "Because I don't wish to." For a moment he thought that he was going to bend down and lift her bodily out of bed. His limbs felt as though they were prepared for such an action. But to his own surprised amazement he did nothing. He said nothing. He looked at the bed, at the hollow where his head had been, at her head, with her black hair scattered on the pillow, at her closed eyes. Then he went away into his dressing-room. When he had finished dressing he came back into the bedroom, looked across at her, motionless, her eyes still closed, lying on her side, felt the silence of the room, the house, the precincts broken only by the impertinent jackdaw. He went downstairs. Throughout the early celebration he remained in a condition of amazed bewilderment. From his position just above the altar rails he could see very clearly the Bishop's tomb. The morning sun, reflected in purple colours from the east window, played upon its blue stone. It caught the green ring and flashed splashes of fire from its heart. His mind went back to that day, not so very long ago, when, with triumphant happiness, he had seemed to share in the Bishop's spirit, to be dust of his dust and bone of his bone. That had been the very day, he remembered, of Falk's return from Oxford. Since that day everything had gone wrong for him. Falk, the elephant, Ronder, Foster, the Chapter, and now his wife. Never in all the years of his married life had she spoken to him as she had done that morning. She must be on the edge of a serious illness, a very serious illness. Strangely, a new concern for her, a concern that he had never felt in his life before, arose in his heart. Poor Amy! And how tiresome if she were ill, the house all at sixes and sevens. With a shock he realised that his mind was not devotional. He swung himself back to the service, looking down benevolently upon the 2 rows of people waiting patiently to come in their turn to the altar steps. At breakfast, however, there Mrs. Brandon was, looking quite her usual self, in the Sunday dress of grey silk, making the tea, quiet as she always was, answering questions submissively, patiently, as the wife of an archdeacon should. He tried to show her by his manner that he had been deeply shocked, but unfortunately he had been shocked, annoyed, indignant, on so many occasions when there had been no real need for it, that to-day, when there was the occasion, he felt that he made no impression. The bells pealed for morning service, the sun shone. As 10:30 approached, little groups of people crossed the precincts and vanished into the mouth of the great west door. Now were Lawrence and Cobbett in their true glory. Lawrence was in his fine purple robe, the Sunday silk one. He stood at the far end of the nave, just under the choir screen, waiting for the aristocracy, for whom the front seats were guarded with cords which only he might untie. How deeply pleased he was when some unfortunate stranger, ignorant in the ways of the Cathedral, walked with startling clatter up the whole length of the shining nave and endeavoured to penetrate one of these sacred defences. Majestically, staff in hand, he came forward, shook his snow-white head, looking down upon the intrusive one more in sorrow than in anger, spoke no word, but motioned the audacity back down the nave again to the place where Cobbett officiated. Back, clatter, clatter, blushing and confused, the stranger retreated, watched, as it seemed to him, by 1,000 sarcastic and cynical eyes. The bells slipped from their jangling peal into a solemn single note. The mere people were in their places at the back of the nave, the great ones leaving their entrance until the very last moment. There was a light in the organ loft. Very softly Brockett began his voluntary. Clatter, 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 and the school arrived, the small boys, swallowed by their Eton collars, first filing into their places to the right of the screen, then the middle boys, a little indifferent and careless, then the 5th and 6th in their stick-up collars, haughty and indifferent indeed. Dimly on the other side of the screen the schoolboys in their surplices could be seen settling into their places between the choir and the altar. A rustling of skirts, and the aristocracy entered in ones and twos from the side doors that opened out of the cloisters. For some of them, for a very few, Lawrence had his confidential smile. For Mrs. Sampson, for instance, for Mrs. Combermere, for Mrs. Ryle and Mrs. Brandon. A very special one for Mrs. Brandon because of his high opinion of her husband. She was nothing very much, a mean little woman he thought her, but the Archdeacon had married her. That was enough. Joan was with her, conscious that every one must be noticing her. The D'Arcy girls and Cynthia Ryle and Gladys Sampson, they would all be looking and criticizing. Hustle, rustle, rustle. Here was an event indeed. Lady St. Leath was come, and with her in attendance Johnny and Hetty. Lawrence hurried forward, disregarding Mrs. Brandon, who was compelled to undo her cord for herself. He led Lady St. Leath forward with a ceremony, a dignity that was marvellous to see. She moved behind him as though she owned the Cathedral, or rather could have owned it had she thought it worth her while. All the little boys in the upper third and lower fourth turned their necks in their Eton collars and watched. What a bonnet she was wearing! All the colours of the rainbow, odd indeed, perched there on the top of her untidy white hair. Every one settled down. The voluntary was louder, the single note of the bell suddenly more urgent. Ladies looked about them. Ellen Stiles saw Miss Dobell. Smile, smile. Joan saw Cynthia Ryle. Smile, smile. Lawrence, with the expression of the angel Gabriel waiting to admit into heaven a new troop of repentant sinners, stood expectant. The sun filtered in dusty ladders of coloured light and fell in squares upon the empty spaces of the nave. The bell suddenly ceased. A long, melodious and melancholy Amen came from somewhere far away in the purple shadow. Every one moved. A noise like a little uncertain breeze blew through the Cathedral as the congregation rose. Then the choir filed through, the boys, the men, the precentor, old Canon Morphew and older Canon Bartholomew, Canon Rogers, his face bitter and discontented, Canon Foster, Bentinck Major, last of all, Archdeacon Brandon. They had filed into their places in the choir. They were kneeling. The precentor's voice rang out. The familiar sound of Canon Ryle's voice recalled Mrs. Brandon to time and place. She was kneeling, her gloved hands pressed close to her face. She was looking into thick, dense darkness, a darkness penetrated with the strong scent of Russia leather and the faint musty smell that always seemed to rise from the Cathedral hassocks and the woodwork upon which she leant. Until Ryle's voice roused her, she had been swimming in space and eternity. Behind her, like a little boat bobbing distressfully in her track, was the scene of that early morning with which that day had opened. She saw herself, as it were, the body of some quite other woman, lying in that so familiar bedroom and saying "No," saying it again and again and again, "No, no, no." Why had she said no? And it was not in reality another woman who had said it. And why had he been so quiet? It was not his way. There had been no storm. She shivered a little behind her gloves. "Dearly beloved brethren," began the precentor, pleading, impersonal. Slowly her brain, like a little dark fish striking up from deep green waters, rose to the surface of her consciousness. What she was then most surely aware of was that she was on the very edge of something. It was a quite physical sensation, as though she had been walking over mist-soaked downs and had suddenly hesitated to find herself looking down along the precipitances of jagged black rock. It was jagged black rock over which she was now peering. The two sides of the choir were now rivaling one another over the psalms, hurling verses at one another with breathless speed, as though they said, "Here's the ball, catch! Oh, you are slow!" In just that way, across the field of Amy Brandon's consciousness, two voices were shouting at one another. One cried, "See what she's in for, the foolish woman! She's not up to it. It will finish her." And the other answered, "Well, she is in for it, so it's no use warning her any longer. She wants it. She's going to have it." And the first repeated, "It never pays. It never pays. It never pays." And the second replied, "No, but nothing can stop her now. Nothing." Could nothing stop her? Behind the intricacies of one of Smart's most elaborate Te Deums, with clenched hands and little shivers of apprehension, she fought a poor little battle. "We praise Thee, O God! We acknowledge Thee to be the Lord." "The goodly fellowship of the prophets praise Thee." A boy's voice rose, "Thou didst not abhor the Virgin's womb." Let her step back now while there was yet time. She had her children, she had Falk. Falk! She looked around her, almost expecting him to be at her side, although she well knew that he had long ago abandoned the Cathedral services. Ah, it wasn't fair! If only he loved her, if only anyone loved her, anyone whom she herself could love! If anyone wanted her! Lawrence was waiting, his back turned to the nave. As the last words of the Te Deum rose into a shout of triumphant confidence, he turned and solemnly, his staff raised, advanced, Archdeacon Brandon behind him. Now, as always, a little giggle of appreciation ran down the nave as the Archdeacon marched forward to the lectern. The tourists whispered and asked one another who that fine-looking man was. They craned their necks into the aisle. And he did look fine, his head up, his shoulders back, his grave dignity graciously at their service and God's. The sight of her husband inflamed Mrs. Brandon. She stared at him as though she were seeing him for the first time, but in reality she was not seeing him as he was now, but rather as he had been that morning bending over her bed in his shirt and trousers. That movement that he had made as though he would lift her bodily out of the bed. She closed her eyes. His fine, rich voice came to her from a long way off. Let him boom as loudly as he pleased, he could not touch her any more. She had escaped, and for ever. She saw then Morris as she had seen him at the tea party months ago. She recovered that strange sense that she had had, and that he had had too, as she knew, of being carried out right away from one's body into an atmosphere of fire and heat and sudden cold. They had no more been able to avoid that look that they had exchanged than they had been able to escape being born. Let it then stay at that. She wanted nothing more than that. Only that look must be exchanged again. She was hungry, starving for it. She must see him often, continually. She must be able to look at him, touch the sleeve of his coat, hear his voice. She must be able to do things for him, little simple things that no one else could do. She wanted no more than that, only to be near to him and to see that he was cared for, looked after. Surely that was not wrong. No one could say... Little shivers ran continually about her body, and her hands, clenched tightly, were damp within her gloves. The precentor gave out the words of the anthem, "Little children, love one another." Every one rose, save Lady St. Leath, who settled herself magnificently in her seat and looked about her as though she challenged anybody to tell her that she was wrong to do so. Yes, that was all Amy Brandon wanted. Who could say that she was wrong to want it? The little battle was concluded. Old Canon Foster was preaching to-day. Always at the conclusion of the anthem, certain ruffians, visitors, tourists, clattered out. No sermon for them. They did not matter very greatly because they were far away at the back of the nave, and nobody need look at them. But on Foster's preaching days certain of the aristocracy also retired, and this was disconcerting because their seats were prominent ones and their dresses were of silk. Often Lady St. Leath was one of these, but to-day she was sunk into a kind of stupor and did not move. Mrs. Combermere, Ellen Stiles, and Mrs. Sampson were the guilty ones. Rustle of their dresses, the heavy flop of the side cloister door as it closed behind them, and then silence once more, and the thin, angry voice of Canon Foster, "Let us pray." Out in the grey cloisters it was charming. The mild April sun flooded the square of grass that lay in the middle of the thick rounded pillars like a floor of bright green glass. The ladies stood for a moment looking out into the sunny silence. The Cathedral was hushed behind them. Ellen Stiles was looking very gay and very hideous in a large hat stifled with flowers set sideways on her head, and a bright purple silk dress pulled in tightly at the waist, rising to high puffed shoulders. Her figure was not suited to the fashion of the day. Mrs. Sampson explained that she was suffering from one of the worst of her nervous headaches, and that she could not have endured the service another moment. Miss Stiles was all eager solicitude. "I am so sorry. I know how you are when you get one of those things. Nothing does it any good, does it? I know you've tried everything, and it simply goes on for days and days, getting worse and worse. And the really terrible part of them is that, with you, they seem to be constitutional. No doctors can do anything when they're constitutional. There you are for the rest of your days." Mrs. Sampson gave a little shiver. "I must say Dr. Puddifoot seems to be very little use," she moaned. "Oh, Puddifoot!" Miss Stiles was contemptuous. "He's past his work. That's one comfort about this place. If anyone's ill, he dies. No false hope. At least we know where we are." They walked through the Martyr's Passage out into the full sunlight of the Precinct. "What a jolly day!" said Mrs. Combermere. "I shall take my dogs for a walk. By the way, Ellen," she turned round to her friend, "how did Miss Burnett's tea party go? I haven't seen you since." "Oh, it was too funny!" Miss Stiles giggled. "You never saw such a mixture, and I don't think Miss Burnett knew who anyone was. Not that she had much time to think, poor dear. She was so worried with the tea. Such a maid as she had you never saw." "A mixture?" asked Mrs. Combermere. "Who were they?" "Oh, Canon Ronder and Bentinck Major and Mrs. Brandon and oh, yes, actually, Falk Brandon." "Falk Brandon there?" "Yes, wasn't it the strangest thing? I shouldn't have thought he'd have had time. However, you told me not to, so I won't." "Who did you talk to?" "I talked to Miss Burnett most of the time. I tried to cheer her up. No one else paid the least attention to her." "She's a very stupid person, it seems to me," Mrs. Sampson murmured, "but of course I know her very slightly." "Stupid?" Miss Stiles smiled. "Why, she hasn't an idea in her head. I don't believe that she knows it's Jubilee year. Positively." A little wind blew sportively around Miss Stiles' large hat. They all moved forward. "The funny thing was..." Miss Stiles paused and looked apprehensively at Mrs. Combermere. "I know you don't like scandal, but of course this isn't scandal. There's nothing in it." "Come on, Ellen, out with it," said Mrs. Combermere. "Well, Mrs. Brandon and Mr. Morris. I caught the oddest look between them." "Look? What do you mean?" asked Mrs. Combermere sharply. Mrs. Sampson stood still, her mouth a little open, forgetting her neuralgia. "Of course it was nothing. All the same, they were standing at the window saying something, looking at one another, well, positively as though they had known one another intimately for years. I assure you..." Mrs. Combermere turned upon her. "Of all the nasty minds in this town, Ellen, you have the nastiest. I've told you so before. People can't even look at one another now. Why, you might as well say that I'd been gazing at your Ronder when he came to tea the other day." "Perhaps I shall," said Miss Stiles, laughing. "It would be a delightful story to spread. Seriously, why not make a match of it? You'd just suit one another." "Once is enough for me in a lifetime," said Mrs. Combermere grimly. "Now, Ellen, come along. No more mischief. Leave poor little Morris alone." "Mrs. Brandon and Mr. Morris," repeated Mrs. Sampson, her eyes wide open. "Well, I do declare." The ladies separated, and the Precincts was abandoned for a time to its beautiful Sunday peace and calm. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The May Day Prologue. May is the finest month of all the year in Glebeshire. The days are warm, but not too hot. The sky is blue, but not too blue. The air is soft, but with a touch of sharpness. The valleys are pressed down and overflowing with flowers. The cuckoo cries across the glassy waters of blue harbours, and the gorse is honey-scented among the rocks. May Day in Polchester this year was warm and bright, with a persistent cuckoo somewhere in the Dean's garden, and a very shrill-voiced canary in Miss Dobell's open window. The citizens of Polchester were suddenly aware that summer was close upon them. Doors were flung open and the gardens sinuously watered, summer clothes were dragged from their long confinement and anxiously overlooked. Mr. Martin, the stationer, hung a row of his coloured Polchester Views along a string across his window. The dark covered ways of the market-place quivered and shone with pots of spring flowers, and old Simon's water-cart made its first trembling and shaking appearance down the High Street. All this was well enough and customary enough, but what marked this spring from any other spring that had ever been was that it was Jubilee year. It was on this warm May Day that Polchester people realized suddenly that the Jubilee was not far away. The event had not quite the excitement and novelty that the Jubilee of 1887 had had. There was, perhaps, in London and the larger towns, something of a sense of repetition. But Polchester was far from the general highway, and although the picture of the wonderful old lady, now nearly 80 years of age, was strong before every one's vision, there was a deep determination to make this year's celebration a great Polchester affair, to make it the celebration of Polchester men and Polchester history and Polchester progress. The programme had been long arranged, the great service in the Cathedral, the ball in the Assembly Rooms, the flower show in the St. Leath Castle grounds, the torchlight procession, the croquet tournament, the school children's tea and the school cricket match. A fine programme, and the Jubilee Committee, with the Bishop, the Mayor and the Countess of St. Leath for its presidents, had already held several meetings. Nevertheless, Glebeshire has a rather languishing climate. Polchester has been called by its critics a lazy town, and it must be confessed that everything in connection with the Jubilee had been jogging along very sleepily until of a sudden this warm May Day arrived and every one sprang into action. The Mayor called a meeting of the town branch of the committee, and the Bishop out at Carpledon summoned his ecclesiastics, and Joan found a note from Gladys Sampson beckoning her to the Sampson house to do her share of the glorious work. It had been decided by the higher powers that it would be a charming thing for some of the younger Polchester ladies to have in charge the working of two of the flags that were to decorate the Assembly Room walls on the night of the ball. Gladys Sampson, who, unlike her mother, never suffered from headaches and was a strong, determined, rather masculine girl, soon had the affair in hand, and the party was summoned. I would not like to say that Polchester had a more snobbish spirit than other cathedral towns, but there is no doubt that 30 years ago the lines were drawn very clearly indeed between the Cathedral and the others. Cathedral included not only the daughters of the canons and what Mr. Martin in his little town guide-book called general ecclesiastical phenomena, but also the two daughters of Puddifoot's sister, Grace and Annie Truden, the three daughters of Roger Mackenzie, the town lawyer, little Betty Callender, the only child of old red-faced Major Callender, Mary and Amy Forrester, daughters of old Admiral Forrester, and, of course, the St. Leath girls. When Joan arrived, then, in the deanery dining-room there was a fine gathering. Very unsophisticated they all would have been considered by the present generation. Lady Rose and Lady Mary, who were both of them nearer 40 than 30, had of course had some experience of London, and had been even to Paris and Rome. Of the others, at this time, only Betty Callender, who had been born in India, and the Forresters had been farther in all their lives than Drymouth. Their lives were bound, and happily bound, by the Polchester horizon. They lived in and for and by the local excitements, talks, croquet, bicycling (under proper guardianship), Raphael or Bouquet or Clinton in the summer, and the occasional, very, very occasional, performances of amateur theatricals in the Assembly Rooms. Moreover, they were happy and contented and healthy. For many of them Jane Eyre was still a forbidden book, and a railway train a remarkable adventure. Polchester was the world, and the world was Polchester. They were at least a century nearer to Jane Austen's day than they were to George V's. Joan saw with relief so soon as she entered the room that the St. Leath women were absent. They overawed her and were so much older than the others there that they brought constraint with them and embarrassment. Any stranger coming suddenly into the room must have felt its light and gaiety and happiness. The high, wide dining-room windows were open and looked over sloping lawns, down to the Pol and up again to the woods beyond. The trees were faintly purple in the spring sun, daffodils were nodding on the lawn, and little gossamer clouds of pale orange floated like feathers across the sky. The large dining-room table was cleared for action, and Gladys Sampson, very serious and important, stood at the far end of the room under a very bad oil painting of her father, directing operations. The girls were dressed for the most part in white muslin frocks, high in the shoulders and pulled in at the waist and tight around the neck. Only the Mackenzie girls, who rode to hounds and played tennis beautifully, and had, all three of them, faces of glazed red brick, were clad in the heavy Harris tweeds that were just then beginning to be fashionable. Joan, who only a month or two ago would have been devoured with shyness at penetrating the fastnesses of the Sampson dining-room, now felt no shyness whatever, but nodded quite casually to Gladys, smiled at the Mackenzies, and found a place between Cynthia Ryle and Jane D'Arcy. They all sat, bathed in the sunshine, and looked at Gladys Sampson. She cleared her throat and said in her pounding, heavy voice her voice was created for committees, "Now, all of you know what we're here for. We're here to make 2 banners for the Assembly Rooms, and we've got to do our very best. We haven't got a great deal of time between now and June the 20th, so we must work, and I propose that we come here every Tuesday and Friday afternoon, and when I say here, I mean somebody or other's house, because, of course, it won't be always here. There's cutting up to do, and sewing, and plenty of work, really for everybody, because when the banners are done there are the flags for the school children. Now, if anyone has any suggestions to make, I shall be very glad to hear them." There was at first no reply to this, and everyone smiled and looked at the portrait of the Dean. Then one of the Mackenzie girls remarked in a deep bass voice, "That's all right, Gladys, but who's going to decide who does what? Very decent of you to ask us, but we're not much in the sewing line, never have been." "Oh," said Gladys, "I've got people's names down for the different things they're to do, and any one whom it doesn't suit has only got to speak up." Soon the material was distributed and groups were formed round the room. A chatter arose like the murmur of bees. The sun, as it sank lower behind the woods, turned them to dark crimson and the river pale grey. The sun fell now in burning patches and squares across the room, and the dim yellow blinds were pulled half-way across the windows. With this the room was shaded into a strong coloured twilight, and the white frocks shone as though seen through glass. The air grew cold beyond the open windows, but the room was warm with the heat that the walls had stolen and stored from the sun. Joan sat with Jane D'Arcy and Betty Callender. She was very happy to be at rest there. She felt secure and safe. Because, in truth, during these last weeks, life had been increasingly difficult. Difficult not only because it had become, of late, so new and so strange, but also because she could not tell what was happening. Family life had indeed become of late a mystery, and behind the mystery there was a dim sense of apprehension that she had never felt in all her days before. As she sank into the tranquillity of the golden afternoon glow, with the soft white silk passing to and fro in her hands, she tried to realise for herself what had been occurring. Her father was, on the whole, simple enough. He was beginning to suffer yet again from one of his awful obsessions. Since the hour of her earliest childhood she had watched these obsessions and dreaded them. There had been so many, big ones and little ones. Now the government, now the dean, now the town council, now the chapter, now the choir, now some rude letter, now some impertinent article in a paper. Like wild, fierce animals these things had from their dark thickets leapt out upon him, and he had proceeded to wrestle with them in the full presence of his family. Always, at last, he had been victorious over them, the triumph had been publicly announced, Te Deum sung, and for a time there had been peace. It was some while since the last obsession, some ridiculous action about drainage on the part of the town council, but the new one threatened to make up in full for the length of that interval. Only just before Falk's unexpected return from Oxford, Joan had been congratulating herself on her father's happiness and peace of mind. She might have known the omens of that dangerous quiet. On the very day of Falk's arrival, Canon Ronder had arrived too. Canon Ronder! How Joan was beginning to detest the very sound of the name! She had hated the man himself as soon as she had set eyes upon him. She had scented, in some instinctive way, the trouble that lay behind those large round glasses and that broad indulgent smile. But now they were having the name Ronder with their breakfast, their dinner and their tea. Into everything, apparently, his fat fingers were inserted. Her father saw his rounded shadow behind every door, his rosy cheeks at every window. And yet it was very difficult to discover what exactly it was that he had done. Now, whatever it might be that went wrong in the Brandon house, in the Cathedral, in the town, her father was certain that Ronder was responsible. But proof, well, there wasn't any, and it was precisely this absence of proof that built up the obsession. Everywhere that Ronder went he spoke enthusiastically about the Archdeacon. These compliments came back to Joan again and again. "If there's one man in this town I admire... What would this town be without? We're lucky indeed to have the Archdeacon." And yet was there not behind all these things a laugh, a jest, a mocking tone, something that belonged in spirit to that horrible day when the elephant had trodden upon her father's hat? She loved her father, and she loved him twice as dearly since one night when, on driving up to the castle, he had held her hand. But now the obsession had killed the possibility of any tenderness between them. She longed to be able to do something that would show him how strongly she was his partisan, to insult Canon Ronder in the market-place, to turn her back when he spoke to her. And at the same time, intermingled with this hot championship, was irritation that her father should allow himself to be obsessed by this. He who was so far greater than 1,000,000 Ronders. The situation in the Brandon family had not been made any easier by Falk's strange liking for the man. Joan did not pretend that she understood her brother or had ever been in any way close to him. When she had been little he had seemed to be so infinitely above her as to be in another world, and now that they seemed almost of an age he was strange to her, like some one of foreign blood. She knew that she did not count in his scheme of life at all, that he never thought of her nor wanted her. She did not mind that, and even now she would have been tranquil about him had it not been for her mother's anxiety. She could not but see how, during the last weeks, her mother had watched every step that Falk took, her eyes always searching his face as though he were keeping some secret from her. To Joan, who never believed that people could plot and plan and lead double lives, this all seemed unnatural and exaggerated. But she knew well enough that her mother had never attempted to give her any of her confidence. Everything at home, in short, was difficult and confused. Nobody was happy, nobody was natural. Even her own private history, if she looked into it too closely, did not show her any very optimistic colours. She had not seen Johnny St. Leath now for a fortnight, nor heard from him, and those precious words under the Arden Gate one evening were beginning already to appear a dim, unsubstantial dream. However, if there was one quality that Joan Brandon possessed in excess of all others, it was a simple fidelity to the cause or person in front of her. Her doubts came simply from the wonders as to whether she had not concluded too much from his words and built upon them too fairy-like a castle. With a gesture she flung all her wonders and troubles out upon the gold-swept lawn and trained all her attention to the chatter among the girls around her. She admired Jane D'Arcy very much. She was so elegant. Everything that Jane wore became her slim, straight body, and her pale, pointed face was always a little languid in expression, as though daily life were an exhausting affair and not intended for superior persons. She had been told from a very early day that her voice was low and musical, so she always spoke in whispers, which gave her thoughts an importance that they might not otherwise have possessed. Very different was little Betty Callender, round and rosy like an apple, with freckles on her nose and bright blue eyes. She laughed a great deal and liked to agree with everything that any one said. "If you ask me," said Jane in her fascinating whisper, "there's a lot of nonsense about this old Jubilee." "Oh, do you think so?" said Joan. "Yes, old Victoria's been on the throne long enough. 'Tis time we had somebody else." Joan was very much shocked by this and said so. "I don't think we ought to be governed by old people," said Jane. "Every one over 70 ought to be buried, whether they wish it or no." Jane laughed aloud. "Of course they wouldn't wish it," she said. Laughter came now here, now there, from different parts of the room. Every one was very gay from the triple sense that they were the elect of Polchester, that they were doing important work, and that summer was coming. Jane D'Arcy tossed her head. "Father says that perhaps he'll be taking us to London for it," she whispered. "I wouldn't go if any one offered me," said Joan. "It's Polchester I want to see it at, not London. Of course I'd love to see the Queen, but it would probably be only for a moment, and all the rest would be horrible crowds with nobody knowing you. While here, oh, it will be lovely." Jane smiled. "Poor child, of course you know nothing about London. How should you? Give me a week in London and you can have your old Polchester for ever. Whatever happens in Polchester? Silly old croquet parties and a dance in the Assembly Rooms. And never any one knew." "Well, there is some one new," said Betty Callender. "I saw her this morning." "Her? Who?" asked Jane, with the scorn of one who has already made up her mind to despise. "I was with mother going through the market, and Lady St. Leath came by in an open carriage. She was with her. Mother says she's a Miss Daubeny from London, and oh, she's perfectly lovely, and mother says she's to marry Lord St. Leath." "Oh, I heard she was coming," said Jane, still scornfully. "How silly you are, Betty. You think any one lovely if she comes from London." "No, but she was," insisted Betty. "Mother said so too, and she had a blue silk parasol, and she was just sweet. Lord St. Leath was in the carriage with them." "Poor Johnny," said Jane. "He always has to do just what that horrible old mother of his tells him." Joan had listened to this little dialogue with what bravery she could. Doom, then, had been pronounced? Sentence had fallen? Miss Daubeny had arrived. She could hear the old Countess's voice again. "Claire Daubeny, Monteagle's daughter. Such a nice girl. Johnny's friend." Johnny's friend! Of course she was. Nothing could show to Joan more clearly the difference between Joan's world and the St. Leath world than the arrival of this lovely stranger. Although Madame Sarah Grand and others were at this very moment forcing that strange figure, the New Woman, upon a reluctant world, Joan belonged most distinctly to the earlier generation. She trembled at the thought of any publicity, of any thrusting herself forward, of any, even momentary, rebellion against her position. Of course Johnny belonged to this beautiful creature. She had always known in her heart that her dream was an impossible one. Nevertheless the room, the sunlight, the white dresses, the long shining table, the coloured silks and ribbons, swam in confusion around her. She was suddenly miserable. Her hands shook and her upper lip trembled. She had a strange, illogical desire to go out and find Miss Daubeney and snatch her blue parasol from her startled hands and stamp upon it. "Well," said Jane, "I don't envy any one who marries Johnny, to be shut up in that house with all those old women." Betty shook her head very solemnly and tried to look older than her years. The afternoon was drawing on. Gladys came across and closed the windows. "I think that's about enough to day," she said. "Now we'll have tea." Joan's great desire was to slip away and go home. She put her work on the table, fetched her coat from the other end of the room. Gladys stopped her. "Don't go, Joan. You must have some tea." "I promise mother," she said. The door opened. She turned and found herself close to the Dean and Canon Ronder. The Dean came forward, nervously rubbing his hands together as was his custom. "Well, children," he said, blinking at them. Ronder stood smiling in the doorway. At the sight of him Joan was filled with hatred, vehement, indignant hatred. She had never hated any one before, unless possibly it was Miss St. Clair, the French mistress. Now, from what source she did not know, fear and passion flowed into her. Nothing could have been more amiable and genial than the figure that he presented. As always, his clothes were beautifully neat and correct, his linen spotlessly white, his black boots gleaming. He beamed upon them all, and Joan felt, behind her, the response that the whole room made to him. They liked him. She knew it. He was becoming popular. He had towards them all precisely the right attitude. He was not amiable and childish like the Dean, nor pompous like Bentinck Major, nor sycophantic like Ryle. He did not advance to them, but became, as it were, himself one of them, understanding exactly the way that they wanted him. And Joan hated him. She hated his red face and his neatness and his broad chest and his stout legs. Everything. Everything. She also feared him. She had never before, although for long now she had been conscious of his power, been so deeply aware of his connection with herself. It was as though his round shadow had, on this lovely afternoon, crept forward a little and touched with its dim grey, for the first time, the Brandon house. "Canon Ronder," Gladys Sampson cried, "come and see what we've done." He moved forward and patted little Betty Callender on the head as he passed. "Are you all right, my dear, and your father?" It appeared that Betty was delighted. Suddenly he saw Joan. "Oh, good evening, Miss Brandon." He altered his tone for her, speaking as though she were an equal. Joan looked at him. Colour flamed in her cheeks. She did not reply, and then, feeling as though in an instant she would do something quite disgraceful, she slipped from the room. Soon, after gently smiling at the parlour-maid, who was an old friend of hers because she had once been in service at the Brandons, she found herself standing, a little lost and bewildered, at the corner of Green Lane and Orange Street. Lost and bewildered because one emotion after another seemed suddenly to have seized upon her and taken her captive. Lost and bewildered, almost as though she had been bewitched, carried off through the shining skies by her captor, and then dropped, deserted, left in some unknown country. Green Lane in the evening light had a fairy air. The stumpy trees on either side, with the bright new green of the spring, seemed to be concealing lamps within their branches. So thick a glow suffused the air that it was as though strangely coloured fruit, purple and orange and amethyst, hung glittering against the pale yellow sky, and the road running up the hill was like pale wax. On the other side Orange Street tumbled pell-mell into the roofs of the town. The monument of the fierce Georgian citizen, near which Joan was standing, guarded with a benevolent devotion the little city whose lights, stealing now upon the air, sprinkled the evening sky with a jewelled haze. No sound broke the peace, no one came or went. Only the trees of the lane moved and stirred very faintly, as though assuring the girl of their friendly company. Never before had she so passionately loved her town. It seemed to-night, when she was disturbed by her new love, her new fear, her new worldly knowledge, to be eager to assure her that it was with her in all her troubles, that it understood that she must pass into new experiences, that it knew, none better indeed, how strange and terrifying that first realization of real life could be, that it had itself suffered when new streets had been thrust upon it, and old loved houses pulled down, and the river choked, and the hills despoiled, but that everything passes, and love remains, and homeliness, and friends. Joan felt more her own response to the town than the town's reassurance to her, but she was a little comforted, and she felt a little safer. She argued, as she walked home through the market-place and up the High Street and under the Arden Gate into the quiet, sheltered precincts, why should she think that Ronder mattered? After all, might not he be the good fat clergyman that he appeared? It was more, perhaps, a kind of jealousy because of her father that she felt. She put aside her own little troubles in a sudden rush of tenderness for her family. She wanted to protect them and make them happy. But how could she make them happy if they would tell her nothing? They still treated her as a child, but she was a woman now. Her love for Johnny, she had admitted that to herself. She stopped on the path outside the decorous, straight-laced houses and put her cool, gloved hand up to her burning cheek. She had known for a long time that she loved him, but she had not told herself. She must conquer that, stamp upon it. It was foolish, hopeless. She ran up the steps of their house as though something pursued her. She let herself in and found the hall dusky and obscure. The lamp had not been lit, and she heard a voice. "Who's that?" She looked up and saw her mother, a little slender figure, standing at the turn of the stairs, holding in her hand a lighted candle. "It's I, mother. Joan. I've just come from Gladys Sampson's." "Oh, I thought it would be Falk. You didn't pass Falk on your way?" "No, mother dear." She went across to the little cupboard where the coats were hung. As she poked her head into the little dark, musty place, she could feel that her mother was still standing there, listening. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Genial Heart. Ronder was never happier than when he was wishing well to all mankind. He could neither force nor falsify this emotion. If he did not feel it, he did not feel it, and himself was the loser. But it sometimes occurred that the weather was bright, that his digestion was functioning admirably, that he liked his surroundings, that he had agreeable work, that his prospects were happy. Then he literally beamed upon mankind, and in his fancy showered upon the poor and humble largesse of glittering coin. In such a mood he loved every one, would pat children on the back, help old men along the road, listen to the long whinings of the reluctant poor. Utterly genuine he was. He meant every word that he spoke and every smile that he bestowed. Now, early in May and in Polchester, he was in such a mood. Soon after his arrival he had discovered that he liked the place and that it promised to suit him well, but he had never supposed that it could develop into such perfection. Success was already his, but it was not success of so swift a kind that plots and plans were not needed. They were very much needed. He could remember no time in his past life when he had had so admirable a combination of difficulties to overcome. And they were difficulties of the right kind. They centred around a figure whom he could really like and admire. It would have been very unpleasant had he hated Brandon or despised him. Those were uncomfortable emotions in which he indulged as seldom as possible. What he liked above everything was a fight, when he need have no temptation towards anger or bitterness. Who could be angry with poor Brandon? Nor could he despise him. In his simple, blind confidence and self-esteem there was an element of truth, of strength, even of nobility. Far from despising or hating Brandon, he liked him immensely, and he was on his way utterly to destroy him. Then, as he approached nearer the centre of his drama, he noticed, as he had often noticed before, how strangely everything played into his hands. Without undue presumption, it seemed that so soon as he determined that something ought to occur and began to work in a certain direction, God also decided that it was wise and pushed everything into its right place. This consciousness of divine partnership gave Ronder a sense that his opponents were the merest pawns in a game whose issue was already decided. Poor things, they were helpless indeed. This only added to his kindly feelings towards them. His sense of humour, too, was deeply stirred by their own unawareness of their fate, and he always liked anyone who stirred his sense of humour. Never before had he known everything to play so immediately into his hands as in this present case. Brandon, for instance, had just that stupid obstinacy that was required. The town had just that ignorance of the outer world and cleaving to old traditions. And now, how strange that the boy Falk had on several occasions stopped to speak to him, and had at last asked whether he might come and see him. How lucky that Brandon should be making this mistake about the Pybus St. Anthony living! Finally, although he was completely frank with himself and knew that he was working, first and last, for his own future comfort, it did seem to him that he was also doing real benefit to the town. The times were changing. Men of Brandon's type were anachronistic. The town had been under Brandon's domination too long. New life was coming, a new world, a new civilization. Ronder, although no one believed less in utopias than he, did believe in the Zeitgeist, simply for comfort's sake, if for no stronger reason. Well, the Zeitgeist was descending upon Polchester, and Ronder was its agent. Progress? No, Ronder did not believe in progress, but in the house of life there were many rooms. Once and again the furniture is changed. One afternoon early in May he was suddenly aware that everything was moving more swiftly upon its appointed course than he, sharp though he was, had been aware. Crossing the Cathedral Green he encountered Dr. Puddifoot. He knew that the doctor had at first disliked him, but was quickly coming over to his side, and was beginning to consider him as broad-minded for a parson and knowing quite a lot more about life than you would suppose. He saw precisely into Puddifoot's brain and watched the thoughts dart to and fro as though they had been so many goldfish in a glass bowl. He also liked Puddifoot for himself. He always liked stout, big, red-faced men. They were easier to deal with than the thin, severe ones. He knew that the time would very shortly arrive when Puddifoot would tell him one of his improper stories. That would sanctify the friendship. "Ah, Canon," said Puddifoot, puffing like a seal. "Jolly day." They stood and talked then, as they were both going into the town, they turned and walked towards the Arden Gate. Puddifoot talked about his health. Like many doctors, he was very timid about himself, and eager to reassure himself in public. "How are you, Canon? But I needn't ask. Looking splendid. I'm all right myself. Never felt better, really. Just a twinge of rheumatics last night, but it's nothing. Must expect something at my age, you know. Getting on for 70. You look as though you'll live forever, said Ronder, beaming upon him. You can't always tell from us big fellows. There's Brandon now, for instance, the Archdeacon. Surely there isn't a healthier man in the kingdom, said Ronder, pushing his spectacles back into the bridge of his nose. Think so, wouldn't you? But you'd be wrong. A sudden shock, and that man would be nowhere. Given to fits of anger, always tried his system too hard, never learnt control, might have a stroke any day for all he looks so strong. Really, really, dear me, said Ronder. Course, these are medical secrets in a way. No, it won't go any farther. But it's curious, isn't it? Appearances are deceptive, damned deceptive. That's what they are. Brandon's brain's never been his strong point. Might go any moment. Dear me, said Ronder. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, I don't mean, said Puddifoot, puffing and blowing out his cheeks like a cherub in a picture by Sir Joshua Reynolds, that he'll die tomorrow, you know, or have a stroke either, but he ain't as secure as he looks, and he don't take care of himself as he should. Outside the library Ronder paused. Going in here for a book, Doctor. See you later. Yes, said Puddifoot, his eyes staring up and down the street as though they would burst out of his head. Very good, very good. See you later, then, and so went blowing down the hill. Ronder passed under the gloomy portals of the library and found his way, through faith rather than vision, up the stone stairs that smelt of mildew and blotting paper into the high, dingy room. He had had a sudden desire the night before to read an old story by Bage that he had not seen since he was a boy, the violent and melancholy Hermsprong. It had come to him, as it were, in his dreams, a vision of himself rocking in a hammock in his uncle's garden on a wonderful summer afternoon, eating apples and reading Hermsprong. The book discovered he knew not by what chance in the dusty depths of his uncle's library. He would like to read it again. Hermsprong, the very scent of the skin of the apple, the blue-necked tapestry of light between the high boughs came back to him. He was a boy again. He was brought up sharply by meeting the little red-rimmed eyes of Miss Milton. Red-rimmed to-day, surely, with recent weeping. She sat humped up on her chair, glaring out into the room. "It's all right, Miss Milton," he said, smiling at her. "It's an old book I want. I won't bother you. I'll look for myself." He passed into the further dim secrecies of the library, whither so few penetrated. Here was an old ladder, and mounted upon it he confronted the vanished masterpieces of Holcroft and Radcliffe, Lewis and Jane Porter, Clara Reeves and Mackenzie, old calf-bound ghosts who threw up little clouds of sighing dust as he touched them with his fingers. He was happily preoccupied with his search, balancing his stout body precariously on the trembling ladder, when he fancied he heard a sigh. He stopped and listened. This time there could be no mistake. It was a sigh of prodigious intent and meaning, and it came from Miss Milton. Impatiently he turned back to his books. He would find his badge as quickly as possible and go. He was not at all in the mood for lamentations from Miss Milton. Ah, there was Barham Downs. Hermsprong could not be far away. Then suddenly there came to him quite unmistakably a sob, then another, then two more, finally something that horribly resembled hysterics. He came down from his ladder and crossed the room. "My dear Miss Milton," he exclaimed, "is there anything I can do?" She presented a strange and unpoetic appearance, huddled up in her wooden arm-chair, one fat leg crooked under her, her head sinking into her ample bosom, her whole figure shaking with convulsive grief, the chair creaking sympathetically with her. Ronder, seeing that she was in real distress, hurried up to her. "My dear Miss Milton, what is it?" For a while she could not speak, then raised a face of mottled purple and white, and dabbing her cheeks with a handkerchief not of the cleanest, choked out between her sobs,
My last week. Saturday I go. Disgrace. Dismissed Archdeacon." "But I don't understand," said Ronder. "Who goes? Who's disgraced?" "I go!" cried Miss Milton, suddenly uncurling her body and her sobs checked by her anger. "I shouldn't have given away like this, and before you, Canon Ronder, but I'm ruined, and for doing my duty." Her change from the sobbing, broken woman to the impassioned avenger of justice was so immediate that Ronder was confused. "I still don't understand, Miss Milton," he said. "Do you say you are dismissed, and if so, by whom?" "I am dismissed! I am dismissed!" cried Miss Milton. "I leave here on Saturday. I have been librarian to this library, Canon Ronder, for more than 20 years. Yes, 20 years, and now I'm dismissed like a dog with a month's notice." She had collected her tears and, with a marvellous rapidity, packed them away. Her eyes, although red, were dry and glittering. Her cheeks were of a pasty white, marked with small red spots of indignation. Ronder, looking at her and her dirty hands, thought that he had never seen a woman who he disliked more. "But, Miss Milton," he said, "if you'll forgive me, I still don't understand. Under whom do you hold this appointment? Who have the right to dismiss you? And whoever it was, they must have given some reason." Miss Milton was now the practical woman, speaking calmly, although her bosom still heaved and her fingers plucked confusedly with papers on the table in front of her. She spoke quietly, but behind her words there were so vehement a hatred, bitterness and malice that Ronder observed her with a new interest. "There is a Library Committee, Canon Ronder," she said. "Lady St. Leath is the president. It has in its hands the appointment of the librarian. It appointed me more than 20 years ago. It has now dismissed me with a month's notice for what it calls, Canon Ronder, abuse and neglect of my duties. Abuse, neglect. Me, about whom there has never been a word of complaint until... Here again Miss Milton's passions seemed to threaten to overwhelm her. She gathered herself together with a great effort. "I know my enemy, Canon Ronder. Make no mistake about that. I know my enemy. Although what I have ever done to him I cannot imagine a more inoffensive person." "Yes, but," said Canon Ronder gently, "tell me, if you can, exactly with what they charge you. Perhaps I can help you. Is it Lady St. Leath who—" "No, it is not Lady St. Leath," broke in Miss Milton vehemently. "I owe Lady St. Leath much in the past. If she has been a little imperious at times, that, after all, is her right. Lady St. Leath is a perfect lady. What occurred was simply this. Some months ago I was keeping a book for Lady St. Leath that she especially wished to read. Miss Brandon, the daughter of the Archdeacon, came in and tried to take the book from me, saying that her mother wished to read it. I explained to her that it was being kept for Lady St. Leath. Nevertheless, she persisted and complained to Lord St. Leath, who happened to be in the library at the time. He, being a perfect gentleman, could, of course, do nothing but say that she was to have the book. She went home and complained, and it was the Archdeacon who brought up the affair at a committee meeting and insisted on my dismissal. Yes, Canon Ronder, I know my enemy, and I shall not forget it." "Dear me," said Canon Ronder benevolently, "I'm more than sorry. Certainly it sounds a little hasty, although the Archdeacon is the most honourable of men." "Honourable? Honourable?" Miss Milton rose in her chair. "Honourable? He's so swollen with pride that he doesn't know what he is. Oh, I don't measure my words, Canon Ronder, nor do I see any reason why I should. He has ruined my life. What have I now, at my age, to go to? A little secretarial work, and less of that. But it's not that of which I complain. I am hurt in the very depths of my being, Canon Ronder, in my pride and my honour, stains, wounds that I can never forget." It was so exactly as though Miss Milton had just been reading Hermsprong and was quoting from it that Ronder looked about him, almost expecting to see the dusty volume.
"Well, Miss Milton, certainly I can put a little work in your way." "You're very kind, sir," she said. "There's more than I in this town, sir. We're glad that you've come among us, and hope that perhaps your presence may lead to a change some day amongst those in high authority." "Where are you living, Miss Milton?" he asked. 3 St. James' Lane," she answered, "just behind the market and St. James' Church, opposite the rectory. 2 little rooms, my windows looking on to Mr. Morris." "Very well, I'll remember." "Thank you, sir, I'm sure. I'm afraid I've forgotten myself this morning, but there's nothing like a sense of injustice for making you lose your self-control. I don't care who hears me, I shall not forgive the Archdeacon." "Come, come, Miss Milton," said Ronder. "We must all forgive and forget." Her eyes narrowed until they almost disappeared. "I don't wish to be unfair, Canon Ronder," she said, "but I've worked for more than 20 years like an honourable woman, and to be turned out. Not that I bear Mrs. Brandon any grudge, coming down to see Mr. Morris so often as she does. I dare say she doesn't have too happy a time if all were known." Now," said Ronder, "this won't do, Miss Milton. You won't make your case better by talking scandal, you know. I have your address. If I can help you, I will. Good afternoon." Forgetting Hermsprong, having now more important things to consider, he found his way down the steps and out into the air. On every side now it seemed that the Archdeacon was making some blunder. Little unimportant blunders perhaps, but nevertheless cumulative in their effect. The balance had shifted. The powers of the air, bored perhaps with the too extended spectacle of an Archdeacon successful and triumphant, had made a sign. Ronder, as he stood in the spring sunlight, glancing up and down the High Street, so full of colour and movement, had an impulse as though it were almost a duty to go and warn the Archdeacon. Look out, there's a storm coming." Warn the Archdeacon! He smiled. He could imagine to himself the scene and the reception his advice would have. Nevertheless, how sad that undoubtedly you cannot make an omelette without first breaking the eggs. And this omelette positively must be made. He had intended to do a little shopping, an occupation in which he delighted because of the personal victories to be won, but suddenly now, moved by what impulse he could not tell, he turned back towards the Cathedral. He crossed the Green, and almost before he knew it he had pushed back the heavy west door and was in the dark, dimly coloured shadow. The air was chill. The nave was scattered with lozenges of purple and green light. He moved up the side aisle, thinking that now he was here he would exchange a word or two with old Lawrence. No harm would be done by a little casual amiability in that direction. Before he realised, he was close to the Black Bishop's tomb. The dark, grim face seemed to-day to wear a triumphant smile beneath the dark beard. A shaft of sunlight played upon the marble like a searchlight upon water. The gold of the ironwork and the green ring and the tracery on the scrolled borders jumped under the sunlight like living things. Ronder, moved as always by beauty, smiled as though in answer to the dead bishop. "Why, you're the most alive thing in this Cathedral," he thought to himself. "Pretty good bit of work, isn't it?" he heard at his elbow. He turned and saw Davray, the painter. The man had been pointed out to him in the street. He knew his reputation. He was inclined to be interested in the man, in any one who had a wider, broader view of life than the citizens of the town. Davray had not been drinking for several weeks, and always towards the end of one of his sober bouts he was gentle, melancholy, the true artist in him rising for one last view of the beauty that there was in the world before the inevitable submerging. He had, on this occasion, been sober for a longer period than usual. He felt weak and faint, as though he had been without food, and his favourite vice, that had been approaching closer and closer to him during these last days, now leered at him, leaning towards him from the other side of the gilded scrolls of the tomb. "Yes, it's a very fine thing." He cleared his throat. "You're Canon Ronder, are you not?" "Yes, I am." My name's Davray. You probably heard of me as a drunkard who hangs about the town doing no good. I'm quite sure you don't want to speak to me or know me, but in here, where it's so quiet and so beautiful, one may know people whom it wouldn't be nice to know outside." Ronder looked at him. The man's face, worn now and pinched and sharp, must once have had its fineness. "You do yourself an injustice, Mr. Davray," Ronder said. "I'm very glad indeed to know you." "Well, of course, you parsons have got to know everybody, haven't you? And the sinners especially. That's your job. But I'm not a sinner to-day. I haven't drunk anything for weeks, although don't congratulate me, because I'm certainly not going to hold out much longer. There's no hope of redeeming me, Canon Ronder, even if you have time for the job." Ronder smiled. "I'm not going to preach to you," he said. "You needn't be afraid. Well, let's forget all that. This Cathedral is the very place, if you clergymen had any sense of proportion, where you should be ashamed to preach. It laughs at you." "At any rate the Bishop does," said Ronder, looking down at the tomb. "No, but all of it," said Davray. Instinctively they both looked up. High above them, in the very heart of the great Cathedral tower, a mist, reflected above the windows until it was coloured a very faint rose, trembled like a sea about the black rafters and rounded pillars. Even as they looked, some bird flew twittering from corner to corner. "When I'm worked up," said Davray, "which I'm not to-day, I just long to clear all you officials out of it. I laugh sometimes to think how important you think yourselves, and how unimportant you really are. The Cathedral laughs too, and once and again stretches out a great lazy finger and just flicks you away as it would a spider's web. I hope you don't think me impertinent." "Not in the least," said Ronder. "Some of us even may feel just as you do about it." "Brandon doesn't." Davray moved away. "I sometimes think that when I'm properly drunk one day I'll murder that man. His self-sufficiency and conceit are an insult to the Cathedral. But the Cathedral knows. It bides its time." Ronder looked gravely at the melancholy, ineffective figure with the pale pointed beard and the weak hands. "You speak very confidently, Mr. Davray," he said. "As with all of us, you judge others by yourself. When you know what the Cathedral's attitude to yourself is, you'll be able to see more clearly." "To myself?" Davray answered excitedly. "It has none. To myself? Why, I'm nobody, nothing. It doesn't have to begin to consider me. I'm less than the dung the birds drop from the height of the tower. But I'm humble before it. I would let its meanest stone crush the life out of my body and be glad enough. At least I know its power and its beauty, and I adore it. I adore it." He looked up as he spoke. His eyes seemed to be eagerly searching for some expected face. Ronder disliked both melodrama and sentimentality, and both were here. "Take my advice," he said, smiling. "Don't think too much about the place. I'm glad that we met. Good afternoon." Davray did not seem to have noticed him. He was staring down again at the Bishop's tomb. Ronder walked away. A strange man. A strange day. How different people were. Neither better nor worse, but just different. As many varieties as there were particles of sand on the seashore. How impossible to be bored with life! Nevertheless, entering his own home, he was instantly bored. He found there, having tea with his aunt and sitting beneath the Hermes, so that the contrast made her doubly ridiculous, Julia Preston. Julia Preston was to him the most boring woman in Polchester. To herself she was the most important. She was a widow and lived in a little green house with a little green garden in the Polchester outskirts. She was as pretty as she had been 20 years before, exactly the same, save that what nature had 20 years ago done for the asking, it now did under compulsion. She believed the whole world in love with her, and was therefore a thoroughly happy woman. She had a healthy interest in the affairs of her neighbours, however small they might be, and believed in truth, beauty, and the improvement of the lower classes. "Dear Canon Ronder, how nice this is!" she exclaimed. "You've been hard at work all the afternoon, I know, and want your tea. How splendid work is! I often think what would life be without it." Ronder, who took trouble with everybody, smiled, sat down near to her, and looked as though he loved her. "Well, to be quite honest, I haven't been working very hard, just seeing a few people." "Just seeing a few people!" Mrs. Preston used a laugh that was a favourite of hers, because she had once been told that it was like a tinkling bell. "Listen to him, as though that weren't the hardest thing in the world. Giving out, giving out! That is so exhausting, and yet what's so worth while in the end? Unselfishness. I really sometimes feel that it is the true secret of life." "Have one of those little cakes, Julia," said Miss Ronder dryly. She, unlike her nephew, bothered about very few people indeed. "Make a good tea." "I will, as you want me to, dear Alice," said Mrs. Preston. "Oh, thank you, Canon Ronder. How good of you! Ah, there, I've dropped my little bag. It's under that table. Oh, thank you 1,000 times. And isn't it strange about Mrs. Brandon and Mr. Morris?" "Isn't what strange?" asked Miss Ronder, regarding her guest with grim cynicism. "Oh, well, nothing really, except that everyone's asking what they can find in common. They're always together. Last Monday Aggie Combermere met her coming out of the Rectory. Then Ellen Stiles saw them in the Precincts last Sunday afternoon, and I saw them myself this morning in the High Street." "My dear Mrs. Preston," said Ronder, "why shouldn't they go about together?" "No reason at all," said Mrs. Preston, blushing very prettily, as she always did when she fancied that any one was attacking her. "I'm sure that I'm only too glad that poor Mrs. Brandon has found a friend. My motto in life is, let us all contribute to the happiness of one another to the best of our strength. Truly, that's a thing we can all do, isn't it? Life isn't too bright for some people, I can't help thinking, and courage is the thing. After all, it isn't life that is important, but simply how brave you are. At least, that's my poor little idea of it. But it does seem a little odd about Mrs. Brandon. She's always kept so much to herself until now." "You worry too much about others, dear Julia," said Miss Ronder. "Yes, I really believe I do. Why, there's my bag gone again. Oh, how good of you, Canon. It's under that chair. Yes, I do. But one can't help one's nature, can one? I often tell myself that it's really no credit to me being unselfish. I was simply born that way. Poor Jack used to say that he wished I would think of myself more. I think we were meant to share one another's burdens, I really do. And what Mrs. Brandon can see in Mr. Morris is so odd, because really he isn't an interesting man." "Let me get you some more tea," said Ronder. "Oh, no, thank you. I really must be going. I've been here an unconscionable time. Oh, there's my handkerchief. How silly of me. Oh, thank you so much." She got up and prepared to depart, looking so pretty and so helpless that it was really astonishing that the Hermes did not appreciate her. "Good-bye, dear Canon. No, I forbid you to come out. Oh, well, if you will. I hear everywhere of the splendid work you're doing. Don't think it flattery, but I do think we needed you here. What we have wanted is a message, something to lift us all up a little. It's so easy to see nothing but the dreary round, isn't it? And all the time the stars are shining. At least that's how it seems to me." The door closed. The room was suddenly silent. Miss Ronder sat without moving, her eyes staring in front of her. Soon Ronder returned. Miss Ronder said nothing. She was the one human being who had power to embarrass him. She was embarrassing him now. "Aren't things strange?" he said. "I've seen 4 different people this afternoon. They have all of their own accord instantly talked about Brandon and abused him. Brandon is in the air. He's in danger." Miss Ronder looked her nephew straight between the eyes. "Frederick," she said, "how much have you had to do with this?" "To do with this? To do with what?" "All this talk about the Brandons." "I? Nothing at all." "Nonsense! Don't tell me. Ever since you set foot in this town you've been determined that Brandon should go. Are you playing fair?" He got up, stood opposite her, legs apart, his hands crossed behind his broad back. "Fair? Absolutely." Her eyes were full of distress. "Through all these years," she said, "I've never truly known you. All I know is that you've always got what you wanted. You're going to get what you want now. Do it decently." "You needn't be afraid," he said. "I am afraid," she said. "I love you, Fred. I have always loved you. I'd hate to lose that love. It's one of my most precious possessions." He answered her slowly, as though he were thinking things out. "I've always told you the truth," he said. "I'm telling you the truth now. Of course I want Brandon to go, and of course he's going. But I haven't to move a finger in the matter. It's all advancing without my agency. Brandon is ruining himself. Even if he weren't, I'm quite square with him. I fought him openly at the chapter meeting the other day. He hates me for it." "And you hate him." "Hate him? Not the least in the world. I admire and like him. If only he were in a less powerful position and were not in my way, I'd be his best friend. He's a fine fellow, stupid, blind, conceited, but finer made than I am. I like him better than any man in the town." "I don't understand you." She dropped her eyes from his face. "You're extraordinary." He sat down again, as though he recognized that the little contest was closed. "Is there anything in this, do you think? This chatter about Mrs. Brandon and Morris?" "I don't know. There's a lot of talk beginning. Ellen Stiles is largely responsible, I fancy." "Mrs. Brandon and Morris! Good Lord! Have you ever heard of a man called Davray?" "Yes, a drunken painter, isn't he? Why?" "I talked to him in the Cathedral this afternoon. He has a grudge against Brandon, too. Well, I'm going up to the study." He bent over, kissed her forehead tenderly, and left the room. Throughout that evening he was uncomfortable, and when he was uncomfortable he was a strange being. His impulses, his motives, his intentions were like a sheaf of corn bound tightly about by his sense of comfort and well-being. When that sense was disturbed, everything fell apart, and he seemed to be facing a new world full of elements that he always denied. His aunt had a greater power of disturbing him than had any other human being. He knew that she spoke what she believed to be the truth. He felt that, in spite of her denials, she knew him. He was often surprised at the eagerness with which he wanted her approval. As he sat back in his chair that evening in Bentinck Major's comfortable library and watched the other, this sense of discomfort persisted so strongly that he found it very difficult to let his mind bite into the discussion. And yet this meeting was immensely important to him. It was the first obvious result of the manoeuvring of the last months. This was definitely a meeting of conspirators, and all of those engaged in it, with one exception, knew that that was so. Bentinck Major knew it, and Foster and Ryle and Rogers. The exception was Martin, the young minor canon, who had the living of St. Joseph's in the Fields, a slum parish in the lower part of the town. Martin had been invited because he was the best clergyman in Polchester. Young though he was, every one was already aware of his strength, integrity, power with the men of the town, sense of humour and intelligence. There was perhaps no man in the whole of Polchester whom Ronder was so anxious to have on his side. He was a man with a scorn of any intrigue, deeply religious, but human and impatient of humbug. Ronder knew that he was the Polchester clergyman beyond all others who would in later years come to great power, although at present he had nothing save his minor canonry and small living. He was not perhaps a deeply read man. He was of no especial family nor school, and had graduated at Durham University. In appearance he was commonplace, thin, tall, with light sandy hair and mild, good-tempered eyes. It had been Ronder's intention that he should be invited. Foster, who was more responsible for the meeting than anyone, had protested. "Martin? What's the point of Martin?" "You'll see in 5 years' time," Ronder had answered. Now, as Ronder looked round at them all, he moved restlessly in his chair. Was it true that his aunt was changing her opinion of him? Would he have to deal during the coming months with persistent disapproval and opposition from her? And it was so unfair. He had meant absolutely what he said, that he liked Brandon and wished him no harm. He did believe that it was for the good of the town that Brandon should go. He was pulled up by Foster, who was asking him to tell them exactly what it was that they were to discuss. Instinctively he looked at Martin as he spoke. As always, with the first word, there came over him a sense of mastery and happiness, a desire to move people like pawns, a readiness to twist any principle, moral and ethical, if he might bend it to his purpose. Instinctively he pitched his voice, formed his mouth, spread his hands upon the broad arms of his chair, exactly as an actor fills in his part. "I object a little," he said, laughing, "to Foster's suggestion that I am responsible for our talking here. I've no right to be responsible for anything when I've been in the place so short a time. All the same, I don't want to pretend to any false modesty. I've been in Polchester long enough to be fond of it, and I'm going to be fonder of it still before I've done. I don't want to pretend to any sentimentality either, but there are broader issues than merely the fortunes of this Cathedral in danger. Because I feel the danger, I intend to speak out about it and get any one on my side I can. When I find that Canon Foster, who has been here so long and loves the Cathedral so passionately and so honestly, if I may say so, feels as I do, then I'm only strengthened in my determination. I don't care who says that I've no right to push myself forward about this. I'm not pushing myself forward. As soon as some one else will take the cause in hand, I'll step back, but I'm not going to see the battle lost simply because I'm afraid of what people will say of me. Well, this is all fine words. The point simply is that, as everyone knows, poor Morrison is desperately ill, and the living of Pybus St. Anthony may fall vacant at any moment. The appointment is a chapter appointment. The living isn't anything very tremendous in itself, but it has been looked upon for years as the jumping-off place for preferment in the diocese. Time after time the man who has gone there has become the most important influence here. Men are generally chosen, as I understand it, with that in view. These are, of course, all commonplaces to you, but I'm recapitulating them because it makes my point the stronger. Morrison, with all his merits, was not out of the way intellectually. This time we want an exceptional man. I've only been here a few months, but I've noticed many things, and I will definitely say that the Cathedral is at a crisis in its history. Perhaps the mere fact that this is Jubilee year makes us all more ready to take stock than we would otherwise have been, but it is not only that. The Church is being attacked from all sides. I don't believe that there has ever been a time when the West of England needed new blood, new thought, new energy, more than it does at this time. The vacancy at Pybus will offer a most wonderful opportunity to bring that force among us. I should have thought every one would realize that. It happens, however, that I have discovered, on first-hand evidence, that there is a strong resolve on the part of most important persons in this town, I will mention no names, to fill the living with the most unsatisfactory, worthless, and conservative influence that could possibly be found anywhere. If that influence succeeds, I don't believe I'm exaggerating when I say that the progress of the religious life here is flung back 50 years. One of the greatest opportunities the chapter can ever have had will have been missed. I don't think we can regard the crisis as too serious." Foster broke in. "Why not mention names, Canon? We've no time to waste. It's all humbug, pretending we don't know whom you mean. It's Brandon who wants to put young Forsyth into Pybus, whom we're fighting. Let's be honest." "No, I won't allow that," Ronder said quickly. "We're fighting no personalities. Speaking for myself, there's no one I admire more in this town than Brandon. I think him reactionary and opposed to new ideas and a dangerous influence here, but there's no personal feeling in any of this. We've got to keep personalities out of this. There's something bigger than our own likes and dislikes in this." "Words, words," said Foster angrily. "I hate Brandon. You hate him, Ronder, for all you're so circumspect. It's true enough that we don't want young Forsyth at Pybus, but it's truer still we want to bring the Archdeacon's pride down, and we're going to." The atmosphere was electric. Roger's thin and bony features were flushed with pleasure at Foster's denunciation. Bentinck Major rubbed his soft hands one against the other and closed his eyes as though he were determined to be a gentleman to the last. Martin sat upright in his chair, his face puzzled, his gaze fixed upon Ronder. Ryle, the picture of nervous embarrassment, glanced from one face to another as though imploring every one not to be angry with him. All these sharp words were certainly not his fault. Ronder was vexed with himself. He was certainly not at his best tonight. He had realized the personalities that were around him, and yet had not steered his boat among them with the dexterous skill that was usually his. In his heart he cursed Foster for a meddling, cantankerous fanatic. Rogers broke in. "I must say," he exclaimed, in a strangely shrill voice, like a peacock's, "that I associate myself with every word of Canon Foster's. Whatever we may pretend in public, the great desire of our hearts is to drive Brandon out of the place. The sooner we do it, the better. It should have been done long ago." Martin spoke. "I'm sorry," he said. "If I had known that this meeting was to be a personal attack on the Archdeacon, I never would have come. I don't think the diocese has a finer servant than Archdeacon Brandon. I admire him immensely. He has made mistakes, so do we all, of course, but I have the highest opinion of his character, his work, and his importance here, and I would like every one in the room to know that before we go any further." That's right," said Ryle, smiling around nervously upon every one. "Canon Martin is right, don't you think? I hope nobody here will say that I have any ill feeling against the Archdeacon. I haven't indeed, and I shouldn't like any one to charge me with it." Ronder struck in then, and his voice was so strong, so filled with authority, that every one looked up as though some new figure had entered the room. "I should like to emphasize at once," he said, "so that no one here or anywhere else can be under the slightest misapprehension, that I will take part in nothing that has any personal animus towards anybody. Surely this is a question of Pybus and Forsyth and of nothing else at all. I have not even anything against Mr. Forsyth. I have never seen him. I wish him all the luck in life. But we are fighting a battle for the Pybus living, and for nothing more nor less than that. If my own brother wanted that living and was not the right man for it, I would fight him. The Archdeacon does not see the thing at present as we do. It is possible that very shortly he may. As soon as he does, I'm behind him." Foster shook his head. "Have it your own way," he said. "Everything's the same here, always compromise. Compromise, compromise. I'm sick of the cowardly word. We'll say no more of Brandon for the moment, then. He'll come up again, never fear. He's not the sort of man to avoid spoiling his own soup." "Very good," said Bentinck Major in his most patronizing manner. "Now we are all agreed, I think. You will have noticed that I've been waiting for this moment to suggest that we should come to business. Our business, I believe, is to obtain what support we can against the gift of the living to Mr. Forsyth, and to suggest some other candidate. Other candidate." "There's only one possible candidate," Foster brought out, banging his lean fist down upon the table near to him, "and that's Wistons of Hawston. It's been the wish of my heart for years back to bring Wistons here. We don't know, of course, if he would come, but I think he could be persuaded. And then there'd be hope once more. God would be served. His church would be a fitting tabernacle." He broke off. Amazing to see the rapt devotion that now lighted up his ugly face until it shone with saintly beauty. The harsh lines were softened, the eyes were gentle, the mouth tender.
Then, indeed, he almost whispered, "I might say my Nunc Dimittis and go." It was not he alone who was stirred. Martin spoke eagerly. "Is that the Wistons of the Four Creeds? The man who wrote the New Apocalypse?" Foster smiled. "There's only one Wistons," he said, pride ringing in his voice, as though he were speaking of his favourite son, "for all the world." "Why, that would be magnificent," Martin said, "if he'd come. But would he? I should think that very doubtful." "I think he would," said Foster softly, still as though he were speaking to himself. "Why, that, of course, is wonderful." Martin looked round them all, his eyes glowing. "There isn't a man in England..." He broke off. "But surely if there's a real chance of getting Wistons, nobody on the Chapter would dream of proposing a man like Forsyth. It's incredible." "Incredible!" burst in Foster. "Not a bit of it. Do you suppose Brandon I beg pardon for mentioning his name, as we're all so particular do you suppose Brandon wouldn't fight just such a man? He regards him as dangerous, modern, subversive, heretical, anything you please. Wistons why, he'd make Brandon's hair stand on end." "Well," said Martin gravely, "if there's any real chance of getting Wistons into this diocese, I'll work for it with my coat off." "Good," said Bentinck Major, tapping with a little gold pencil that he had been fingering on the table. "Now we are all agreed. The next question is, what steps are we to take?" They all looked instinctively at Ronder. He felt their glances. He was happy, assured, comfortable once more. He was master of them. They lay in his hand for him to do as he would with them. His brain now moved clearly, smoothly, like a beautiful shining machine. His eyes glowed. "Now it's occurred to me," he said. They all drew their chairs closer. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Cathedral by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 Falk by the River. Upon that same evening when the conspirators met at Bentinck Major's handsome study, Mrs. Brandon had a ridiculous fit of hysterics. She had never had hysterics before. The fit came upon her now when she was sitting in front of her glass brushing her hair. She was dressing for dinner and could see her reflection, white and thin, in the mirror before her. Suddenly the face in the glass began to smile, and it became at that same instant another face that she had never seen before. It was a horrid smile and broke suddenly into laughter. It was as though the face had been hit by something and cracked then into 1,000 pieces. She laughed until the tears poured down her cheeks, but her eyes protested, looking piteously and in dismay from the studied glass. She knew that she was laughing with shrill, high cries, and behind her horror at her collapse there was a desperate, protesting attempt to calm herself, driven above all upon her agitated heart by the fear lest her husband should come in and discover her. The laughter ceased quite suddenly and was followed by a rush of tears. She cried as though her heart would break, then with trembling steps crossed to her bed and lay down. Very shortly she must control herself, because the dinner bell would ring and she must go. To stay and send the conventional excuse of a headache would bring her husband up to her. And although he was so full of his own affairs that the questions that he would ask her would be perfunctory and absent-minded, she felt that she could not endure, just now, to be alone with him. She lay on her bed, shivering and wondering what malign power it was that had seized her. Malign it was she did not for an instant doubt. She had asked, did ask, for so little. Only to see Morris for a moment every day, to see him anywhere in as public a place as you please, but to see him, to hear his voice, to look into his eyes, to touch his hand, soft and gentle like a woman's hand, that had been now for months an absolute necessity.
She did not ask more than that, and yet she was aware that there was no pause in the accumulating force of the passion that was seizing her. She was being drawn along by two opposite powers, the tenderness of protective maternal love and the ruthlessness of the lust for possession. She wanted to care for him, to watch over him, to guard him, to do everything for him. And also she wanted to feel her hold over him, to see him move, almost as though he were hypnotized, towards her. The thought of him, the perpetual, incessant thought of him, ruled out the thought of every one else in the world, save only Falk. She scarcely now considered her husband at all. She never for an instant wondered whether people in the town were talking. She saw only Morris and her future with Morris, only that and Falk. Upon Falk now everything hung. She had made a kind of bargain. If Falk stayed and loved her and cared for her, she would resist the power that was drawing her towards Morris. Now, a million times more than before she had met Morris, she must have some one for whom she could care. It was as though a lamp had been lit and flung a great track of light over those dark, empty earlier years. How could she ever have lived as she did? The hunger, the desperate, eager, greedy hunger, was roused in her. Falk could satisfy it, but if he would not, then she would hesitate no longer. She would seize Morris as a tiger seizes its prey. She did not disguise that from herself. As she lay now, trembling, upon her bed, she never hesitated to admit to herself that the thought of her domination over Morris was her great glory. She had never dominated any one before. He followed her like a man in a dream, and she was not young, she was not beautiful, she was not clever. It was her own personal triumph. And then on that there swept over her the flood of her tenderness for him, how she longed to be good to him, to care for him, to mend and sew and cook and wash for him, to perform the humblest tasks for him, to nurse him and protect him. She knew that the end of this might be social ruin for both of them. Ah, well, then he would only need her the more. She was quieter now, the trembling ceased. How strange the way that during these months they had been meeting, so often without their own direct agency at all. She recalled every moment, every gesture, every word. He seemed already to be part of herself, moving within herself. She sat up on her bed, moved back to her glass. She bathed her face, slipped on her dress and went downstairs. They were a family party at dinner, but of course without Falk. He was always out in the evening now. Joan talked and chattered on. The meal was soon over. The Archdeacon went to his study and the two women sat in the drawing-room, Joan by the window, Mrs. Brandon hidden in a high arm-chair near the fireplace. The clock ticked on and the Cathedral bell struck the quarters. Joan's white dress, beyond the circle of lamplight, was a dim shadow. Mrs. Brandon turned the pages of her book, her ears straining for the sound of Falk's return. As she sat there, so inattentively turning the pages of her book, the foreboding sense of some approaching drama flooded the room. For how many years had she lived from day to day and nothing had occurred, so long that life had been unconscious, doped, inert. Now it had sprung into vitality again with the sudden frantic impertinence of a jack-in-the-box. For 20 years you are dry on the banks, half asleep, stretching out lazy fingers for food, slumbering, waking, slumbering again. Suddenly a wave comes and you are swept off into what disastrous sea? She did not think in pictures, it was not her way, but tonight, half terrified, half exultant, in the long dim room she waited, the pressure of her heart beating up into her throat, listening, watching Joan furtively, seeing Morris, his eternal shadow, itching with its long tapering fingers to draw her away with him beyond the house. No, she would be true with herself. It was he who would be drawn away. The power was in her, not in him. She looked wearily across at Joan. The child was irritating to her, as she had always been. She had never in any sense cared for her own sex, and now, as so frequently with women who are about to plunge into some passionate situation, she regarded every one she saw as a potential interferer. She despised women as most women in their secret hearts do, and especially she despised Joan. "You'd better go up to bed, dear. It's 10:30. Without a word Joan got up, came across the room, kissed her mother, went to the door. Then she paused. "Mother," she said, hesitating, and then speaking timidly, "is father all right?" "All right, dear?" "Yes. He doesn't look well. His forehead is all flushed, and I overheard someone at the Sampsons say the other day that he wasn't well really, that he must take great care of himself. Ought he to?" "Ought he what?" "To take great care of himself." "What nonsense!" Mrs. Brandon turned back to her book impatiently. "There never was any one so strong and healthy." "He's always worrying about something. It's his nature." "Yes, I suppose so." Joan vanished. Mrs. Brandon sat, staring before her, her mind running with the clock, tick, 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 and then suddenly jumping at the mellow liquid gurgle that it sometimes gave. Would her husband come in and say good night? How she had grown, during these last weeks, to loathe his kiss! He would stand behind her chair, bending his great body over her, his red face would come down, then the whiff of tobacco, then the rough pressure on her cheek, the hard, unmeaning contact of his lips and hers. His beautiful eyes would stare beyond her, absently, into the room. Beautiful? Why, yes, they were famous eyes, famous the diocese through. How well she remembered those years, long ago, when they had seemed to speak to her of every conceivable tenderness and sweetness, and how, when he thus had bent over her, she had stretched up her hand and found the buttons of his waistcoat and pushed her fingers in, stroking his shirt and feeling his heart thump, thump, and so warm beneath her touch. Life! Life! What a cheat! What a cheat! She jumped from her chair, letting the book drop upon the floor, and began to pace the room. And why should not this, too, cheat her once again? With the tenderness, the poignancy with which she now looked upon Morris, so once she had looked upon Brandon. Yes, that might be. She would cheat herself no longer. But she was older now. This was the last chance to live. Definitely, positively the last. It was not the desire to be loved this time that drove her forward so urgently as the desire to love. She knew that, because Falk would do. If Falk would stay, would let her care for him and mother him and be with him, she would drive Morris from her heart and brain. Yes, she almost cried aloud in the dark room, "Give me Falk and I will leave the other. Give me my own son. That's my right, every mother's right. If I am refused it, it is just that I should take what I can get instead. Give him to me. Give him to me." One thing at least was certain. She could never return to the old lethargy. That first meeting with Morris had fired her into life. She could not go back, and she was glad that she could not. She stopped in the middle of the room to listen. The hall door closed softly. Suddenly the line of light below the door vanished. Someone had turned down the hall lamp. She went to the drawing-room door, opened it, looked out, crying softly, "Falk! Falk!" "Yes, mother." He came across to her. He was holding a lighted candle in his hand. "Are you still up?" "Yes. It isn't very late. Barely 11. Come into the drawing-room." They went back into the room. He closed the door behind him, then put the candle down onto a small round table. They sat in the candlelight, one on either side of the table. He looked at her and thought how small and fragile she looked, and how little, anyway, she meant to him. How much most mothers meant to their sons, and how little she had ever meant to him. He had always taken his father's view of her, that it was necessary for her to be there, that she naturally did her best, but that she did not expect you to think about her. "You ought to be in bed," he said, wishing that she would release him.
For the first time in her life she spoke to him spontaneously, losing entirely the sense that she had always had that both he and his father would go away and leave her if she were tiresome. To-night he would not go away, not until she had struck her bargain with him. "What have you been up to these weeks, Falk?" she asked. "Up to?" he repeated. Her challenge was unexpected. "Yes, of course I know you're up to something, and you know that I know. You must tell me. I'm your mother and I ought to be told." He knew at once, as soon as she spoke, that she was the very last person in the world to whom he wished to tell anything. He was tired, dead tired, and wanted to go to bed, but he was arrested by the urgency in her voice. What was the matter with her? So intent had he been, for the past months, on his own affairs, that he had not thought of his mother at all. He looked across the table at her, a little insignificant woman, colourless, with no personality. And yet to-night something was happening to her. He felt all the impatience of a man who is closely occupied with his own drama, but is forced, quite against his will, to consider someone else. "There isn't anything to tell you, mother. Really there is not. I've just been kicking my heels around this blasted town for the last few months, and I'm restless. I'll be going up to London very shortly." "Why need you?" she asked him. The candle flame seemed to jump with the sharpness of her voice. "Why need I? But of course I must. I ask you, is this a place for any one to settle down in?" "I don't know why it shouldn't be. I should have thought you could be very happy here. There are so many things you could do." "Well, what, for instance?" "You could be a solicitor, or go into business, why, you'd soon find something." He got up, taking the candle in his hand. "Well, if that's your idea, mother, I'm sorry, but you can just put it out of your head once and for all. I'd rather be buried alive than stay in this hole. I would be buried alive if I stayed." She looked up at him. He was so tall, so handsome, and so distant, someone who had no connection with her at all. She too got up, putting her little hand on his arm. "Then are we, all of us, to count for nothing at all?" "Of course you count," he answered impatiently, irritated by the pressure of her fingers on his coat. "You'll see plenty of me, but you can't possibly expect me to live here. I've completely wasted my beautiful young life so far. Now apparently you want me to waste the rest of it." "Then," she said, coming nearer to him and dropping her voice, "take me with you." "Take you with me?" He stepped back from her. He could not believe that he had heard her correctly. "Take you with me?" "Yes." "Take you with me?" "Yes, yes, yes." It was the greatest surprise of his life. He stared at her in his amazement, putting the candle back upon the table. "But why?" "Why? Why do you think? Because I love you and want to be with you." "Be with me? Leave this? Leave Polchester? Leave father?" "Yes. Why not? Your father doesn't need me any longer. Nobody wants me here. Why shouldn't I go?" He came close to her, giving her now all his attention, staring at her as though he were seeing her for the first time in his life. "Mother, aren't you well? Aren't you happy?" She laughed. "Happy? Oh, yes, so happy that I'd drown myself to-night if that would do any good." "Here, sit down." He almost pushed her back into her chair. "We've got to have this out. I don't know what you're talking about. You're unhappy? Why? What's the matter?" "The matter? Oh, nothing," she answered. "Nothing at all, except for the last 10 years I've hated this place, hated this house, hated your father." "Hated father?" He stared at her as though she had in a moment gone completely mad. "Yes, why not?" she answered quietly. "What has he ever done that I should feel otherwise? What attention has he ever paid to me? When has he ever considered me except as a sort of convenient housekeeper and mistress whom he pays to keep near him? Why shouldn't I hate him? You're very young, Falk, and it would probably surprise you to know how many quiet, stay-at-home wives there are who hate their good, honest, well-meaning husbands."
He drew a deep breath. "What's father ever done," he said, "to make you hate him?" She should have realised then, from the sound in his voice, that she was, in her preoccupation with her own affairs, forgetting one of the principal elements in the whole case, his love for his father. "It isn't what he's done," she answered. "It's what he hasn't done. Whom has he ever considered but himself? Isn't his conceit so big that he can't see any one but himself? Why should we go on pretending that he's so great and wonderful? Do you suppose that any one can live for 20 years and more with your father and not see how small and selfish and mean he is, how he—" "You're not to say that!" Falk interrupted her angrily. "Father may have his faults, so has every one, but we've got worse ones. He isn't mean and he isn't small. He may seem conceited, but that's only because he cares so for the Cathedral and knows what he's done for it. He's the finest man I know anywhere. He doesn't see things as I do. I don't suppose that father and son ever do see alike. But that needn't prevent me from admiring him. Why, mother, what's come over you? You can't be well. Leave father? Why, it would be terrible. Think of the talk there'd be. Why, it would ruin father here. He'd never get over it." She saw then the mistake that she had made. She looked across at him beseechingly. "You're right, Falk. I didn't mean that. I don't mean that. But I'm so unhappy that I don't know what I'm saying. All I want is to be with you. It wouldn't hurt father if I went up to London with you for a little. What I really want is a holiday. I could come back after a month or two refreshed. I'm tired." Suddenly, while she was speaking, the ironical contrast hit him. Here was he, amazed at his mother for daring to contemplate a step that would do his father harm, while he, who professed to love his father, was about to do something that would cause the whole town to talk for a year. But that was different. Surely it was different. He was young and must make his own life. He must be allowed to marry whom he would. It was not as though he were intending to ruin the girl. Nevertheless, this sudden comparison bewildered and shocked him. He leant across the table to her. "You must never leave father, never," he said. "You mustn't think of it. He wants you badly. He mayn't show it exactly as you want it. Men aren't demonstrative as women are, but he'd be miserable if you went away. He loves you in his own fashion, which is just as good as yours, only different. You must never leave him, mother. Do you hear?" She saw that she was defeated entirely and completely. She cried to the powers, "You refused me what I asked. I go my own way then." She got up, kissed him on the forehead and said, "I dare say you're right, Falk. Forget what I've said. I didn't mean most of it. Good night, dear." She went out, quietly closing the door behind her. Falk did not sleep at all that night. This was only one of many sleepless nights, but it was the worst of them. The night was warm, and a faint dim colour lingered behind the tree tops of the garden beyond his open window. First he lay under the clothes, then upon the top of his bed, then stripped, plunging his head into a basin of water, then naked, save for his soft bedroom slippers, paced his room. His head was a flaming fire. The pale light seemed for an instant to vanish, and the world was dark and silent. Then, at the striking of the Cathedral clock, as though it were a signal upon some stage, the light slowly crept back again, growing ever stronger and stronger. The birds began to twitter, a cock crew, a bar of golden light broken by the squares and patterns of the dark trees struck the air. The shock of his mother's announcement had been terrific. It was not only the surprise of it, it was the sudden light that it flung upon his own case. He had gone, during these last weeks, so far with Annie Hogg that it was hard indeed to see how there could be any stepping back. They had achieved a strange relationship together, one not of comradeship, nor of lust, nor of desire, nor of affection, having a little of all these things, but not much of any of them, and finally resembling the case of two strangers, shipwrecked, hanging on to a floating spar of wood that might bring them into safety. She was miserable. He was miserable. Whether she cared for him he could not tell, nor whether he cared for her. The excitement that she created in him was intense, all-devouring, but it was not an excitement of lust. He had never done more than kiss her, and he was quite ready that it should remain so. He intended, perhaps, to marry her, but of that he could not be sure. But he could not leave her. He could not keep away from her, although he was seldom happy when he was with her. Slowly, gradually, through their meetings there had grown a bond. He was more naturally himself with her than with any other human being. Although she excited him, she also tranquilized him. Increasingly he admired and respected her honesty, independence, reserve, pride. Perhaps it was upon that their alliance was really based, upon mutual respect and admiration. There had been never, from the very first moment, any deception between them. He had never been so honest with any one before, certainly not with himself. His desire, beyond everything else in life, was to be honest, to pretend to no emotion that he did not truly feel, to see exactly how he felt about life, and to stand up before it, unafraid and uncowed. Honesty seemed to him the greatest quality in life. That was why he had been attracted to Ronder. And yet life seemed to be for ever driving him into false positions. Even now he was contemplating running away from this girl. Until tonight he had fancied that he was only contemplating it, but his conversation with his mother had shown him how near he was to a decision. Nevertheless, he would talk to Ronder and to his father, not, of course, telling them everything, but catching perhaps from them some advice that would seem to him so true that it would guide him. Finally, when the gold bar appeared behind the trees, he forced himself into honesty with his father. How could he have meant so sincerely that his mother must not hurt his father when he himself was about to hurt him? And this discovery had not lessened his determination to take the step. Was he then utterly hypocritical? He knew he was not. He could look ahead of his own affair and see that in the end his father would admit that it had been best for him. They all knew, even his mother must in her heart have known, that he was not going to live in Polchester for ever. His departure for London was inevitable, and it simply was that he would take Annie with him. That would be for a moment a blow to his father, but it would not be so for long. And in the town his father would win sympathy. He, Falk, would be condemned and despised. They would say, "Ah, that young Brandon, he never was any good. His father did all he could, but it was no use." And then in a little time there would come the news that he was doing well in London and all would be right. He looked to his talk with Ronder. Ronder would advise well. Ronder knew life. He was not provincial like these others. Suddenly he was cold. He went back to bed and slept dreamlessly. Next evening, as 8:30 was striking, he was at his customary post by the river, above the Dog and Pilchard. A heavy storm was mounting up behind the Cathedral, black clouds being piled tier on tier, as though some gigantic shopman were shooting out rolls of carpet for the benefit of some celestial purchaser. The Cathedral shone in the last flash of the fleeing light, with a strange phantasmal silver sheen. Once more it was a ship sailing high before the tempest. Down by the river the dusk was grey and sodden. The river, flowing sullenly, was a lighter dark between the line of houses and the bending fields. The air was so heavy that men seemed to walk with bending backs as though the burden was more than they could sustain. This section of the river had become now to Falk something that was part of himself. The old mill, the group of trees beside it, the low dam over which the water fell with its own peculiar drunken gurgle, the pathway with its gritty, stony surface, so that it seemed to grind its teeth in protest at every step that you took. On the left the town piled high behind you, with the Cathedral winged and dominant and supreme, the cool sloping fields beyond the river, the dark bend of the wood cutting the horizon. These things were his history, and he was theirs. There were many other places to which they might have gone. other times that they might have chosen, but circumstances and accident had found for them always this same background. He had long ago ceased to consider whether anyone was watching them or talking about them. They were, neither of them, cowards, although to Annie her father was a figure of sinister power and evil desire. She hated her father, believed him capable of infinite wickedness, but did not fear him enough to hesitate to face him. Nevertheless, it was from him that she was chiefly escaping, and she gave to Falk a curious consciousness of the depths of malice and vice that lay hidden behind that smiling face, in the secret places of that fat, jolly body. Falk was certain now that Hogg knew of their meetings. He suspected that he had known of them from the first. Hogg had his faults, but they did not frighten Falk, who was indeed afraid of no man alive save only himself. The other element in the affair that increased as the week passed was Falk's consciousness of the strange spirit of nobility that there was in Annie. Although she stirred him so deeply, she did not blind him as to her character. He saw her exactly for what she was, uneducated, ignorant, limited in all her outlook, common in many ways, sometimes surly, often superstitious. But through all these things that strain of nobility ran, showing itself in many unexpected places, calling to him like an echo from some high, far distant source. Because of it he was beginning to wonder whether, after all, the alliance that was beginning to spring up between them might not be something more permanent and durable than at first he had ever supposed it could be. He was beginning to wonder whether he had not been fortunate far beyond his deserts. On this thunder night they met like old friends who had known one another for many years, and between whom there had never been anything but comradeship. They did not kiss, but simply touched hands, and moved up through the gathering dark to the little bridge below the mill. From here they felt the impact of the chattering water rising to them and falling again like a comment on their talk. "It'll not be many more times," Annie said, "we'll be coming here." "Why?" asked Falk. "Because I'm going up to London whether you come or no. And soon I'm going." He admired nothing in her more than the clear-cut decision of her mind, which moved quietly from point to point, asking no advice, allowing no regrets when the decision was once made. "What has happened since last time?" "Happened? Nothing. Only father and the dog and drink. I'm through with it." "And what would you do in London if you went up alone?" She flung up her head suddenly, laughing. "You think I'm helpless, don't you? Well, I'm not." "No, I don't. But you don't know London." "A fearsome place, maybe, but not more disgusting than father." There was irritation in his voice as he said, "Then it doesn't matter to you whether I come with you or not?" Her reply was soft. She suddenly put out her hand and took his. "Of course it matters. We're friends. The best friend I'm likely to find, I reckon. What would I be meeting you for all these months if I didn't care for you? Just to be admiring the scenery? Shouldn't like." She laughed softly. She went on, "I'm ready to go with you or without you. If we go together I'm independent just as though I went without you. I'm independent of everyone, father and you and all. I'll marry you if you want me, or I'll live with you without marrying, or I'll live without you and never see you again. I won't say that leaving you wouldn't hurt. It would, after being with you all these weeks, but I'd rather be hurt than be dependent." He held her hand tightly between his two. "Folkses say," she went on, "that I had no right to be talking of going away with you, that I'd be ruining your future and making people look down on you and all that. Well, that's for you to say. If you think it harms your prospects being with me, you needn't see me. I've my own prospects to think of. I'm not going to have any man ashamed of me." "You're right to speak of it, and we're right to think of it," said Falk. "It isn't my prospects that I've got to think about, but it's my father I wouldn't like to hurt. If we go away together there'll be a great deal of talk here, and it will all fall on my father." "Well, then," she said, tossing her head and taking her hand away from his, "don't come. I'm not asking you. As for your father, he's that proud." She stopped suddenly. "No, I'm saying nothing about that. You care for him, and you're right to. As far as that goes, we needn't go together. You can come up later and join me." When she said that, he knew that he couldn't bear the thought of her going alone, and that he had all along been determined in his thought that she should not go alone. "If you'd say you loved me," he said, suddenly bending towards her, "I'd never let you out of my sight again." "Oh, yes, you would," she said. "You don't know whether you do love me. Many's the time you think you don't. And I don't know whether I love you. Sometimes I think I do. What's love, anyway? I dunno. I think sometimes I'm not made to feel that way towards any one. But what I really meant to say to night is that I'm dead sick of this hanging on. I'm going up to a cousin I've got Blackheath way a week from to night. If you're coming, I'm glad. If you're not, well, I reckon I'll get over it." "A week from to day?" He looked out over the water. "Aye, that's settled." Then, unexpected, as she so often was, she put her arms round his neck and drew his head down to her bosom and let her hand rest on his hair. "I like to feel you there," she said. "It's more a mother I feel to you than a lover." She would not let him kiss her, but suddenly moved away from him into the dark, leaving him where he stood. When he was half way home, the storm that had been slowly, during the last hour and a half, climbing up above the town, broke. As he was crossing the market place, the rain came down in torrents, dancing upon the uneven cobbles with a kind of excited frenzy, and thickening the air with a curtain of mist. He climbed the High Street, his head down, feeling a physical satisfaction in the fierce soaking that the storm was giving him. The town was shining and deserted, not a soul about. No sound except the hissing, sneering, chattering whisper of the deluge. He went up to his room and changed, putting on a dinner jacket, and came down to his father's study. It was too late for dinner, but he was not hungry. He did not know how long it was since he had felt hungry last. He knocked and went in. He felt a desperate urgency that he must somehow reconcile the interests and happiness of the two people who were then filling all his thoughts, his father and Annie. There must be a way. He could feel still the touch of Annie's hand upon his head. He was more deeply bound to her by that evening's conversation than he had ever been before, but he longed to be able to reassure himself by some contact with his father that he was not going to hurt the old man, that he would be able to prove to him that his loyalty was true and his affection deep. Small causes produce lasting results, and the lives of many people would have been changed had Falk caught his father that night in another mood. The Archdeacon did not look up at the sound of the closing door. He was sitting at his big table, writing letters, the expression of his face being that of a boy who has been kept in on a fine afternoon to write out the first 50 lines of the Iliad. His curly hair was ruffled, his mouth was twisted with disgust, and he pushed his big body about in his chair, kicked out his legs, and drew them in as though beneath his concentration on his letters he was longing to spring up, catch his enemy by the throat, roll him over on the ground and kick him. "Hello, Governor," Falk said, and settled down into one of the big leather armchairs, produced a pipe from his pocket and slowly filled it. The Archdeacon went on writing, muttering to himself, biting the end of his quill pen. He had not apparently been aware of his son's entrance, but suddenly he sprang up, pushing back his chair until it nearly fell over, and began to stride up and down the room. He was a fine figure then, throwing up his head, flinging out his arms, apostrophising the world. "Gratitude! They don't know what it means. Do you think I'll go on working for them, wearing myself to a shadow, staying up all night, getting up at 7 in the morning, and then to have this sort of return? I'll leave the place. I'll let them make their own mistakes and see how they like that. I'll teach them gratitude. Here am I. For 10 years I've done nothing but slave for the town and the Cathedral. Who's worked for them as I have?" "What's the matter, father?" Falk asked, watching him from the chair. Every one knows the irritation of coming to some one with matters so urgent that they occupy the whole of your mind, and then discovering that your audience has its own determined preoccupation. "Always thinking of himself," Falk continued.
Fusses about nothing." "The matter?" His father turned round upon him. "Everything's the matter. Everything. Here's this Jubilee business coming on, and everything going to ruin. Here am I, who knows more about the Cathedral and what's been done in the Cathedral for the last 10 years more than any one, and they are letting Ryle have a free hand over all the Jubilee week services, without another word to anybody." "Well, Ryle is the precentor, isn't he?" said Falk. "Of course he is," the Archdeacon answered angrily. "And what a precentor! Every one knows he isn't capable of settling anything by himself. That's been proved again and again. But that's only one thing. It's the same all the way round. Opposition everywhere. It'll soon come to it that I'll have to ask permission from the Chapter to walk down the High Street." "All the same, father," Falk said, "you can't be expected to have the whole of the Jubilee on your shoulders. It's more than any one man can possibly do." "I know that. Of course I know that. Ryle's case is only one small instance of the way the wind's blowing. Every one's got to do their share, of course, but in the last 3 months the place has changed. The Chapter's disorganised, there's rebellion in the choir, among the Vergers, everywhere. The Cathedral is in pieces. And why? Who's changed everything? Why is nothing as it was 3 months ago?" "Oh, Lord, what a bore the old man is!" thought Falk. He was in the last possible mood to enter into any one of his father's complaints. They seemed now, as he looked across at him, to be miles apart. He felt suddenly as though he did not care what happened to his father, nor whether his feelings were hurt or no. "Well, tell me," said the Archdeacon, spreading his legs out, putting his hands behind his back and standing over his son, "who's responsible for the change?" "Oh, I don't know," said Falk impatiently. "You don't know?" "No, of course you don't know, because you've taken no interest in the Cathedral, nor in anything to do with it. All the same, I should have thought it impossible for any one to be in this town for half an hour and not know who's responsible. There's only one man, and that man is Ronder." Unfortunately, Falk liked Ronder. "I think Ronder's rather a good sort," he said. "A clever fellow, too." The Archdeacon stared at him. "You like him?" "Yes, father, I do." "And of course it matters nothing to you that he should be your father's persistent enemy and do his best to hinder him in everything and in every way possible." Falk smiled, one of those confident superior smiles that are so justly irritating to any parent. "Oh, come, father," he said. "Aren't you rather exaggerating?" "Exaggerating? Yes, of course you would take the other side. And what do you know about it? There you are, lolling about in your chair, idling week after week until all the town talks about it." Falk sprang up. "And whose fault is it if I do idle? What have I been wanting except to go off and make a decent living? Whose fault?" "Oh, mine, of course," the Archdeacon shouted. "Put it all down to me. Say that I begged you to leave Oxford, that I want you to laze the rest of your life away. Why shouldn't you when you have a mother and sister to support you?" "Stop that, father!" Falk also was shouting. "You'd better look out what you're saying, or I'll take you at your word and leave you altogether." "You can, for all I care," the Archdeacon shouted back. They stood there, facing one another, both of them red in the face, a curious family likeness suddenly apparent between them. "Well, I will then," Falk cried, and rushed from the room, banging the door behind him. End of Book 2, Chapter 5